This is Audible.
Blackstone Audio presents The 10 Biggest Civil War Blunders by Edward Bonekemper III. This book is read by Peter Berkrot. This book is dedicated to these exceptional Muhlenberg College history professors: Edwin R. Baldridge, Jr., Peyton R. Randy Helm, who also served as a great president of the college, Victor L. Johnson, John Malsberger, Joanne S. Mortimer, John J. Reed, and Daniel J. Wilson. For more than 7 decades, they informed and inspired thousands of eager and not so eager students of history. Prologue. One of the fascinating features of the American Civil War is its wealth of what-ifs. What could have been done differently that would have affected the outcome of a battle, a campaign, or even the war itself? Some of the what-ifs involve major failures of Union and Confederate political and military leaders. After researching and writing 6 books about the Civil War, I decided to examine some of the more important and interesting blunders of that war, major missteps that had a bearing on the duration or outcome of the war. Each of the 6 Union blunders discussed extended the war for months or years, causing countless additional casualties on both sides. The 4 Confederate blunders all resulted in missed opportunities for a possible Southern victory. I have selected examples that call into question the performance of reputedly great Civil War generals like Robert E. Lee, Ulysses S. Grant, and William T. Sherman, as well as less effective generals such as George B. McClellan, Braxton Bragg, and Henry W. Halleck. Political leaders, including Presidents Abraham Lincoln and Jefferson Davis, also committed blunders, and as a result, missed some glorious opportunities. This book is about glaring blunders that substantially lengthened the Civil War or affected its outcome. That war, with its 10,000 battles and skirmishes, saw so many blunders that it is difficult to select a small number for an in-depth examination while putting others to the side. I intend to discuss some of the others in a later book. I have tried to give leaders the benefit of the doubt. For example, I have not included the Confederates' failure to attack Washington immediately after First Manassas, because they had slight chance of success. The post-Gettysburg situation was similar. Many, including Abraham Lincoln, thought that George Meade had missed an opportunity by not successfully pursuing Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia after that 3-day battle. All 7 of Meade's corps had been battered or worse in the engagement. Meade's cavalry and infantry did pursue in a fairly timely manner, and an attack on the strong Confederate entrenchments at Falling Water, Maryland, at the end of that pursuit, likely would have resulted in a Union disaster. Meade did not have a clear chance of success, and his actions are not included here. They are quite different from William T. Sherman's allowing Confederate armies to escape at Atlanta and Savannah without any real effort to hinder their escape, the subject of Chapter 10. This book is undertaken in the spirit expressed by the esteemed Civil War historian, Albert Castell. Of course, this is speculation, yet it is legitimate speculation. History cannot be confined, and therefore is not confined to endeavoring to relate accurately what happened. It must, and hence often does, deal with what might have happened, if certain things had occurred or not occurred. Besides, doing this is enjoyable for the writer of history, and, evidently, for the reader of it also. In order to provide a logical flow and explore the connections among these blunders, I will examine them generally in chronological order. Those interested in more detail about each example will find sources for further exploration in my notes and bibliography. 1. Cotton. Confederates misplay the cotton card. Who blundered? Jefferson Davis and the Confederate leadership. How? The Confederacy failed to sell large stockpiles of cotton to Britain and France before the Union blockade became effective. Consequences. The Confederacy lost billions in potential cotton sales that would have resulted in huge credits in Europe for purchases of arms, medicines, vessels, and other critical supplies. Instead, most Southern cotton was destroyed or sold to Northern speculators. Overconfidence in their economic leverage caused Confederate leaders to misplay what might have been a trump card: their dominance in 1860 to 1861 of the world's cotton market. They believed that King Cotton was certain to win them the support of Great Britain. They could cite David Christie's influential 1855 book, Cotton is King, to support that belief. A pro-Southern Cincinnatian, Christie summarized all the arguments and data required to show the economic dependence of England and the world on Southern cotton, inspiring the rallying cry of the South, "Cotton is King." By 1860, the book had been republished and also incorporated into another book. Senator James Henry Hammond of South Carolina reinforced that belief in an 1858 speech. "But if there were no other reason why we should never have war, would any sane nation make war on cotton? Without firing a gun, without drawing a sword, should they make war on us, we could bring the whole world to our feet. The South is perfectly competent to go on 1, 2, or 3 years without planting a seed of cotton. I believe that if she was to plant but half her cotton for 3 years to come, it would be an immense advantage to her. I am not so sure, but that after 3 years' entire abstinence, she would come out stronger than ever she was before, and better prepared to enter afresh upon her great career of enterprise. What would happen if no cotton was furnished for 3 years? I will not stop to depict what every one can imagine, but this is certain. England would topple headlong and carry the whole civilized world with her, save the South. No, you dare not make war on cotton. No power on earth dares to make war upon it. Cotton is king." Senator Hammond's assertion encapsulated the Confederate confidence that cotton was to be their salvation. Frank L. Owsley, the master of Southern cotton historians, summarized the Confederacy's broad cotton diplomacy plans. The diplomatic efforts of the Confederacy were directed primarily toward obtaining European intervention in the war. The form of intervention sought differed with the exigencies of the situation. At times, the Confederate agents sought European repudiation of the blockade. At other times, they sought friendly mediation. Always, they sought the recognition of the independence of the Confederacy. Any form of intervention, whether the repudiation of the blockade, mediation, or recognition, would, they believed, end in independence. It was primarily England and France with whom Confederate diplomacy and propaganda were concerned, for those two maritime powers held the fate of the Confederacy in their hands. And the Confederacy for over a year, because of its monopoly of the cotton supply upon which those two nations depended, believed that it held the fate of those two countries in their hands. By 1860, the South was exporting 2/3 of the world's supply of white gold. Europe, especially England, was dependent on the region for the great majority of the cotton that kept its textile mills operating and at least 1 million workers employed. For example, in 1858, Britain imported cotton worth a total of 931,847,056 pounds, of which 732,403,840 pounds worth, 79%, was imported from the American South. The dependence was reciprocal. 80% of the South's cotton was imported by the British textile industry. More than 3/4 of the cotton used in England and French textile industries came from the American South. Between 1/5 and 1/4 of the English population depended in some way on the textile industry, and half of the export trade of England was in cotton textiles. About a tenth of the nation's wealth was also invested in the cotton business. The English Board of Trade said in 1859 that India was completely inadequate as a source of raw cotton. Of the 21 million people in England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, an astounding 4 to 5 million workers and family members were dependent upon the cotton industry in 1860. In addition, 700,000 French workers depended upon cotton for their livelihood. It was not just the Americans who realized the power of cotton and the vulnerability of Europe. For example, at the beginning of the war, the London Times reported that, "So nearly are our interests intertwined with America that civil war in the States means destitution in Lancashire. The destiny of the world hangs on a thread. Never did so much depend on a mere flock of down." Confederates saw this European dependence as an opportunity to blackmail the Europeans into supporting the Confederacy. Withholding cotton from the world market would drive cotton prices to unprecedented highs, compelling the foreigners to come to the Confederacy on bended knee. A recent analysis has concluded that the wealth the American South gained from providing cotton to hungry English textile mills in Lancashire provided much of the self-confidence and wealth that made secession possible. The Confederates believed, writes Craig Simons, that if they starved the world of the South's white gold, the navies of Europe would steam to the Confederacy's doorstep to smash Lincoln's declared blockade and demand access to Southern markets. Therefore, some overconfident Confederates even believed that King Cotton would force Britain to intervene on their behalf, lest the British economy starve in the absence of Southern cotton. Owsley wrote that the Confederates put these beliefs into practice. Until well into the third year of the war, the Confederate government and its people relied primarily upon this power of cotton to coerce rather than persuade England and France to interfere in some way with the struggle in America. Touring the South, the astute London Times reporter, William Howard Russell, noted the nearly universal opinion that the power of cotton would force England to intervene. He heard a Charlestonian tell the British consul, "Why, sir, we have only to shut off your supply of cotton for a few weeks, and we can create a revolution in Great Britain. We know that England must recognize us." British consuls throughout the South reported the universality of this belief. As Allan Nevins observed, it was a dangerous theory, for it encouraged a policy which played into the hands of the Northern blockade. Nevins added, "Altogether, the Cotton Kingdom flexed its muscles with a sense of exuberant strength, and never for a moment did the Deep South forget what Senator James H. Hammond and others said of its power to rally European support. A threat to the Cotton Kingdom would be a stroke at the jugular vein of the greatest naval powers of the globe. Cotton would maintain peace, for cotton ruled the world." Two prominent Floridians gave voice to this cotton-based confidence in 1861. Major W. H. Chase declared, "The first demonstration of blockade of the southern ports would be swept away by English fleets of observation, hovering on the southern coasts, to protect English commerce, and especially the free flow of cotton to English and French factories. The flow of cotton must not cease for a day, because the enormous sum of 150 million pounds is annually devoted to the elaboration of raw cotton, and because 5 millions of people annually derive their daily and immediate support therefrom in England alone, and every interest in the kingdom is connected therewith." Governor R.K. Call expressed similar confidence. "A failure of our cotton crop for 3 years would be a far greater calamity to England than 3 years' war with the greatest power on earth." Owsley summarized the view that was common throughout the South. The dependence of the English and French cotton industries upon Southern cotton, and the seeming dependence upon the cotton industries of England and France for their existence, caused the Southern people to conclude that the need for Southern cotton would force England and France to interfere on behalf of the South in case of secession and war. This belief was epitomized in the expression, "Cotton is king," shortened to King Cotton. By 1860, the belief in the power of cotton to force European intervention was almost universal. The widespread belief in European, especially English, vulnerability to Southern cotton diplomacy or coercion led the seceding states and the infant Confederacy into a reckless and ultimately counterproductive course of conduct. Instead of reaching out to potential allies, promptly exporting and selling its large surplus of cotton before the establishment of an effective Union naval blockade, reaping large financial benefits, and establishing credit for later purchases of weapons, medicines, and other critical items, Confederate leaders decided to pursue coercion and blackmail. This was a grievous blunder. What was the cause of the Confederacy's miscalculation on this question? Allen Evans thought it was based on ignorance and provincialism. The Cotton Kingdom cherished its dream because it knew so little of European realities. Few Southerners were students of the economy of other nations. Fewer still traveled attentively abroad or talked with foreign businessmen. Southerners and certain British allies calculated that the mill owners, shipbuilders, and bankers of Lancashire, Liverpool, Manchester, and other British textile areas had such a strong economic interest in the cotton trade that they would have to support the Confederacy. In the spring of 1861, the popular British magazine, Punch, reinforced that belief with the following ditty. Though with the North we sympathize, it must not be forgotten that with the South we've stronger ties, which are composed of cotton. Rhetoric about King Cotton diplomacy soon turned into action at the national and local levels. President Jefferson Davis was discreet, but according to his wife, looked to the stringency of the English cotton market and the suspension of the manufactories to send up a groundswell from the English operatives that would compel recognition. In March 1861, Confederate Secretary of State Robert Toombs explicitly told his commissioners to Europe that British manufacturing based on Southern cotton totaled $600 million per year, adding, "The British ministry will comprehend fully the condition to which the British realm would be reduced if the supply of our staple should suddenly fail or even be considerably diminished." Overestimating the strength of its position, the South immediately began trying to coerce its European customers, encouraged in this policy by cotton merchants, warehouse owners, insurance brokers, cotton brokers, planters, local politicians, and newspapermen. Davis and his advisers unofficially approved this voluntary embargo of cotton shipments, and Southerners actually burned much of the 1861 cotton crop to enhance their perceived economic leverage. Finally, the South reduced its production each year of the war, ultimately reaching a low of 20% of its pre-war levels. Details of these actions follow. In the summer of 1861, the Charleston Mercury threatened every textile factory in England and France with ruin if those countries did not recognize the Confederacy's independence. Its rival, Charleston Courier, advocated the immediate halt of all cotton sales to anyone and added, "We will not allow a bale of our cotton to leave our plantations upon any pretext whatsoever." Almost all Southern papers joined the cry for an immediate embargo on cotton to keep it out of European and Northern hands. Although the Confederate government did not enact an embargo and blamed the Union's blockade for the dearth of cotton exports, Britain's consuls reported to the Foreign Office that the government and planters were engaged in economic coercion. No cotton except in return for recognition and the breaking of the Northern blockade. Robert Bunch, the consul in Charleston, wrote to British Foreign Secretary Lord John Russell in August 1861, "I am sure that the planters of the South will retain upon their plantations every bale of cotton they may grow until the end of the blockade." Indeed, the planters, the political force behind secession, were eager to and did withhold their cotton from the market. Just as important as the planters' support for economic coercion, and perhaps more so, was the support of the cotton exporters, or factors, agents, led by those in New Orleans, the South's largest and most important port, especially for cotton. In early August 1861, the city's cotton factors, insurance brokers, and warehousemen issued a circular urging planters not to ship a single bale of cotton to New Orleans, warning that any such shipments would be refused. Their expressed reason was to put pro-Confederate pressure on England and France. The ports of Mobile, Savannah, and Charleston quickly followed suit. By August 21, Consul James McGee at Mobile was able to write Lord Russell that all the cotton men in every southern seaport, exporters, merchants, insurance, and storage men, had advised the planters against bringing any cotton to the seaports until the Southern Confederacy had been acknowledged and the blockade raised. Although bills were introduced in the Confederate Congress to implement an embargo, they simply disappeared in the legislative process because Jefferson Davis saw no need for government action when the producers and participants in the cotton trade were effectively barring its exportation. Davis valued the public legislative discussions about punishing Europe with an embargo until those countries adopted pro-Confederate positions, but he saw no profit in officially imposing an embargo. He could maintain a more diplomatic posture by keeping formal embargo proposals bottled up in Congress, while others actually implemented an embargo. Without Confederate congressional action, a voluntary boycott of cotton exports was enforced in Confederate ports by state governments, and especially local committees of public safety. Owsley contended that these local committees were so effective that any congressional or state action was or would have been superfluous. The committees prevented any cotton from being exported for many months, as long as they deemed the embargo policy to be effective. It was these committees, so effectively preventing the British ships which ran the blockade from carrying out cotton, that caused the British consuls to warn the British government that the South was speaking one language through its diplomatic and administrative organs, but quite another through its more popular and informal mouthpieces. Even without the congressional imposition of an embargo, therefore, the local committees carried out an embargo policy, preventing virtually all shipments of cotton from the Confederacy for most of the war's first year. The embargo was so effective that the widespread opinion in England was that the Confederate government itself had imposed the ban on cotton shipments. To ratchet up the pressure on Europe, Confederate agents abroad encouraged the view that it was useless to attempt exporting cotton from the South. Ironically, Union agents at the same time were also encouraging this view, intending to blame the hardships on the Confederacy, to discourage blockade running, and to give the impression that the blockade was actually effective, not just a paper blockade, thereby enhancing its legality. Southerners not only gave the impression of an effective blockade, but also carried out the strictest possible embargo and prevented almost all cotton exports from the beginning of the war, April 1861, all the way into the winter of 1861 to 1862. It was not relaxed until spring 1862. Statistics clearly demonstrate the effectiveness of the embargo in discouraging exports. From September 1860 to January 1861, the major ports of New Orleans, Charleston, Savannah, Mobile, and Memphis received about 1.5 million bales of cotton. During those same months the following year, when the embargo was in full effect, those same ports received fewer than 10,000 bales. Incredibly, even bales left over from the 1860 to 1861 crop were returned from ports to plantations. Of the 4.5 million bales of cotton harvested in the Confederacy during the war's first year, virtually none was exported. The embargo itself achieved the economic pressure it was intended to produce, but it failed to accomplish its diplomatic and political goals. As Owsley observed, the power of cotton in diplomacy had been put to the test, and as we know, failed to move England and France to intervene. In carrying out its embargo policy, the Confederate leadership overlooked at least 12 impediments to their plans. First, the Union was just beginning to build a sizable navy to implement its announced blockade of the Confederacy. Exporting cotton by running the blockade would only become more difficult as time passed. The fall of New Orleans to a Union naval invasion in April 1862 was a big blow to future cotton exports. The initial move of embargoing the export of cotton to Europe in 1861, when the Union blockade leaked like a sieve, was only the first in a number of false Confederate moves. The tightening Union blockade ultimately precluded Confederate cotton exports sufficient to ameliorate the developing economic crisis in England and France. The South had missed its window of opportunity. Second, cotton production and export had been so successful before the Civil War that British and French warehouses were filled with large stockpiles. Unusually high American production in 1859 and 1860 had led Europeans to purchase more than 8 million bales of cotton in 1860 and 1861. And by mid-1861, England had a stock of more than 1 million bales, almost double the usual amount. Third, European countries deprived of cotton could not be expected to sit idly by as their mills closed and unemployment soared. They naturally sought other sources of cotton, finding them in India, Egypt, Brazil, and other countries. Fourth, some European textile mills switched from cotton to wool or linen. By 1862, some Lancashire mills had switched to production of woolen uniforms for Union soldiers. Fifth, although much, perhaps most, of the British autocracy was sympathetic to the Southern aristocracy and engaged in cotton speculation and other pro-Confederate money-making schemes, the sympathies of the British working class were with the other side. Strongly anti-slavery, British workers blamed the South for their economic hardships and supported the democratic and increasingly anti-slavery North, even though the ranks of the destitute in England ranged from 400,000 to 2 million between late 1862 and mid-1865. Sixth, because Confederate vessels were not shipping cotton to Europe, there were few Confederate vessels to carry critically needed supplies, purchased at exorbitant prices from Europe back to the Confederacy. Likewise, British vessels that had run the blockade were discouraged from doing so again when they were denied cotton exports, and even precluded at times from exiting southern ports. Thus, the embargo on cotton exports became an unanticipated embargo on imports of necessities. Seventh, because the embargo imposed sometimes intolerable hardships on southern cotton planters and brokers, in 1861, the government purchased more than 400,000 bales to aid them. This diversion of scarce financial resources from critically needed foreign munitions and supplies made cotton a liability instead of an asset. Eighth, withholding cotton from the world market gave the impression that the Union blockade was effective, an impression that undermined the Confederacy's argument that the blockade violated the 1856 Treaty of Paris, which required nations to honor only those blockades that actually worked. Ninth, the British government was reluctant to risk war with the Union by blockading northern ports or taking other hostile actions because it feared losing Canada. Britain's available resources would be no match for American military power, aided by a highly developed rail system, should the United States try to seize Canada in retaliation for British interference in the Civil War. 10th, the embargo would have severe economic consequences for the Confederates themselves, depriving them of desperately needed war materiel and other supplies from abroad. By the spring of 1862, Owsley concluded, cotton was the only medium of exchange left in the South which was acceptable abroad. 11th, the British were unlikely to intervene because, according to Owsley, they believed that the South could not be conquered and that its independence was inevitable. British confidence in Southern indomitability, making intervention seem unnecessary, was a product of the American Revolution, which convinced the British that a determined, compact group of people occupying an extensive area could not be conquered, Throughout the war, the British press remained adamant that Southern victory was certain. The London Economist, for example, asserted that any politician who believed that millions of resolute and virulent Anglo-Saxons could be forcibly retained as citizens of a republic from which they are determined to separate must have some standard for estimating values and probabilities, which is unintelligible to us. 12th, overt British action against the Union blockade was unlikely, because British leaders were conscious of the importance of respecting the right of blockade. As Nevins noted, for Britain had direly needed that right in Napoleonic times, and might direly need it again. Britain, the world's leading naval power, was predictably uneager to diminish a powerful weapon in its own arsenal. An early indication that Confederate cotton coercion would not work was the disappointment of a Confederate delegation to London in the spring of 1861. They had hoped to secure British denunciation of the Union blockade, an Anglo-Confederate commercial agreement, or even diplomatic recognition. But the British were uninterested in undercutting the blockade, unconvinced of the necessity of an economic agreement, and disinclined to recognize the Confederacy until it had proved its viability. The Confederate diplomats obtained only British and French recognition of the Confederacy's belligerent status. With amazing foresight and a keen sense of English feelings on the question of cotton blackmail, the London Economist warned in 1851, a decade before the Confederacy's formation, "There is something truly astonishing in the infatuations which seem to possess the Southern states of America. In the event of civil war, no bribes, no matter how enormous, would induce the English people, or any class among them, to lend its aid to a revolt which they believe to be utterly unprovoked, the result of the worst political passions, and likely to end in the degradation of the Southern states." Renata Long recently observed, "Contrary to the South's belief that a cotton shortage would coerce the population into demanding that the British government recognize the Confederacy as a nation, the English working-class people of the textile valleys were prepared to stand by their distaste for slavery and suffer whatever hardship the war imposed on them, if it ultimately led to emancipation. Even as the huge stockpiles of cotton ran out, British mills closed, and textile workers faced poverty in 1862, the working class became even more supportive of the North. As the warehouse stocks dwindled, so too did the last vestige of sympathy the workers might have felt for the South. The war was becoming a wedge, creating an ever-widening divide within the British system. Relief committees, homelessness, starvation, debt, and soup kitchens pervaded the cotton manufacturing areas. Although universal male suffrage had not yet arrived in England, politicians could ignore the widespread anti-Confederate feelings only at their peril. Those feelings were aggravated in the manufacturing districts of Lancashire, which were reduced to a level of poverty unimagined in the days before the war, when Union wartime efforts to provide relief were stymied by the Confederates. John Bright, the North's strongest supporter in Parliament, wrote to Republican Senator Charles Sumner, who convinced President Abraham Lincoln to send grain to the hard-hit Lancashire area. In the autumn of 1862, Lincoln sent 3 ships loaded with grain. 2 made it through, but the English-built raider CSS Alabama captured one of the ships and burned it and its humanitarian cargo. The episode surely reinforced the working class's antipathy toward the Confederacy and the British autocracy. Even before it became clear, by spring 1862, that the cotton embargo was failing to coerce England or France into supporting the Confederacy in some way, Southerners doubled down on their coercive approach. Not satisfied to withhold existing cotton from the international marketplace, they undertook to put fear into the hearts of the English and French nations, writes Owsley, by destroying the supply on hand with the torch and refusing to produce another crop. In December 1861 and January 1862, newspapers throughout the South urged severe curtailment of cotton production. They reflected a consensus among Confederate leaders that led to a March 1862 joint resolution of the Confederate Congress that absolutely no cotton ought to be planted in 1862. Georgia limited production to 3 bales per laborer, and South Carolina set a limit of 1 bale per laborer. The Confederacy's cotton production dropped from 4.5 million bales in 1861 to 1.5 million bales in 1862, then to 449,000 bales in 1863, and finally 300,000 bales in 1864. The South not only brought cotton production down to extremely low levels, but also proceeded to destroy much of the crop already on hand. Ulysses S. Grant's successful Fort Henry, Fort Donelson campaign of February 1862 allowed the Federals to seize Confederate lands, cotton, and other crops. In response, the Confederate Congress passed a law in March directing the military to destroy cotton, tobacco, and other property that might aid the enemy in prosecuting the war if it fell into their hands. There followed a massive burning of cotton that would have been a valuable resource, if not for its vulnerability to seizure by the enemy. Owsley estimated that the Confederate government ultimately destroyed 2.5 million bales of cotton. Burning cotton prevented its falling into the enemy hands, but it was also a propaganda tool. Through their own funded London newspaper, The Index, and communications with British and French diplomats, the Confederate government ensured that Europeans were aware that the conflagrations aggravated the cotton shortage. In June and July 1862, the Index gloatingly published reports of $10 million worth of cotton burned at New Orleans, 10,000 bales in Tennessee, 50,000 bales in Alabama, 100,000 bales near Memphis, and between 500,000 and 1 million bales along the Mississippi. Cotton destruction became another aspect of attempted cotton coercion. In the middle of the war, the Confederate government finally took some steps to exploit cotton's economic power more productively. In late 1862, it started using cotton to guarantee foreign loans, and in 1863, the desperate Confederacy at long last began exporting the 400,000 bales of cotton it had purchased in 1861. Another effort was the new plan of late 1863, under which the government became directly involved in foreign sales of cotton. Late in the war, the Confederacy assumed total control over cotton exports and blockade running, and engaged in cotton sales or barter exchanges with Northerners. But because of the Confederacy's early confidence in the diplomatic leverage of King Cotton, it did not institute measures such as the new plan soon enough to make a considerable impact on the war effort. This Confederate action was too little, too late. Owsley provided an illuminating overview of its failed policies. Like so many other policies of the Confederacy, the laws and regulations putting cotton and tobacco export under government control in 1864 bore too much the appearance of locking the stable after the mayor had fled. With many ports captured, the blockade was becoming a powerful menace, and the accessible cotton had either been swept off by private speculators or burned by the advancing and retreating armies. The belief in foreign intervention to obtain cotton had caused the Confederacy to sacrifice its cotton by an embargo the first year of the war, and the belief that the blockade would be broken if enough private parties could be induced to violate it caused the Confederacy to refrain from taking control of cotton export the second and part of the third year. And it was only after all hopes of intervention or repudiation of the blockade had vanished that the Confederacy made up its mind to make full use of the purchasing power of its cotton. The Confederacy missed a chance to sell massive quantities of cotton to European buyers for high prices at the beginning of the war, sales that would have provided vast reserves of foreign credit. That credit could then have been used to fund or guarantee purchases of sorely needed weapons, ammunition, uniforms, medicines, and other supplies. As Keith Poulter stated, the rebel embargo was not only ineffectual, it also threw away a trump card in the Confederate arsenal, the ability to create credit with potential suppliers of munitions and other vital supplies. Instead, the bulk of the Confederacy's accumulated cotton remained unsold, was destroyed to avoid seizure by Union troops, or was sold or bartered to Northern speculators, who realized the large profits the South had forfeited. Operating from a false premise that they could coerce Europe into supporting them, Confederate leaders blundered from embargo to burning to crop suppression without converting their key cotton asset into European support. King cotton diplomacy, likely the result of Southern hubris, proved to be a major blunder and a missed economic and military opportunity for the Confederacy. 2. Corinth. Henry Halleck fails to eliminate a Confederate army and halts Union offensive actions. Who blundered? Union Major General Henry Halleck. How? He allowed 50,000 Confederate troops to escape from Tupelo, Mississippi in May 1862 and halted Union offenses in the West. Consequences. The escaped troops provided the backbone of the rebel invasion of Kentucky in the fall of 1862 and the bulk of Western Confederate manpower for the next 2 years. Their escape also cost the Union missed opportunities to proceed promptly against then lightly defended Vicksburg to obtain control of the Mississippi River. Major General Henry Wager Halleck, commander of the Western Theater, led one of the most painfully slow and disappointing campaigns of the Civil War. The so-called Corinth campaign in the spring of 1862 was so farcical and such a waste of Union manpower that it scarcely deserves to be called a campaign. Months before, Halleck had initially rejected Brigadier General Ulysses S. Grant's advice to launch a riverine campaign southward up the Tennessee and Cumberland rivers. Grant received assistance, however, from President Abraham Lincoln, who in January 1862 ordered all Union armies to go on the offensive, and Halleck authorized Grant to attack Fort Henry on the Tennessee. Grant successfully did so in a joint operation with the Navy. On his own volition, Grant next moved against nearby Fort Donelson on the Cumberland, capturing it and a 14,000-man rebel army. With this first major Union victory of the war, Grant became a national hero. Shortly thereafter, Halleck inexplicably placed Grant under virtual arrest at Fort Henry, while Grant's army moved south up the Tennessee River to Pittsburgh Landing, Tennessee, near the Tennessee-Mississippi border. At the same time, Halleck fed false information about Grant to General-in-Chief George B. McClellan, including rumors that Grant had resumed his old drinking habits. When Washington officials, Lincoln, Secretary of War Edwin Stanton, and McClellan, requested evidence for these accusations, Halleck released Grant, falsely told him he had saved Grant from Washington-based attacks, and sent him to rejoin his army. Halleck's disdainful treatment of a victorious general has been explained as some combination of jealousy and disrespect for Grant's casual approach to military dress and procedures. Grant proceeded to Pittsburgh Landing, where he again took command of his army. Inexcusably unprepared for an enemy attack, Grant was surprised by a huge Confederate assault and then rallied to save his army at the Battle of Shiloh on April 6th and 7th, 1862. Halleck then came to Pittsburgh Landing to take charge. Angling to become the Union General-in-Chief, he saw an opportunity to put the finishing touches on Western theater successes, none of which was directly attributable to him. After his arrival on April 11th, Halleck took command of Grant's and Don Carlos Buell's armies. With the addition of John Pope's army, Halleck eventually commanded up to 137,000 troops, perhaps the largest single command of the war. Meanwhile, a disconsolate Grant was pilloried by the press for bloody Shiloh and mourned the recent death of his friend and mentor, Major General Charles Smith. Halleck added to his woes with a letter stating that Grant's army is not now in condition to resist an attack, and directing him to achieve that condition. That same day, Halleck also sent Grant a petty directive. The Major General commanding desires that you will again call the attention of your officers to the necessity of forwarding official communications through the proper military channel to receive the remarks of intermediate commanders. Letters should relate to one matter only and be properly folded and endorsed. Grant's morale hit a new low on April 30th, when Halleck relieved him of his command, made him his deputy, and replaced him with the newly promoted Major General George H. Thomas as commander of the Army of the Tennessee. In Russell Weigley's words, Halleck appears to have been jealous of Grant for his early successes, and he did all that he could to deny Grant full credit for his achievements at Fort Henry, Fort Donelson, and Shiloh, and kept him under a shadow as second-in-command in the West, practically a supernumerary through the Corinth campaign. Having thrived as a commander of troops, Grant was extremely frustrated by what he appropriately regarded as a demotion to a meaningless and powerless position. His frustration was aggravated by Halleck's overly cautious, excruciatingly slow march on Corinth, Mississippi, to which General P.G.T. Beauregard's Confederates had retreated after Shiloh. Corinth, where the east-west Memphis and Charleston Railroad intersected the north-south Mobile and Ohio, was so critical that it had been called the crossroads of the Western Confederacy. Moving his 130,000 men ever so slowly in the direction of Corinth, Halleck proved himself a match for the notoriously tortoise-like McClellan. Setting out on April 30th, he took 4 weeks to cover the 22 miles to Corinth. The Army spent 4 hours entrenching at the end of each day, and none of the three constituent armies, the Tennessee, the Ohio, and the Mississippi, was permitted to edge ahead of the others. Reconnaissance parties were instructed to avoid bringing on battle and to retreat rather than fight. One frustrated soldier wrote in his diary, "General Halleck intended taking Corinth without firing a musket." On May 11th, Grant wrote to Halleck requesting either a field command or relief from duty. Halleck denied the request. Grant told a fellow officer that he felt like a fifth wheel to a coach. During May, the Federal armies, with deliberate and frustrating slowness, arrived near Corinth, partially surrounded the town, cut off the railroads to the north and east, and engaged in some minor fighting with Beauregard's troops. Meanwhile, Beauregard was facing greater challenges: bad water, typhoid fever, dysentery, and desertions. Sam R. Watkins, a private in the Confederate Army of Tennessee, reported, "We became starved skeletons, naked and ragged rebels. The chronic diarrhea became the scourge of the Army. Corinth became one vast hospital. Almost the whole Army attended the sick call every morning. All the watercourses went dry, and we used water out of filthy pools." Apparently in shock from the slaughter at Shiloh, neither Halleck nor Beauregard seemed eager to engage in combat. Beauregard finally ended the standoff with a cleverly executed retreat from Corinth. The strategic ineffectiveness of Halleck's slow-motion movement against and partial encirclement of Corinth became obvious when the 50,000 Confederates escaped on May 29th and 30th. By cheering the arrival of empty evacuation trains as though they were full of fresh troops, the Confederates fooled Halleck into thinking they were reinforcing, not evacuating Corinth. On the morning of May 30th, Halleck had his entire army prepared for defensive battle and issued orders indicating that the Union left was likely to be attacked. After several explosions rocked the town early that morning, Halleck's troops approached cautiously, only to find the town completely abandoned. Entering Corinth, they were greeted by a straw-filled Union uniform with a sign that read, "Halleck outwitted. What will old Abe say?" As Ronald White concludes, Beauregard had pulled off the largest hoax of the war. The Confederates' movement 50 miles south to Tupelo, Mississippi, left Corinth in Union hands and forced the Confederate abandonment of the now uncovered city of Memphis. But their retreat also allowed Beauregard's soldiers to fight future battles. With his huge armies in Corinth, Halleck failed to pursue the 50,000 Confederates to Tupelo or to move on important objectives such as Vicksburg, Chattanooga, Mobile, or Atlanta. Instead, he had his troops dig even more extensive fortifications than the rebels had abandoned. Halleck's month-long movement to cover a distance Grant believed should have taken 2 days frustrated and disgusted Grant. These feelings were reinforced by the rebels' evacuation of all their healthy and wounded troops, artillery, and supplies, with only a few log Quaker guns left behind for Halleck's army. As a Chicago Tribune correspondent commented, General Halleck has thus far achieved one of the most barren triumphs of the war. In fact, it was tantamount to a defeat. During the cautious siege, Halleck had sent orders directly to Grant's wing of the army without going through Grant. Believing that he was nothing more than an observer and embarrassed by his position, Grant made several applications to be relieved. Halleck abruptly rejected a suggestion from Grant about how to attack the enemy. But Grant's concerns went deeper. He believed that the Army of the Tennessee's now experienced soldiers felt the capture of Corinth was hollow. They could not see how the mere occupation of places was to close the war, while large and effective rebel armies existed. They believed that a well-directed attack would at least have partially destroyed the army defending Corinth. As he wrote in his memoirs, Grant also was disappointed in Halleck's tepid pursuit of the enemy after Corinth, and his failure to pursue other opportunities with his large army. After the capture of Corinth, a movable force of 80,000 men, besides enough to hold all the territory acquired, could have been set in motion for the accomplishment of any great campaign for the suppression of the rebellion. If Buell had been sent directly to Chattanooga as rapidly as he could march, he could have arrived with but little fighting and would have saved much of the loss of life which was afterwards incurred in gaining Chattanooga. Bragg would then not have had time to raise an army to contest the possession of Middle and East Tennessee and Kentucky. The battles of Stone's River and Chickamauga would not necessarily have been fought. Burnside would not have been besieged in Knoxville without the power of helping himself or escaping. The Battle of Chattanooga would not have been fought. These are the negative advantages, if the term negative is applicable, which would probably have resulted from prompt movements after Corinth fell into the possession of the national forces. The positive results might have been a bloodless advance to Atlanta, to Vicksburg, or to any other desired point south of Corinth in the interior of Mississippi. Williamson Murray and Wayne Shea agree that numerous prospects were presented to Halleck. What to do after the fall of Corinth was the crucial strategic question confronting Halleck. The most obvious choice would have been for Halleck to move his great army, actually 3 armies, against Vicksburg, clean up the Mississippi River Valley, destroy Beauregard's army soon to be led by Bragg, and then focus on destroying Confederate cavalry brands. Alan Nevins describes Halleck's weaknesses and his missed opportunities after Corinth. Excellent in grasp of theory, Halleck was inert, muddy-headed, and erratic in action. He had an unmilitary cast of mind and recoiled from direct control of armies. It was unfortunate that the signal demonstration he had just given of his limitations as a field commander were not yet properly understood. At the beginning of June, he had possessed, at or near Corinth, an army of 128,315, of whom 108,538 were fit for duty. Their generals included Grant, Sherman, Thomas, Sheridan. After the capture of Memphis on June 6th, this array, eager for action, was capable, as Grant later said, of rolling up half the Confederate map in the West. It might have taken the remaining river strongholds of Port Hudson and Vicksburg. It might then have marched to the mountain stronghold of Chattanooga, the gateway through which armies from the Central Confederacy would have to advance if they ever tried to recover important parts of Tennessee and Kentucky. At the very least, one of these great Union objectives could have been secured before September browned cornfield and meadow. In any event, A disgusted Grant took leave to visit his family and perhaps seek transfer to another theater. His friend, Major General William T. Sherman, told him to be patient and hope for reinstatement. That is exactly what happened when Halleck restored him to command of the Army of the Tennessee on June 10th. Halleck's intervention after Shiloh, however, had stopped the momentum of Grant's offensive into the Western Confederacy, weakening the prospects of quickly gaining control of the Mississippi River. After Shiloh, writes Russell Weigley, Halleck dispersed the Western armies on garrison and railroad building work. It was Halleck who sneered at Lincoln for wanting to violate the principle of concentration by maintaining pressure against the Confederacy everywhere. T. Harry Williams comments on Halleck's legacy to the Western theater. Before he left, he split the Western Department into two commands under Buell and Grant. Characteristically, he assigned to Buell, who had done practically no fighting, a fighting mission, the seizure of well-guarded Chattanooga. To Grant, who had done much hard and victorious fighting, he gave the relatively inactive mission of protecting communications along the Mississippi River. Not only had Halleck stopped Grant's momentum, but his wait-and-see approach left the North vulnerable to Confederate counteroffensives. In the fall of 1862, Confederates took advantage and went on the offensive. After the Confederate movement to Tupelo, Jefferson Davis relieved Beauregard, a personal adversary, of command for taking unauthorized sick leave and replaced him with Davis's friend Braxton Bragg. Although Bragg would ultimately prove to be an incompetent commander in general, he outfoxed the hapless Halleck, the limits of whose talents were becoming clear. Beauregard's and Bragg's troops remained vulnerable to attack at Tupelo for 7 weeks after Halleck's occupation of vacated Corinth. But Bragg realized the need to return to action the 50,000 troops Halleck had essentially ignored. After leaving 15,000 to defend Vicksburg, he moved eastward with 35,000. Despite the South's disjointed transportation system, Bragg found a way to transport them 776 miles to Chattanooga. Beginning on July 23rd, he transported them by rail to Mobile and then by boat to Montgomery, where they made rail connections to Atlanta. From there, Bragg's soldiers moved by rail to Chattanooga and then on foot through eastern Tennessee and into eastern Kentucky. Thus, while Robert E. Lee campaigned in Maryland, Bragg and Edmund Kirby Smith, coming from southwest Virginia, invaded eastern Tennessee and Kentucky. The western segment of these dual invasions had been enabled by Halleck's inept Corinth campaign and his allowing an entire rebel army to escape. The invasion of Tennessee and Kentucky compelled Buell to terminate his slow movement toward Chattanooga across southern Tennessee and move north to stymie the threat to Kentucky and the Midwest. As Buell moved north to intercept Bragg and Smith in Kentucky, Grant was directed to send 3 of Major General William Rosecrans's divisions as reinforcements to Buell. Grant then faced the challenge of defending his assigned territory with reduced forces. With many of his troops having been sent away to battle the rebel forces Halleck had allowed to escape, Grant found himself handicapped in fighting the Confederates who remained in Mississippi. In summary, Halleck had missed a grand opportunity to put 50,000 Confederate troops out of action for the war's duration. He had carried out a tepid campaign with a 130,000-man, 3-army force against Corinth that allowed 50,000 Confederates to escape and form the bulk of the rebel force that invaded Kentucky and fought at the Battle of Perryville in the fall of 1862. Moreover, those soldiers formed the core of rebel forces composing Braxton Bragg's Army of Tennessee at the 1862 to 1863 Battle of Stones River, Murfreesboro, in eastern Tennessee, the mid-1863 Tullahoma Campaign in eastern Tennessee, and the fierce late 1863 battles of Chickamauga, Georgia, and Chattanooga, southeastern Tennessee. They also fought in the mid-1864 Atlanta Campaign, and then the bloody battles of Franklin and Nashville, Tennessee in late 1864. In addition, some of the Corinth-Tupelo survivors even joined General Joseph Johnston in resisting Sherman's Carolinas campaign in early 1865. In addition to his failure at Corinth, Halleck missed the opportunity to seize Vicksburg and gain control of the Mississippi River by mid-1862, more than a year before Grant would actually achieve this decisive objective. 3. Antietam Campaign. George McClellan fails to destroy Robert E. Lee's army. Who blundered? Union Major General George McClellan. How? He botched several opportunities to destroy Lee's army during the Maryland Antietam Campaign. Consequences. McClellan's blunders in this campaign enabled the Confederacy to maintain an Eastern army and continue the war for more than 2 years. Ironically, McClellan's failures also resulted in the Emancipation Proclamation and in the legal termination of slavery, 2 actions he strongly opposed. The September 1862 Maryland Campaign, also known as the Antietam Campaign, is the sad tale of Major General George McClellan's failure to use his massively superior Army of the Potomac to destroy General Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, which had invaded Maryland in an attempt to reach Pennsylvania. McClellan was presented with repeated opportunities to do so, and consistently squandered them. Summary of blunders. First, with the fortuitous discovery of Lee's famous campaign order, the Lost Order, McClellan learned of the divided and vulnerable state of Lee's army, but he pursued that opportunity and Lee's army with his usual slowness, sacrificed the 11,500 Union troops taken prisoner at Harper's Ferry, and allowed all of Lee's separated troops to reunite. Second, McClellan arrived at Sharpsburg, Maryland, site of the Battle of Antietam, before any of the rebel troops from Harper's Ferry had returned to Lee, but he failed to attack when he had a 4-1 and then a 3-1 advantage. Third, he squandered his manpower superiority on the day of the fierce Battle of Antietam, September 17th, by attacking ineffectively and sequentially with a portion of his army on the north of the field, then a portion in the center, and finally yet another portion in the south, a process that enabled Lee to switch his defenders from one front to another during the day. Fourth, McClellan kept more than 1/4 of his army in reserve and unused during that entire battle, even on occasions when he could have used it to destroy Lee's army. Fifth, he misused his cavalry by failing to harass Lee's wings, discover fords across the Antietam, or scout for threats such as Major General Ambrose Powell Hill's late-day arrival. Instead, he kept his cavalry in reserve in the rear, apparently to protect his artillery and his headquarters. Sixth, he passed up a glorious opportunity to destroy Lee's army on September 18th, when Lee recklessly remained at Sharpsburg, even though McClellan had more fresh troops than Lee's entire surviving army. By his timidity, slowness, and lack of moral courage, McClellan missed a great chance to end the war in the East. Beginning of the campaign. After the McClellan-assisted Union defeat at 2nd Manassas on August 28th to 30th, 1862, Union survivors from John Pope's and McClellan's armies fled to Washington. Lincoln, hoping to bring order out of chaos and quickly mold the soldiers into an organized fighting force, appointed McClellan to command the combined armies in the Washington area. He did so over the opposition of most of his cabinet and much of Washington, who urged removal of the traitorous McClellan. Although aware of McClellan's shameful behavior in withholding troops and undercutting Pope at 2nd Manassas, Lincoln recognized his organizational ability and the soldiers' loyalty to him. Under the circumstances, the president had few, if any, other options. On September 5th, after Lee had crossed the Potomac into Maryland, Lincoln expanded McClellan's command to the army in the field that would oppose Lee. That decision must have pleased Lee, whose low opinion of McClellan's speed and aggressiveness had been confirmed in the Peninsula Campaign that spring and summer, Lincoln agreed with Lee's assessment, confiding to Secretary of the Navy Gideon Welles on September 12th, "McClellan can't go ahead. He can't strike a blow." Nevertheless, McClellan let his command go to his head. In a letter on September 5th, he beamed, "Again I have been called upon to save the country. The case is desperate, but with God's help, I will try unselfishly to do my best, and if He wills it, accomplish the salvation of the nation." On the eve of his departure from Washington, McClellan was still bragging to his wife, "I shall have nearly 100,000 men, old and new, and hope with God's blessing to gain a decisive victory. I think we shall win, for the men are now in good spirits, confident in their general and all united in sentiment. I have now the entire confidence of the government and the love of the army. My enemies in Washington and the army are crushed, silent, and disarmed, and if I defeat the rebels, I shall be master of the situation." In McClellan's mind, there were enemies and rebels, an interesting and telling distinction. Although McClellan had almost 100,000 troops, outnumbering Lee by about 2 to 1, he would be gripped by his usual delusion that the numbers were reversed. He was also deluded about having the entire confidence of the government. Meanwhile, Lee moved quickly and dangerously. He knew McClellan well and believed his opponent would move with glacial slowness, and the Army of Northern Virginia could take substantial risks. On September 7th, Lee's army completed its arrival at Frederick, Maryland, where he posed a threat to Washington, Baltimore, Harrisburg, and Philadelphia. He told one of his brigadiers that before McClellan was aroused, "I hope to be on the Susquehanna." By the next evening, McClellan was at Rockville, Maryland, about 20 miles northwest of Washington and 30 miles southeast of Frederick. Without knowing Lee's location, he assured General-in-Chief Halleck, "As soon as I find out where to strike, I will be after them without an hour's delay." That same day, Lee issued a proclamation to the people of Maryland, informing them that he came to free, not harm them, asking them to rally to the Confederate cause, and disclaiming any use of compulsion to recruit. His expectation of receiving numerous volunteers was unrealized for 2 reasons. First, he had entered the non-slaveholding western section of the state, where there was minimal sympathy for the Confederate cause. Second, those Marylanders who wished to join his army, generally from the eastern shore or areas southeast of Washington, had already done so. Lee's campaign plan. Against the advice of Major Generals James Longstreet and Stonewall Jackson, Lee issued the crucial Special Orders No. 191 on September 9th. To secure his communication and supply line through the Shenandoah, the order divided his army into 4, which became 5 segments, to capture Harper's Ferry before moving on toward Pennsylvania. The next day, his army began executing the order and left Frederick. Brigadier General John Walker backtracked to Loudoun Heights, Virginia, overlooking Harper's Ferry from the south. Major Generals Lafayette McLaws and Richard H. Anderson went southwest from Frederick through Crampton's Gap in South Mountain to attack Union troops guarding Maryland Heights, overlooking Harper's Ferry from the east. The major rebel movement involved Jackson. He led 3 divisions west-northwest on the National Road through Turner's Gap at South Mountain, crossed the Potomac at Williamsport, and then moved through Martinsburg, Virginia, to close the trap on Harper's Ferry from the west. Lee, with Longstreet's corps, followed Jackson through Turner's Gap, left Daniel Harvey Hill's division at Boonesboro, and continued northwest to Hagerstown near Pennsylvania. On September 10th, Lee's entire 2 corps left Frederick to carry out their assigned missions. McClellan's overestimation of enemy strength. On September 9th, McClellan forwarded to Halleck a not fully reliable cavalry report that 100,000 rebels had crossed the Potomac, and a subsequent report that the enemy numbered 110,000 near Frederick. That afternoon, he told his wife about the 110,000 troop report and commented, "I have not so many, so I must watch them closely, and try to catch them in some mistake, which I hope to do. By the next afternoon, the general sent a further inflated estimate to Lincoln. I have scouts and spies pushed forward in every direction, and shall soon be in possession of reliable and definite information. The statements I get regarding the enemy's forces that have crossed to this side range from 80,000 to 150,000. That same day, the 10th, he advised Halleck, all the evidence that has accumulated from various sources since we left Washington goes to prove most conclusively that almost the entire rebel army in Virginia, amounting to not less than 120,000 men, is in the vicinity of Frederick City. In a meeting on September 12th, an unimpressed Lincoln again complained to Gideon Welles about McClellan's slowness. He got to Rockville, for instance, last Sunday night, and in 4 days he advanced to Middlebrook, 10 miles, in pursuit of an invading enemy. This was rapid movement for him. McClellan was proving Lincoln correct. Between September 7th and 13th, his troops marched a total of 30 miles. On the morning of the 11th, McClellan suggested that Colonel Dixon Miles and his 9,000 troops at Harper's Ferry be ordered to join him. Halleck's immediate response was, "There is no way for Colonel Miles to join you at present. His only chance is to defend his works till you can open communication with him." In other words, McClellan and his large force would have to break through to Harper's Ferry, rather than expecting that small garrison, 1/10 the size of McClellan's force, to force its way to him through all those Confederate troops he kept writing about. Throughout the Maryland campaign, McClellan, as usual, repeatedly asserted that he was grossly outnumbered by the enemy. The historian Edward Fischel has demonstrated that McClellan made up his figures from whole cloth, while his intelligence chief, Allen Pinkerton, was kept busy trying to find evidence to support the general's already issued pronouncements about enemy strength. Fischel points out that Lee's army miraculously doubled in size when McClellan replaced John Pope. McClellan's estimate of 120,000 men was based on rumors and guesses from uninformed sources, and the record does not show that Pinkerton contributed to this estimate. Even Gregory A. Thiele, in a sympathetic assessment of McClellan at Antietam, concludes that McClellan himself was responsible for overestimating rebel strength. Thiele notes in McClellan's defense that in this he was no worse than many other unsuccessful Civil War generals. In reality, McClellan exceeded every other Civil War general in his consistent and gross overestimates of enemy strength, overestimates that he used as an excuse for inaction or tepid action. Lincoln noticed this tendency, remarking on July 25th that if McClellan were miraculously given 100,000 reinforcements to advance on Richmond, which McClellan claimed was defended by 200,000 troops, he would telegraph that he had certain information that the enemy had 400,000 men, and that he could not advance without reinforcements. Many of McClellan's blunders in the Maryland campaign resulted from his self-deception about enemy strength. On the basis of the supposed rebel numerical superiority of at least 25%, and the apparent secure condition of Washington, McClellan requested that every available man be at once added to this army. He provided his usual pessimistic assessment. The result of a general battle, with such odds as the enemy now appears to have against us, might, to say the least, be doubtful. And if we should be defeated, the consequences to the country would be disastrous in the extreme. McClellan made daily pleas for more troops. On September 11th, he requested Halleck to please send forward all the troops you can spare from Washington, particularly Fritz John Porter's, Samuel Heintzelman's, Franz Seigel's, and all other old troops. At 6 o'clock that evening, Lincoln responded that Porter, with 21,000 troops, is ordered tonight to join you as quick as possible. I am for sending you all that can be spared, and hope others can follow Porter very soon. McClellan's failure to use Porter's large corps at the Battle of Antietam 6 days later would nullify this addition to his army. setting the stage for battle. While McClellan pleaded for reinforcements, Jackson began tightening the noose on Harper's Ferry. On September 11th, he crossed the Potomac back into Virginia at Williamsport, attacked the Union garrison at Martinsburg, and drove it back toward Harper's Ferry. Lincoln reported the news of Jackson's crossing to McClellan, speculating that the whole rebel army is recrossing the Potomac, and pleaded, "Please do not let him get off without being hurt." McClellan responded that he was afraid the rebels would escape by way of Williamsport, but assured the president, "If Harper's Ferry is still in our possession, I think I can save the garrison if they fight at all." On September 12th, McClellan's troops began reaching Frederick, where they were welcomed by the majority of the residents. McClellan advised Lincoln, Halleck, and his wife of his troops' entry into Frederick, his intent to pursue the enemy into Pennsylvania or cut off their retreat to Virginia, and his concern about the need to save the garrison at Harper's Ferry. To Halleck he wrote, "I have heard no firing in that direction, Harper's Ferry, and if he, Miles, resists at all, I think I can not only relieve him, but place the rebels who attack him in great danger of being cut off. Everything moves at daylight tomorrow." In fact, no Union soldiers advanced the next day. The Lost Order. McClellan, however, was presented with a golden opportunity to do just what he had suggested to Halleck: cut off isolated portions of Lee's army that were planning to attack Harper's Ferry. On the morning of September 13th, 2 Indiana soldiers found a copy of Lee's Special Orders No. 191 wrapped in paper with 3 cigars in a field near Frederick. The famous Lost Order was sent up the chain of command to the commanding general. Here was a virtually unprecedented opportunity. McClellan possessed Lee's orders, showing that the Army of Northern Virginia likely was spread all over western Maryland and northwestern Virginia, its components separated by rivers, and vulnerable to a swift Union attack on its divided forces. McClellan was meeting with a delegation of citizens of Frederick when, sometime between noon and 3 o'clock, he was presented with the intercepted orders. Recognizing their significance, he allowed his excitement to overcome his discretion. Throwing his hands up, he exclaimed in the presence of his visitors, "Now I know what to do!" Lee later reported that one of the visiting townsmen informed J.E.B. Stuart of what had happened. Lee knew that something important was up. McClellan sent a dispatch to the president bragging of the coup and appearing to promise quick action. "I have the whole rebel force in front of me, but am confident, and in no time shall be lost. I have a difficult task to perform, but with God's blessing will accomplish it. I think Lee has made a gross mistake, and that he will be severely punished for it. The army is in motion as rapidly as possible. I hope for a great success if the plans of the rebels remain unchanged. I have all the plans of the rebels, and will catch them in their own trap if my men are equal to the emergency." His men were equal to the emergency, but he was not. McClellan waited until after 6 o'clock to issue orders, so it was 15 to 18 hours before his troops were underway toward Harper's Ferry. Stephen Sears points out that McClellan had everything to gain and nothing to lose by at least pre-positioning his army for dawn attacks on the Confederate-controlled mountain gaps. Nothing displays McClellan's weakness more than his failure to act with dispatch before Antietam, when Lee's plans fell into his hands and the opportunity existed to bag the Army of Northern Virginia. McClellan's hesitance in the face of an opportunity has earned him universal criticism. The historian A. Wilson Green explains why. Every writer agrees that Little Mac erred egregiously when he failed to order an immediate march toward the west on the afternoon of September 13th. 2 important possibilities beckon seductively to an energized Federal army. By breaking through Crampton's Gap on his left, McClellan might have overwhelmed Lafayette McLaws's force in Pleasant Valley and seized Maryland Heights, thus relieving Harper's Ferry. An offensive thrust through Turner's Gap and Boonesboro on the Union right would have isolated D.H. Hill and James Longstreet from Jackson's forces south of the Potomac, creating the opportunity to crush a wing of Lee's army. Lackadaisical pursuit. McClellan decided to divide his army into 3 wings. The right wing would march northwest from Frederick on the National Road. The left wing would march southwest after McLaws on Maryland Heights above Harper's Ferry, and the center would act as a reserve. It was 6:20 p.m., between 3 and 7 hours after he saw Lee's order, before McClellan, who knew that a large contingent of Union troops was trapped at Harper's Ferry, issued orders to William Franklin, commanding the critical left wing that needed to break through to Harper's Ferry. Those orders called for him to head toward Harper's Ferry through Crampton's Gap by moving at daybreak in the morning of the 14th. That evening, McClellan told Brigadier General John Gibbon of the Iron Brigade, "Here is a paper with which if I cannot whip Bobby Lee, I will be willing to go home. I will not show you the document now, but here is the signature, and it gives the movement of every division of Lee's army. Tomorrow we will pitch into his center, and if you people will do 2 good hard days marching, I will put Lee in a position he will find it hard to get out of." At the same time, McClellan already was fatally delaying his army's attack. Late on the 13th, McClellan informed Halleck of the lost order and cited evidence that Lee's army consisted of at least 120,000. "This army marches to Harper's Ferry early tomorrow morning and will make forced marches to endeavor to relieve Colonel Miles. But I fear unless he makes a stout resistance, we may be too late. A report came in just this moment that Miles was attacked today and repulsed the enemy, but I do not know what credit to attach to the statement. I shall do everything in my power to save Miles if he still holds out." In reality, McClellan moved with sluggishness instead of determination and alacrity. The next morning, the 14th, McClellan's forces moved deliberately westward toward Turner's and Fox's Gaps in South Mountain. For the balance of the day, D.H. Hill's and Longstreet's infantry and some of Stuart's cavalry barely held the gaps. Hill's 2,300 troops most likely would have been quickly swept aside had McClellan started his army forward promptly on the 13th. McClellan remained miles from the fighting, which he left to Generals Jesse Reno, who was killed, Ambrose Burnside, Joe Hooker, George Meade, Jacob Cox, John Gibbon, and others. He apparently admired the fighting on South Mountain from a lookout back on the Catoctin Range. If so, it was the first time he had actually observed an army under his command in combat. Rebel forces grimly hung on there until night, when they withdrew southwest toward the small town of Sharpsburg on Antietam Creek. Fall of Harper's Ferry. South of those gaps was Crampton's Gap, where the most critical fighting of the day, and perhaps the campaign, occurred. Franklin's 13,000-man 6th Corps was supposed to break through to Maryland Heights, foil Jackson's plans to capture Harper's Ferry, and save the 12,000 Union troops trapped there. Franklin proved that he was McClellan's disciple by delaying his march in a fruitless wait for Darius Crouch's division, a wait ordered by McClellan according to Franklin, and then finally attacking in mid-afternoon. He probably felt no urgency after receiving McClellan's routine 11:45 a.m. dispatch, concluding with the words, "Continue to bear in mind the necessity of relieving Colonel Nelson Miles, if possible." Franklin and his commanders did not realize they were being opposed by a mere 1,000 soldiers in 4 rebel regiments. Finally, at 4 o'clock and on their own initiative, Major General Henry Slocum's division attacked and defeated the well-positioned defenders. Howell Cobb's 1,300-man Georgia Brigade then reinforced the defense as it was collapsing and held out until dark. The greatly outnumbered Confederates had held Crampton's Gap throughout the 14th at a cost of 800 casualties, to the Union's 500. After the Gap fell, Franklin did nothing all night to fight his way onward toward Harper's Ferry and rescue the troops trapped there. Instead, he waited for the arrival of an unneeded additional 6,000 troops. It was imperative for Franklin, having reached the gap by nightfall, to keep the pressure on McLaws and, at least by the noise of fighting, alert the Union garrison at Harper's Ferry that relief was on the way. By 10 o'clock, Franklin received 7,000 additional troops and had 20,000 troops to attack the minuscule Confederate force between Harper's Ferry and his troops. But Franklin continued McClellan-like in his reluctance to engage, and even failed to attack into Pleasant Valley west of South Mountain at first light on the 15th. Instead, he assumed that he was outnumbered and requested more reinforcements. Franklin's failure to attack overnight or early that morning led directly to the surrender of Harper's Ferry at 7:15 on the morning of the 15th. The Federal commander of the Martinsburg and Harper's Ferry detachments huddled in Harper's Ferry was the incompetent Colonel Dixon S. Miles. As Jackson and his 3 separate commands were closing the trap on him, Miles made no effort to move to Maryland Heights or escape along the Potomac. After a brief cannonading from Maryland Heights on the east and Loudoun Heights, Virginia on the south, Miles surrendered the garrison and its 11,500 troops, 73 guns, 13,000 small arms, 200 wagons, and thousands of blue uniforms. The Harper's Ferry disaster was the direct result of McClellan's and Franklin's shameful slowness and lack of aggressiveness, as well as Miles's timidity. This largest surrender of Union troops during the war was directly attributable to McClellan's usual slowness, excessive caution, and gross overestimation of enemy strength. His failure to save this large contingent of soldiers and their valuable equipment deprived him of those troops for the duration of the campaign and allowed Jackson to send his victorious troops to aid Lee's army at Sharpsburg. That assistance strengthened Lee during the entire Battle of Antietam, and likely saved his army when A.P. Hill's troops arrived from Harper's Ferry on the Union flank in the final stage of the battle. Although the Harper's Ferry fiasco was an important rebel victory, Allen Nevins concludes, the South would have paid too high a price if Lee had been smashed before Jackson could get back to him. McClellan's typical dallying at Sharpsburg would keep that from happening. First days at Sharpsburg. Aware of McClellan's slowness and reluctance to fight, Lee had gambled even more than usual at Antietam when he placed the remnants of Longstreet's corps and D.H. Hill's division with their backs to the Potomac and its single shaky ford. In the words of Murray and Shea, "Here indeed was the man named Audacity. Lee was taking an enormous gamble in deploying portions of his army east of the Potomac in the belief McClellan would fail to attack until Jackson had rounded up the Harper's Ferry booty. He also counted on Jackson being able to drive his troops to Sharpsburg in time to meet a potential Union attack. The gamble came within hours of destroying the Army of Northern Virginia. McClellan's failure to destroy Lee's bottled-up and outnumbered army at Sharpsburg was a major missed opportunity to shorten or end the war. As Stephen Woodworth points out, George B. McClellan's failure to attack Lee at Antietam on September 16th or 18th, 1862, or to launch a coordinated all-out attack on the 17th, was a major blunder. With Lee's army backed up against the Potomac and outnumbered more than 2-1, McClellan had the opportunity to win the war in Virginia in an afternoon. Indeed, McClellan failed to attack a disorganized, outnumbered, and battered rebel army on September 15th, 16th, and 18th. Further, his attack on September 17th was piecemeal, failed to utilize 25,000 Union reserves, and made no effective use of his cavalry. As Confederate Colonel Porter Alexander, Longstreet's chief of artillery, tartly observed, not only did McClellan bring upon the field his 87,176 well-equipped men against Lee's 35,255 ragged and poorly equipped, but he brought himself also. What follows here is a description of the many blunders McClellan committed at Sharpsburg, causing him to miss several more grand opportunities to destroy Lee's army. On the morning of the 15th, McClellan sent a typically inaccurate message to Halleck claiming a glorious and complete victory at the Gaps. He then asserted, falsely, that the routed and demoralized enemy was in a perfect panic, that Lee had admitted losses of 15,000, and that his army was shockingly whipped, and that Lee had been wounded. In fact, the uninjured Lee's army had suffered losses of about 3,400 and retreated in good order to Sharpsburg. Lincoln acknowledged the wires and responded, "God bless you, and all with you. Destroy the rebel army if possible." McClellan would fail to do that. Jackson assigned the mopping up at Harper's Ferry to A.P. Hill's division and force-marched the rest of his troops north to join Lee at Sharpsburg. 15 miles to the north of Harper's Ferry, McClellan arrived on the afternoon and early evening of the 15th at Sharpsburg with 60,000 to 70,000 troops on the east side of Antietam Creek, while Lee aligned his paltry 15,000 to 18,000 troops in the woods and on a slight ridge on the western side of the creek. Lee's soldiers were trapped in a horseshoe bend of the Potomac River, with only a single ford as an escape route. Ordering his army to gather and engage the enemy at Sharpsburg instead of victoriously departing Maryland after Harper's Ferry was, in Porter Alexander's words, the greatest military blunder that General Lee ever made. He pointed out that Lee's army was tired, sick, and badly outnumbered, and that McClellan's was continually being reinforced. Although Joe Hooker and George Custer reported rebel strength at a mere 15,000, McClellan did nothing on the 15th, even though he enjoyed a more than 4-to-1 advantage. Despite assuring Halleck that our troops are now advancing in pursuit of them, he pursued slowly, and orders to move were inexcusably delayed. But fearing he was outnumbered, he launched no probing attacks and sent no cavalry reconnaissance across the 2 undefended bridges or the several fords to determine Confederate strength. The first day at Antietam was wasted. Things got no better for the Union side on the 16th. At 7 o'clock in the morning, McClellan wired Halleck that his troops had arrived too late on the 15th to attack, that heavy fog was preventing an attack that morning, and that he would attack as soon as the situation of the enemy is developed. Early in the day, he had 70,000 troops to oppose Lee's 18,000, who later that day were reinforced by Jackson, but still numbered no more than about 25,000. According to McClellan's post-campaign report, he spent the 16th reconnoitering the enemy and planning for battle. There is no indication that he used his cavalry to find fords across the Antietam, determine the true nature of enemy strength, screen his own activities, or secure the battlefield perimeter against rebel reinforcements, foreseeably likely to be coming from Harper's Ferry. McClellan's failure to conduct a thorough reconnaissance using all means available was a gross error. The historian, Robert C. Cheeks, has summarized the situation on the 16th as well. On the morning of Tuesday, September 16th, McClellan had nearly 60,000 soldiers facing Lee's 15,000. His heavy 20-pound Parrott rifles were sending case shot across the creek, feeling out the enemy. As Longstreet ordered a vigorous response, more for bluff than effect, Lee realized his one chance for salvation lay with McClellan reverting to his old timid behavior. McClellan did not disappoint him. Across the creek, the commander of the Federal Army rode about on his horse, Dan Webster, taking the salutes of his admiring infantry and superbly equipped artillery. His boys would pay dearly for their general's indecisiveness. Porter Alexander marveled at McClellan's failure to attack on the 16th. And now McClellan's chance had come. He must have known that Lee's whole army was not yet on the field, and pushed it with all possible vigor and all his force. In summary, on either the 15th or 16th, McClellan could have reaped the benefits of the discovery of the lost order and decimated Lee's minuscule force, as he had said he would do, with his own army of 70 to 75,000. Instead, McClellan convinced himself that Lee had 120,000 troops and declined to attack until he was ready, and Lee was increasingly reinforced. Battle of Antietam, Sharpsburg. September 17th, 1862, was the bloodiest single day of the entire war, and in American military history. In a full day of unbelievably brave and foolish charges and countercharges, the troops of both armies cut each other to pieces in the Battle of Antietam, known in the South as the Battle of Sharpsburg. McClellan squandered his huge numerical superiority by attacking sequentially instead of simultaneously, and never even using a quarter of his troops. Alexander later wrote, "Had McClellan attacked along the whole line at dawn, we had not the force to have withstood him long. He let us get through the day only by making partial attacks, and giving us the chance to concentrate nearly all we had to meet each one in succession." According to Gregory Thiele, given the Confederate ability to rapidly reinforce due to their interior lines, McClellan's best course would have been to conduct a coordinated assault along his entire line. This would have tied down all of the Confederate troops and made it difficult for Lee to plug any holes that developed. The North End. From before dawn until mid-morning, disjointed attacks by Hooker's and later Joseph K.F. Mansfield's troops from the North Woods and the East Woods on the north end of the lines were driven back from the West Woods and the immortal Miller's cornfield by Jackson's defenders, who then counterattacked. The cornfield was the scene of about 14 attacks and counterattacks, as each side took turns massacring the other before Union troops finally seized that field. Reinforcements from the southern end of the rebel line and the arrival at 7 o'clock of more of Jackson's troops, who had marched all night to get to the battlefield, kept the Confederate north flank from breaking. Had McClellan attacked on the 15th or 16th, those troops would not have been there to augment Lee's force. As the northern portion of the battle deteriorated into a bloody stalemate during the early to mid-morning hours, McClellan finally sent Edwin V. Sumner's 15,000 men into the north and middle of the battlefield. He did so only after Sumner had come to his headquarters seeking such orders, having been stalled by McClellan's staff, who assured him that all was going well, although battlefield smoke and full-leaf trees in the East Woods precluded their viewing the early combat from their faraway command post. Many of Sumner's disorganized troops marched into a trap and were killed or wounded. John Sedgwick's division of Sumner's corps suffered 42% casualties, the highest of any Union division on the field that day. The Middle. Next, in late morning, waves of Union troops, fully 12,000, and including Brigadier General Thomas F. Marr's famous Irish Brigade, attacked a strong Confederate position at the sunken road in the center of the field. They were mowed down by rebels firing from the sunken road, which they had fortified with a breastwork of fence rails. One Union division lost 40% of its men and another lost 10% attacking that position. Only a mistaken withdrawal of rebel troops from both ends of the sunken road made it vulnerable to a deadly enfilade attack by Union troops that turned the depressed road into Bloody Lane. The Confederates fled from that position, leaving the heart of the battlefield open to Union assault and ripe for victory. Small numbers of Confederate reinforcements rushed to bolster the center and briefly repelled Union progress. General Longstreet himself directed the fire from a single battery. Lee's army was spread thin. Its center, having been broken, was wide open to attack. But the only Federal movement at that time was a ponderous effort by Brigadier General George Sykes' few battalions, which were halted after they crossed the Middle Bridge. Sykes believed that supporting troops would have enabled him to reach the high ground at Sharpsburg in the center of the collapsed rebel line. General Sumner and Porter convinced McClellan not to send in 25,000 Union reinforcements who were just back of the bridge. McClellan agreed with them that it would not be prudent to attack with those reserves of Porter and Franklin, although the latter general wanted to attack. Lee's army was ruined, and the end of the Confederacy was in sight, Alexander would recall. Longstreet himself later said that a mere 10,000 Union reserves sent in at that point could have swept the rebels from the field. Thiele concurs. Had McClellan ruthlessly pressed this assault, he could have pierced the weak Confederate center, with potentially disastrous results for the Confederates. Another opportunity to break the Confederate center arose around midday. General Franklin moved up with 5 fresh brigades to join Sumner in a renewed assault. When Sumner declined to participate in an attack, McClellan characteristically called off the attack that would, alone or in conjunction with Burnside's delayed efforts, have decimated Lee's army. According to Alexander, some congenital defect made McClellan keep Fitz-John Porter's fine large corps entirely out of action, though it stood there looking on about 20,000 strong within a mile of our center. Poise and Langer conclude, when one more assault might have routed the Confederate left flank, McClellan chose to believe in a demoralized Major General Edwin Sumner, that failure could result in defeat. Late in the morning, in the same middle sector of the battlefield, Union artillerymen moved across the middle bridge and fired their guns from Cherry Hill, west-southwest into the town of Sharpsburg. McClellan did not support their efforts. Paul Childs writes, "There was no timely follow-up by McClellan, so the Confederates had time to reinforce the position and hold on." McClellan's failure to exploit his numerical advantage in this sector was another missed opportunity for the Union to win the battle and possibly end the war. The South End. Meanwhile, on the south end of the battlefield, nothing happened until McClellan, after 9 o'clock, belatedly ordered Burnside's 9th Corps to cross the Antietam, get behind Lee's army, and cut off its only retreat across the Potomac at Butler's Ford. Burnside, resentful at having been rebuked by McClellan for his allegedly non-aggressive pursuit of the enemy after the South Mountain fighting, and effectively stripped of his wing command by McClellan's removal of Hooker's corps from his control, was tepid in his response. McClellan had delayed ordering Burnside to attack until even more troops arrived, Franklin's 6th Corps from near Crampton's Gap. While Burnside had waited with 12,500 troops on the south end of the Antietam battlefield, Lee had shifted troops away from that quiescent front. Starting 6 hours after the battle had begun, Burnside tried unsuccessfully to cross Rohrbach's Bridge, which since then has been ingloriously called Burnside's Bridge. McClellan had failed to have his cavalry reconnoiter the area during the 2 days his army was on scene before the 17th, and Burnside had failed to do the same. So Burnside's troops were unaware of the depth and fords of Antietam Creek near the bridge. The creek was 4 to 5 feet deep in the vicinity of the bridge, and its depth in many nearby places was only 3 feet. Primarily because McClellan kept his cavalry back at his headquarters, Burnside's troops were slow to discover the fords in the area, including Snavely's Ford, 2 miles to the south. The situation, writes John Waugh, was ridiculous. Every resident within miles of the Antietam knew that all around the bridge, above and below, there were fords closer than Snavely's that could have been easily crossed out of range of the rebel guns on the heights. But nobody in the single-minded fixation with getting across that damnable bridge had seemed to consider that. That bridge was vulnerable to descending Confederate fire from a plateau to the immediate west. Riflemen and sharpshooters of the 2nd and 20th Georgia Regiments easily and bloodily repelled assaults at the bridge and along a road paralleling the stream. The 11th Connecticut, 2nd Maryland, and 6th New Hampshire Regiments suffered heavy casualties attempting to reach the bridge in the late morning of the 17th, and finally retreated. McClellan's Inspector General then appeared at Burnside's headquarters to order another attack, this one commanded by Colonel Edward Ferraro, who promised to restore the whiskey rations of the 51st Pennsylvania and 51st New York Regiments if they took the bridge. Their attack was preceded by a Union artillery barrage of canister on the Georgia defenders across the creek. Instead of exposing themselves on the creekside road, as their predecessors had done, the two regiments charged directly toward the bridge from the east, perpendicular to the Georgians' line. After a brief pause, they successfully charged across. Finally, at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Burnside's men, taking advantage of the Confederates' low ammunition and cumulative losses, crossed to the west bank of the Antietam, along with compatriots who at long last had crossed at Snavely's Ford. In what became a turning point in the battle, Burnside delayed his advance for 2 hours while he brought up ammunition and reinforcements, a disastrous mistake. Deferring to Burnside's delayed assault, McClellan failed to use his other resources to attack the open rebel right flank. As the historian Robert Barr Smith observes, McClellan still had all his cavalry and a fresh infantry corps, Porter's, but as usual he dithered, his head filled with visions of hordes of imaginary rebels. The final push to victory, then, would have to come from Burnside's men. Finally, Burnside's troops advanced up the slopes toward Sharpsburg, facing about 30 rebel guns and infantry that Lee had rushed into place from the now quiet central and northern portions of the battlefield. To Burnside's right were Union regulars, who joined in the attack until they were recalled by McClellan. As Burnside's attackers were about to overwhelm Lee's south flank, they were suddenly assaulted from their left by rebel troops of A.P. Hill, the last of Jackson's force to arrive from Harper's Ferry, many of them dressed in the blue uniforms confiscated there. Burnside's men were decimated by this unexpected attack from the south, and those on his left flank fled back to and even across Burnside's bridge. Although Burnside's right flank was still in a strong position to break Lee's line, McClellan again declined to send in Porter's Fifth Corps, when Porter, his protege, told him, "Remember, General, I command the last reserve of the last army of the Republic." Burnside's unsupported attack faltered and ceased. Lee's army was saved. While not excusing Burnside's abysmal performance, Stephen Sears describes McClellan's failures related to Burnside's wing. McClellan's catalog of failures is lengthy and manifest. The Ninth Corps made its battle under an unwieldy command structure he imposed on it, and without clearly stated objectives. Reconnaissance of the Antietam fords was ineptly performed, and by McClellan's staff rather than by cavalry. No use was made of the potential reinforcement of Couch's just-arrived division. The decision to open the attack was taken not only inexplicably late, but without coordination with the rest of the army. The elementary precaution of guarding the army's left flank with cavalry was ignored, granting Powell Hill the decisive advantages of surprise and position. Finally, the Ninth Corps was denied any support from the more than ample reserve, either to exploit victory or to salvage defeat. Thiele points out that McClellan never visited Burnside or his operations and is ultimately to blame for Burnside's failure to attack earlier, not simply because he was the army commander, but because his passivity permitted it. A wealth of blunders. McClellan's only substantial communique that day was a short telegram to Halleck, in which he reported, "We are in the midst of the most terrible battle of the war, perhaps of history. Thus far it looks well, but I have great odds against me. Hurry up all the troops possible. Our loss has been terrific, but we have gained much ground. I have thrown the mass of the army on their left flank. Burnside is now attacking their right, and I hold my small reserve consisting of Porter's Fifth Corps, ready to attack the center as soon as the flank movements are developed. I hope that God will give us a glorious victory." This missive is classic McClellan. He did not have great odds against him. He threw in his usual plea for reinforcements. His army had not gained much ground. His small reserve consisted of between 20 and 25,000 troops, in addition to Couch's thousands of arriving reinforcements. McClellan apparently never believed his flank movements were sufficiently developed. The one on his right had ceased hours before, because he failed to use his massive fresh reserves to attack the center. That misleading message epitomizes McClellan's bungling leadership and command on that bloody day. Safe on a hillside, he gave minimal direction to his army, ordering a piecemeal attack on an inferior foe, failing to use his massive superiority in a simultaneous attack along all the lines, leaving a quarter of his troops unused, and squandering an opportunity to decimate or trap Lee's Army of Northern Virginia. The final blunder. McClellan's blundering continued on the 18th. In light of his army's battered condition, Lee's subordinate generals advised him to retreat the night of the 17th, but he foolishly decided to stay at Sharpsburg for another full day. A decision, writes Gary Gallagher, that seemed to pass beyond audacity to recklessness. Particularly risky for Lee was the vulnerability of Butler's Ford, his only possible avenue of retreat across the Potomac in his rear. General Alexander described the ford as rocky, deep, and narrow. It could be blocked by a few wrecked wagons and was vulnerable to fire from many positions on the Maryland side's rolling hills. He concluded, "It requires no argument to see that no army could retreat over such a road as that under fire." Remaining at Sharpsburg gained Lee nothing, and it would have cost him his army had almost any general other than McClellan been commanding the Union forces. The military force available to McClellan that day was substantial. Across the way, Lee's army was in shambles. As Burnside later told the Joint Committee on the Conduct of the War, he had offered to attack Lee on the Union left with his more than 9,000 troops if McClellan would give him an additional 5,000. The commanding general declined, although he had 30,000 troops available from the 1st, 2nd, 9th, and 12th Corps, more than 20,000 from the virtually unused 5th and 6th Corps, 6,000 freshly recruited Pennsylvania troops who arrived early that morning, and another 6,000 4th Corps soldiers who arrived at midday. Similarly, McClellan had rejected Franklin's recommendation to attack on the Union right. McClellan had more fresh troops than Lee had total troops. With Lee still trapped by the Potomac and his army reduced to fewer than 30,000 men, what did McClellan do with his more than 60,000 able-bodied soldiers on September 18th? Nothing. Porter Alexander later recalled that the Confederate army was worn and fought to a frazzle, while McClellan still had Porter's unused corps and Burnside's lightly used one. Alexander found it strange, therefore, that Lee did not retreat overnight into Virginia. He forecast that, "Surely military historians will say that McClellan again threw away a chance which no other Federal commander ever had, before or since." Murray and Shea, exploring the broader ramifications of McClellan's Antietam campaign failures, come to a similar conclusion. Had McClellan driven forward on 18 September, he had every possibility of winning a great victory, which would have destroyed the Army of Northern Virginia utterly and completely, as he had done throughout his tenure as commander of the Army of the Potomac. McClellan hesitated and Lee escaped. He failed to press or move toward Lee, even though he wrote to his wife that morning, "The contest will probably be renewed today," and "The battle was a success, but whether a decided victory depends on what occurs today." After Lee retreated that night, McClellan told her, "Our victory complete." In two messages to Halleck on September 19th, McClellan explained that his army was fully occupied on the 18th, replenishing ammunition, taking care of wounded, and etc., and claimed a complete victory because the Confederates had been driven across the river. Unlike Lincoln, McClellan thought it was sufficient, a great victory even, merely to chase Lee out of Maryland without disabling his army. McClellan's public claim of a complete victory did at least make it easier for Lincoln to issue his preliminary Emancipation Proclamation on September 22nd, since the president had been waiting for an occasion on which his action would not be deemed one of desperation, growing out of defeat. In a report on his army's operations written nearly a year later, McClellan composed 2 small-print pages explaining why he did not attack at Antietam on the 18th. The introduction reflected his perennial fear of failure. At this critical juncture, I should have had a narrow view of the condition of the country, had I been willing to hazard another battle, with less than an absolute assurance of success. At that moment, Virginia lost, Washington menaced, Maryland invaded. The national cause could afford no risks of defeat. One battle lost, and almost all would have been lost. Lee's army might then have marched as it pleased on Washington, Baltimore, Philadelphia, or New York. As usual, McClellan's fear of defeat had eliminated any possibility of a decisive victory and the destruction of Lee's army. Thus, in Alan Nolan's words, he contented himself with a token pursuit. Some of McClellan's own officers disagreed with his characterization of Antietam as a complete victory. A captain from Maine wrote, "We should have followed them up the next day." And a Connecticut officer could imagine no earthly reason why we did not go at them the next day with a vengeance. As the historian Patrick J. Brennan concludes, what should have been a moment of triumph for the beleaguered president swiftly turned into a season of frustration. Washington whispers of treasonous insubordination targeted McClellan and his Potomac Army clique. When John J. Key of Halleck's staff, the brother of McClellan's judge advocate, boasted that an Antietam victory was not the game, and that a battle of mutual exhaustion had been agreed upon to save the institution of slavery, Lincoln had him summarily court-martialed and dismissed from the army. Summary. On September 18, 1862, the sun set on perhaps the greatest series of blunders and lost opportunities of the Civil War. Instead of destroying Lee's divided army in detail after being handed its operational order, quickly rescuing besieged Union troops at Harper's Ferry, attacking the vastly outnumbered rebel army on September 15th or 16th at Sharpsburg, using all of his army, including his reserves and cavalry, to attack Lee's forces simultaneously and aggressively on September 17th, or attacking the decimated Southerners on September 18th. McClellan had settled for a tactical draw, losing an opportunity to close out the war years before it would finally end. As Alexander reflected from a Confederate perspective, a drawn battle, such as we did actually fight, was the best possible outcome one could hope for. Even that we only accomplished by the good Lord's putting it in McClellan's heart to keep Fitz-John Porter's corps entirely out of the battle, and Franklin's nearly all out. Porter later wrote, "I commanded the reserve. At no time did I receive any order to put troops in action on the 17th, or even a suggestion." John M. Priest concludes, "Both he and his commanding general feared being overrun by the numerically inferior Army of Northern Virginia." Gregory Thiele, however, argues that military historians' searing criticism of McClellan's Antietam performance may not be deserved, citing the judgment of none other than Robert E. Lee, who after the war was reputed to have emphatically said that McClellan, by all odds, was the greatest Union general. Assuming that Lee said this and was not joking, something he did not do, how do we explain such an assessment? It is likely that Lee disdained the hard war approach of Grant, Sherman, and Sheridan, and that he preferred not to recognize Meade, the victor at Gettysburg. Almost by default, then, and probably with gratitude, he might have bestowed the accolade upon McClellan. Lee had read McClellan like a book. He played him for a fool again and again, and benefited from his blunders on the Peninsula and in the Maryland campaign. He understood that McClellan had undermined Pope at Second Manassas, and he appreciated that Mac had wanted to fight a gentleman's war, a virtually bloodless contest of maneuvers that would not disturb slavery. Perhaps Lee thought that the better McClellan looked, the better Lee himself appeared for outsmarting him. In his sympathy for McClellan, Thiele offers as credible a defense of his performance at Antietam as one could come up with. Based on his actions, the picture that emerges of McClellan is simply of a very conservative general who was averse to taking risks. McClellan did not seek to win as much as he sought not to lose, but he may not deserve all the scorn that has been heaped upon him. As a further handicap, McClellan faced an extremely skillful foe in Robert E. Lee. Given the difficulty of the task that Lee had set before him, McClellan had turned in a creditable performance. An audacious general might have destroyed Lee's army. If Lee had been faced with a solid, energetic adversary, it is unlikely that he would have decided to make a stand behind Antietam Creek, with the Potomac River to his rear. Lee knew McClellan very well, however, and knew that McClellan was intelligent, but saw difficulties everywhere. He had the love of his men, but he loved them too much to ask them to make the sacrifices necessary to achieve victory. This ultimately spelled his doom as Army commander. 18 months into the war, the Union needed more than mediocre performances. It bore the burden of winning, not stalemating, the war, and thus desperately needed audacious generals. Thiele's sympathetic evaluation confirms that McClellan's blunders at Antietam were caused by his hesitancy rather than action, when opportunities for Union successes were handed to him. Porter Alexander captured the sense of frustration that McClellan's lack of aggression engendered. Common sense was just shouting, "Your adversary is backed against a river with no bridge and only one ford, and that the worst one on the whole river. If you whip him now, you destroy him utterly, root and branch and bag and baggage. Not twice in a lifetime does such a chance come to any general. Lee, for once, had made a mistake and given you a chance to ruin him if you can break his lines, and such game is worth great risk. Every man must fight and keep on fighting for all he is worth." For no military genius, but only the commonest of everyday common sense, was necessary to appreciate that. Gary Gallagher concurs. Priceless openings had come and gone over 3 crucial days, and Lee's decision to hold his lines on September 18th was McClellan's ultimate opportunity. The Army of the Potomac possessed the requisite elements to deliver a fatal blow. Destruction of Lee's army would have uncovered Richmond and crippled Southern morale. It might have ended the war. Because McClellan chose not to force the issue, his military performance in Maryland must be judged harshly. The consequences of McClellan's blunders during the Maryland campaign were huge. Instead of eliminating the only major Confederate army in the East in late 1862, he left the door open for Lee to contest the war until early 1865. His missed opportunities extended the war for as much as 2.5 years and resulted in hundreds of thousands of additional casualties. The irony in this history is that the extension of the Civil War led to the abolition of slavery, an outcome that McClellan vehemently opposed. 4. Black soldiers. Confederates failed to use slaves as soldiers. Who blundered? Confederate President Jefferson Davis and other Confederate leaders. How? They failed to arm and use black slaves as Confederate soldiers. Consequences. If the Confederates intended to win the war and maintain their independence, as opposed to maintaining slavery, they needed to use this great source of manpower. Since they failed to do so, their manpower shortage became increasingly debilitating as the Civil War progressed. A major obstacle facing the Confederacy was that the Union had an almost 4-to-1 advantage in white men of fighting age. The 10 million Southern whites desperately needed to fill their armies with every last man they could find. Drafting boys and old men was not sufficient. One obvious source of manpower was the 4 million slaves, about 1 million of whom were males of military age. But the Confederacy committed a grievous error by not using slaves as soldiers, one of its biggest missed opportunities of the war. Part of the myth of the lost cause has been the false contention that many, perhaps thousands, of blacks fought for the Confederacy. Soon after the war, the Southern journalist J.D.B. DeBow asserted, "So firmly fixed did our people remain in the faith that the Negro would be true to his master, that it was finally proposed to receive him into the ranks of the army as a soldier. So popular was the idea that enlistments began to take place, and had the war continued, the Negro must have formed a large element of our military strength." He concluded that 300,000 or 400,000 black troops could have been thrown into field. DeBow did not explain why the Confederacy waited until the war was essentially lost before enlisting any blacks, and he made no mention of the violent opposition to arming blacks or of the paltry number that were enlisted. Even today, unsubstantiated claims are made that regiments consisting of thousands of blacks fought for the Confederacy, and that slaves who fought for the Confederacy received their freedom. There is no credible evidence to support such claims. The Confederacy forbade the use of black soldiers until the last month of Lee's army's existence, and then the move was so conditional and tardy that it produced no black combat troops. Most of the purported thousands of soldiers were nothing more than slaves who were compelled to accompany their masters or masters' sons to war. Their role was not that of soldiers, but of slaves performing menial tasks. They were whipped or otherwise punished for misbehavior, not exactly a court-martial procedure. Although post-war Southerners' accounts mentioned their slaves' battlefield exploits, the vast majority of these stories of servants braving the battlefield to fight Yankees or rescue wounded masters tell us about how whites chose to remember their former slaves during the post-war period, but very little about what motivated camp servants during these moments of intense danger. White soldiers' wartime correspondents referred to their slaves merely as Negro, boy, uncle, or other unsoldierly terms. When a slave named Luke asked for a parole so he could accompany his master after their military incarceration, his master told him he did not need a parole because "you have never been a soldier." In summary, following the war, the relationships between Confederate officers and their black camp servants were transformed into stories of loyal slaves and used as a pillar of the lost cause narrative. The stories and other post-war developments made it easier to distance the Confederates' experiment in independence from their peculiar institution. Just after the Confederate victory in the First Battle of Bull Run, Manassas, in mid-1861, Brigadier General Richard Ewell suggested to an exuberant President Davis the necessity of emancipating and arming slaves to ensure Southern independence. Davis rejected this private plea as stark madness that would revolt and disgust the whole South. Ewell rejoined that this step would paralyze the North. Davis said the scheme was impossible and asked who would command a brigade of Negroes. When Ewell said he would, the president again rejected the proposal as simply impossible. Ewell's recommendation to arm and emancipate Southern slaves would never be implemented by the Confederate government. From late 1863 through March 1865, other Southerners, seeing the Confederacy in serious jeopardy, proposed that slaves be armed as Confederate soldiers, and possibly granted their freedom for doing so. In December 1863, Major General Thomas Hindman, an Arkansan, anonymously made such a suggestion in an open letter to a Tennessee newspaper, then being published in Georgia. The stage was set for the most serious and thoughtful proposal on this subject, which came from Hindman's former law partner, Major General Patrick Cleburne, the rebels' best general in the Western Theater. Cleburne's rearguard action at Ringgold Gap after the rout at Chattanooga had saved the Army of Tennessee and, by February 1864, earned him the official thanks of the Confederate Congress. But his prospects for promotion ended on January 2, 1864, when he and 13 subordinate officers proposed arming and freeing slaves after Confederate forces had been driven out of Tennessee. A native of Ireland, Cleburne had a broader perspective than most Southerners. His proposal was designed to address Confederate manpower shortages and the lack of foreign recognition. He read his proposal at a meeting with the commander of the Army of Tennessee, General Joseph Johnston, and almost all his corps and division commanders. Cleburne first described the Confederacy's desperate situation, which he said was due to its inferior numbers, inferior supply of potential soldiers, and the fact that slavery, from being one of our chief sources of strength at the commencement of the war, has now become, in a military point of view, one of our chief sources of weakness. Although recognizing that the slavery issue may rouse prejudice and passion, he said with understatement, it would be madness not to probe all relevant possibilities. He described President Davis's recent proposals to increase the Army's manpower by a series of actions involving white men, including placing in the ranks such of the able-bodied men now employed as wagoners, nurses, cooks, and other employees, as are doing service for which the Negroes may be found competent. Cleburne somewhat brazenly concluded that Davis's proposals would not provide adequate manpower, adding, "We propose that we immediately commence training a large reserve of the most courageous of our slaves, and further, that we guarantee freedom within a reasonable time to every slave in the South who shall remain true to the Confederacy in this war. As between the loss of independence and the loss of slavery, we assume that every patriot will freely give up the latter, give up the Negro slave, rather than be a slave himself." Cleburne was advocating nothing less than the abolition of slavery and the recruitment of blacks to fight for the Confederacy. Among the benefits of these actions, he said, were the attraction of foreign support for the Confederacy and the destruction of the purpose for which Northern abolitionists and black Union troops were fighting. He also answered the question, "Will slaves fight?" by citing numerous historical examples, including ex-slaves in Jamaica and, reluctantly, Union blacks. The experience of this war has been so far that half-trained Negroes have fought as bravely as half-trained Yankees. In explaining his long and thoughtful proposal, Cleburne made some justifying observations that obviously upset supporters of slavery. For example, he said that his proposal would instantly remove all the vulnerability, embarrassment, and inherent weakness which result from slavery. The approach of the enemy would no longer find every household surrounded by spies. The fear that sealed the master's lips and the avarice that has, in so many cases, tempted him practically to desert us would alike be removed. There would be no recruits awaiting the enemy with open arms, no complete history of every neighborhood with ready guides, no fear of insurrection in the rear, or anxieties for the fate of loved ones when our armies moved forward. It would remove forever all selfish taint from our cause and place independence above every question of property. Cleburne not only had to justify arming slaves, but he also had to explain the reasons for freeing them, and their families, and all loyal slaves. His arguments included the following. If we arm and train the Negro, and make him fight for the country in her hour of dire distress, every consideration of principle and policy demand that we should set him and his whole race who side with us free. It is a first principle with mankind that he who offers his life in defense of the state should receive from her in return his freedom and his happiness, and we believe in acknowledgement of this principle. The slaves are dangerous now, but armed, trained, and collected in an army, they would be 1,000-fold more dangerous. Therefore, when we make soldiers of them, We must make free men of them beyond all question, and thus enlist their sympathies also. We can do this more effectually than the North can now do, for we can give the Negro not only his own freedom, but that of his wife and child, and can secure it to him in his old home. To do this, we must immediately make his marriage and parental relations sacred in the eyes of the law and forbid their sale. The proposal concluded. It is said that slavery is all we are fighting for, and if we give it up, we give up all. Even if this were true, which we deny, slavery is not all our enemies are fighting for. We have now briefly proposed a plan which we believe will save our country. No objection ought to outweigh it, which is not weightier than independence. Cleburne had carefully and thoroughly thought through his startling proposal. This was not a flippant verbal recommendation. His was a serious white paper. He saw that the Confederates desperately needed more manpower, that the South's slave population comprised a large pool of fighting-age men, that blacks had historically and were concurrently showing for the North an ability to fight, that freedom for black soldiers and their families was a necessity, and that the Southern practice of not recognizing slave marriages and family units would have to end. But the Irishman had not reckoned with the deep-seated belief in the social and economic necessity of slavery. The well-to-do, whose wealth consisted primarily of slaves, were reluctant to give up their valuable property. According to the 1860 census, slaves constituted 1/2 of Southern wealth, property value, and 1/5 of the nation's wealth. Just as significantly, Southern whites would perceive armed slaves and liberated slaves as a threat to white society. After 2 centuries of justifying slavery, partially on the grounds that Negroes were incapable of performing skilled functions, the shock of their being allowed to act as armed soldiers was too astounding to absorb. As Benjamin Quarles noted, Southerners were enslaved by a system of values which stamped the blacks as inferiors, and to make the Negro a soldier would be to call into question the very foundation of their mythology, or compel them to invent new myths. These foes of Cleburne's proposal ignored the success of black soldiers in the Revolution and the War of 1812, as well as those fighting for the Union in the Civil War. Even if there had been support for awarding freedom to black soldiers, extending it to their wives and children would have undermined slavery's remaining economic viability. Cleburne's call to arm the slaves amounted to a call for the end of slavery itself as the price of Southern victory, and despite his assurances to the contrary, it was a challenge to white supremacy. As one historian observed in the late 19th century, for many Southerners, slavery had been so long and so thoroughly interwoven with the domestic economy, the comfort, and the traditions of Southern society, that the common thought revolted at any suggestion which contemplated its eradication, either proximate or remote. The reaction to Cleburne's proposal reveals much about Southern priorities. Slavery trumped independence. All officers at the meeting with Johnston, except Hindman and the silent Johnston, condemned the proposal. An awestruck horror apparently grew in the minds of several of the assembled generals as they were faced with this moment. They must choose either slavery or independence, but could not have both, writes Daniel Halleck. For the majority at the meeting, the choice was an impossible one. They chose instead to make no decision at all, and condemned both the conundrum itself and its proponent. No decision meant no slave soldiers. The hostile reaction was just the beginning. Major General W.H.T. Walker called the proposal incendiary, and Major General A.P. Stewart wrote that arming and emancipating slaves was at war with my social, moral, and political principles. They were joined by Major General James Patton Anderson, who called the idea monstrous, and wrote that he would not attempt to describe my feelings on being confronted with a project so startling in its character. may I say, so revolting to Southern sentiment, Southern pride, and Southern honor. Although Cleburne had hoped his written proposal would be forwarded to Richmond for high-level consideration, Johnston temporarily stymied that hope by sitting on it. For better or worse, Walker took matters into his own hands and, completely outside the chain of command, sent the paper to Jefferson Davis. Johnston had denied Walker's request to forward the document to the War Department, but Walker sent it directly to President Davis anyway because, in his dramatic and self-serving words, the gravity of the subject, the magnitude of the issues involved, my strong convictions that the further agitation of such sentiments and propositions would ruin the efficacy of our army and involve our cause in ruin and disgrace, constitute my reasons for bringing the document before the executive. When the proposal reached Davis, he responded to Walker that it was injurious to the public service and that the best policy under the circumstances will be to avoid all publicity. It should be kept private. If it be kept out of the public journals, its ill effect will be much lessened. Davis had Secretary of War James Seddon tell Johnston that the dissemination or even promulgation of such opinions under the present circumstances of the Confederacy, whether in the army or among the people, can be productive only of discouragement, distraction, and dissension. He instructed Johnston to tell those who had attended the meeting of the President's disapproval and urge on them the suppression, not only of the memorial itself, but likewise of all discussion and controversy respecting or growing out of it. Johnston did so in a communication to his division commanders, in which he simply reproduced the letter from Seddon. He added a note on Cleburne's copy requesting him to pass this information on to his divisional officers. Suppression of the proposal, embarrassing to many ex-Confederates, lasted 30 years, until its discovery and publication in the official records. The important point is that, as of January 1864, Cleburne's idea was viewed by Jefferson Davis himself and other involved Confederate leaders as inconsistent with the Confederacy's raison d'etre. General Braxton Bragg, now a military advisor to Jefferson Davis, called Cleburne and his allies abolitionist men who should be watched. He described the proposal as treasonous and stated, "I should like to know as a matter of safety the names of the traitors." Bragg had no love for Cleburne, who had been one of many subordinate officers who had urged his removal from command the prior year. Bragg warned, "We must mark the men." And indeed, the more than deserving Cleburne was never to receive a promotion to lieutenant general and corps command, even though there were 3 openings in the first 11 months of 1864, before his death in the suicidal attack that November at Franklin, Tennessee. As one officer much later described the situation, the entire army recognized the gallantry, devotion, and military prowess of Cleburne, and for a year prior, and up to the day of his death, officers and men were anxiously expecting his promotion to the grade of lieutenant general, and few, very few, knew why he was not so commissioned. His proposal cost him promotion, yea, ever after kept him from attaining his just and well-merited deserts, a lieutenant generalship. Bruce Levine summarizes the Confederate position on arming black soldiers that prevailed for most of the war. During the war's first 3.5 years, Richmond refused to consider this policy because it seemed to threaten both slavery and white supremacy, the twin pillars of Southern economy, social relations, culture, and ideology. Having seceded from the Union and gone to war to protect those institutions, few Southern political and community leaders were ready to seek military victory through a policy that apparently abandoned the original purpose of the struggle. But cumulative calamities caused some reconsideration of this position. Confederate losses mounted, and their prospects declined in 1864. Lee lost 33,000 irreplaceable soldiers opposing Grant's overland campaign movement to Richmond, Rebels suffered heavy casualties opposing Sherman in Georgia. Crucial Atlanta fell at the beginning of September, and the Army of Tennessee was decimated at Franklin and Nashville in November and December. Lincoln's re-election dashed Southern hopes for a political victory, and finally convinced Davis, Secretary of State Judah Benjamin, and eventually Robert E. Lee to urge the military use of slaves. None of them favored general emancipation, just military use of slaves in return for their freedom. Lee's support was conditioned on approval of the slaves' owners. To make such recommendations, Davis had to backtrack from the previous statement, made on his behalf by Secretary of War Seddon, that the Cleburne proposals, in their scope, pass beyond the bounds of Confederate action, and could, under our constitutional system, neither be recommended by the executive to Congress nor be entertained by that body. Lee, in January 1865, had to explain that military necessity drove this proposal, although he still agreed that the relation of master and slave, controlled by humane laws and influenced by Christianity and enlightened public sentiment, was the best that can exist between the white and black races, while intermingled as at present in this country. So just over a year after Cleburne's spurned proposal, even Robert E. Lee recommended that slaves be armed. On January 11, 1865, he wrote, "I think, therefore, we must decide whether slavery shall be extinguished by our enemies, and the slaves be used against us, or use them ourselves at the risk of the effects which may be produced upon our social institutions. My own opinion is that we should employ them without delay." In a letter published late the next month, Lee wrote that arming slaves was not only expedient but necessary, and those who are employed should be freed. Even in those desperate final months of the war, the idea of some form of emancipation, supported by the Confederacy's top political and military leaders, Davis and Lee, was widely opposed in the Southern press, often on grounds of inconsistency with the reasons for the Confederacy's existence. Georgia's Macon Telegraph and Confederate declared, "This terrible war and extreme peril of our country were occasioned more by the institution of Negro slavery than by any other subject of quarrel. For it and its perpetuation, we commenced and have kept at war," said the Memphis Appeal. The Richmond Examiner succinctly concluded that the proposal was opposite to all the sentiments and principles which have heretofore governed the Southern people. Robert Barnwell Rhett Jr.'s Charleston Mercury protested, "The mere agitation in the Northern states to effect the emancipation of our slaves largely contributed to our separation from them. But incredibly, before a confederacy which we established to put at rest forever all such agitation is 4 years old, we find the proposition gravely submitted that the Confederate government should emancipate slaves in the states." The Richmond Whig launched a broad attack on the enlist and emancipate proposals, affirming its long-standing position that servitude is a divinely appointed condition for the highest good of the slave, and is that condition in which the Negro race especially may attain the highest moral and intellectual advancement of which they are capable. Emancipation would therefore be an act of cruelty to deprive the slave of the care and guardianship of a master. Most Southern politicians opposed abolition. Former Confederate Secretary of State Robert M.T. Hunter urged the rejection of European pressure for emancipation. "What did we go to war for if not to protect our property?" Tennessee Congressman Henry S. Foote asked, "If this government is to destroy slavery, why fight for it?" The proposed arming of slaves, a Southern nightmare for about 200 years, aroused a more heated opposition. On January 8, 1865, Major General Howell Cobb of Georgia, the first Speaker of the Provisional Confederate Congress, wrote to Secretary of War Seddon, I think that the proposition to make soldiers of our slaves is the most pernicious idea that has been suggested since the war began. It is to me a source of deep mortification and regret to see the name of that good and great man and soldier, General R.E. Lee, given as authority for such a policy. You cannot make soldiers of slaves, nor slaves of soldiers. The day you make soldiers of Negroes is the beginning of the end of the revolution. If slaves will make good soldiers, our whole theory of slavery is wrong. But they won't make soldiers. Ignoring the successful Union experience with black soldiers, Cobb added, as a class, they are wanting in every qualification of a soldier. He said it was better to abolish slavery to win British and French support than to pursue the suicidal policy of arming our slaves. Numerous sources reported widespread opposition from Confederate soldiers, who had little desire to fight alongside blacks. Georgia Governor Joseph E. Brown, the Richmond Whig, and R.M.T. Hunter contended that the proposed limited abolishment of slavery would violate the Confederate Constitution. Hunter said, "The government had no power under the Constitution to arm and emancipate the slaves, and the Constitution granted no such great powers by implication." The debate in late 1864 and early 1865 about arming slaves or other blacks sharply contradicts those who argue that blacks were fighting for the Confederacy all along. Confederate soldiers in the field did not report that ex-slaves were fighting alongside them. The problem with arming blacks was that it undercut the South's rationale for secession, opposition to abolition. For example, the Richmond Examiner opined in November 1864, "If a Negro is fit to be a soldier, he is not fit to be a slave. The employment of Negroes as soldiers in our armies, either with or without prospective emancipation, would be the first step, but a step which would involve all the rest, to universal abolition." As the historian Kevin Levin concludes, "The evidence is overwhelming that Confederate plans to arm slaves were considered a radical and dangerous step, not as a continuation of the slave impressment policies that accepted slaves in camps as servants." In Confederate Emancipation, Bruce Levine details the widespread opposition throughout the South to arming and freeing slaves, concluding that opponents of the Davis administration's last-minute plan agreed on one central and fundamental point, one that they considered nearly self-evident, that the South had withdrawn from and made war upon the old Union primarily to safeguard its peculiar institution. Because similar views on emancipation and arming blacks prevailed among the Southern people, politicians, and press, the Confederate Congress never approved the military use of slaves in return for their freedom. On March 8, 1865, a watered-down program for the use of slaves with their owners' and states' permission and without manumission passed the Senate by one vote. Even the support of Robert E. Lee, the Confederacy's national hero, was insufficient to convince the Confederate Congress to arm and free slaves, let alone approve a general manumission. A disappointed Davis signed the Whig legislation into law on March 13th. After deliberation, he decided to go beyond the new law and implement some form of emancipation incentive, issuing on March 23rd a general order declining to accept any slaves as soldiers without their own consent and their owners' consent to their freedom, a still unlikely prospect. Davis's action came 2.5 weeks before Lee's surrender, too late for meaningful implementation. The Confederacy's last-minute acceptance of black soldiers was something of a farce. 2 companies of mixed free blacks and slaves were paraded before thousands of onlookers in Richmond a week before the city fell. At least one such review was canceled because black soldiers had not been issued uniforms, equipment, or arms. The use of black soldiers in the Confederacy began late and ended with a whimper. In contrast, the Union made use of 180,000 black soldiers and 20,000 black sailors. Black Union soldiers fought in 40 major engagements and about 450 other firefights. Among their major fights were Port Hudson, Milliken's Bend, Fort Pillow, Yorktown, Petersburg, New Market Heights, Fort Fisher, Fort Wagner, and Nashville. They demonstrated extreme bravery and suffered a higher rate of casualties than their white comrades. 16 blacks received the Medal of Honor. No black units fought for the Confederacy. The proposal to arm and liberate slaves failed, writes Levine, because of opposition by both blinkered masters and clear-eyed slaves. Slaves who had their eyes on a much bigger prize than the one that Jefferson Davis was belatedly and grudgingly offering. Protection of slavery had trumped the military needs of the Confederacy and demonstrated the extent to which slavery and white supremacy were the primary foundations of that would-be nation. The Confederacy's failure to use its extensive black slave manpower as soldiers was one of the biggest blunders of the Civil War. 5. Gettysburg. Robert E. Lee conducts a blundering campaign. Who blundered? Confederate General Robert E. Lee. How? Lee blundered by initiating a strategic offensive, missing a grand opportunity on day one at Gettysburg, and launching uncoordinated, piecemeal assaults against strong Union positions on days 2 and 3. Consequences? He deprived the Confederacy of resources needed in other theaters, incurred intolerable losses, and caused a triple morale-deflating disaster for the Confederacy. Robert E. Lee's blunder-filled Gettysburg campaign, June 3 to July 24, 1863, proved to be a disaster for the Confederacy. It was an unnecessary strategic offensive that the resource-challenged Confederates could not afford. It deprived other theaters of desperately needed rebel reinforcements, and it featured numerous tactical blunders by Lee. Failure to push aggressively for control of the high ground at the end of Day 1 of the Battle of Gettysburg, July 1st. Failure to coordinate his 3 attacks on the final 2 days of battle, July 2nd and 3rd. Failure to adequately reinforce James Longstreet's and William Barksdale's combined assault on Cemetery Ridge on Day 2, and failure to compel the Federals to attack his army, instead of playing into George Meade's hands by haphazardly attacking Union forces who had seized and held the high ground. All of these blunders not only resulted in a major tactical and strategic defeat at Gettysburg, but also contributed to Union successes at Vicksburg and in eastern Tennessee, the Tullahoma Campaign, and ultimately the fall of Chattanooga. Lee's strategic plan. Capitalizing on his acclaim after a major strategic victory at Chancellorsville in early May 1863, Lee, in mid-May, pushed Jefferson Davis into making a crucial mistake that cost the Confederacy major defeats in the 3 primary theaters of the war, Eastern, Middle, and Western. Lee strongly opposed the transfer of Lieutenant General James Longstreet and any portion of his First Corps outside the Virginia theater. He convinced Davis and most of his cabinet to leave Longstreet with Lee for an offensive into the north, which became the disastrous Gettysburg Campaign. With both Vicksburg and Chattanooga threatened, Lee, on May 10th, opposed sending one of Longstreet's divisions to the west and argued to Secretary of War James Seddon that unless he was reinforced, he would have to withdraw into the defenses around Richmond. The strength of this army has been reduced by the casualties in the late battles. The next day, Lee even pleaded with Davis for reinforcements, without specifying where they might come from. Perhaps as damaging as Lee's actual losses at Chancellorsville was the overconfidence that the victory inspired in Confederate minds, particularly in the mind of Robert E. Lee. His badly outnumbered army had embarrassed Major General Joe Hooker by thwarting his offensive and driving him back across the Rappahannock River. On May 21st, Lee wrote to Hood about the men in the Army of Northern Virginia. "I agree with you in believing that our army would be invincible if it could be properly organized and officered. There never were such men in an army before. They will go anywhere and do anything if properly led." Lee's enormous confidence in his soldiers, tempered by a concern about his officers, thus led him to believe that the Army of Northern Virginia was invincible, a belief, according to Confederate General Porter Alexander, shared by his army. But, like the rest of the army generally, nothing gave me much concern so long as I knew that General Lee was in command. I am sure there can never have been an army with more supreme confidence in its commander than that army had in General Lee. We looked forward to victory under him as confidently as to successive sunrises. Lee's overconfident army, however, had seen its last major strategic victory. Lee finalized his plans to invade Pennsylvania only after rejecting pleas that he send part of his army to rescue the 30,000 troops that Ulysses S. Grant had bottled up near Vicksburg, Mississippi. Seddon and Longstreet had recommended such a rescue to President Davis, that or a reinforcement of the outnumbered Braxton Bragg in Middle Tennessee. Between May 14th and 17th, while Grant took Jackson, Mississippi, and moved toward Vicksburg, the Confederacy's leadership met in Richmond to debate whether to send some of Lee's troops to trap Grant between Jackson and John Pemberton's 30,000-man army in Vicksburg. Using all his Chancellorsville political capital, Lee convinced Davis that Richmond would be threatened if Lee's army was reduced in strength, and that the best defense of Richmond would be an offensive campaign into the north. Lee revealed his biased and flawed national strategic vision in his argument that this was a question between Virginia and the Mississippi. He also desperately argued that the oppressive Mississippi climate would cause Grant to withdraw from the Vicksburg area. Allen Nevins contended that Lee saw only the East clearly and thought only of Virginia. On the evidence available, it is difficult to believe that Lee either knew or cared much about the Mississippi front. On May 26th, Davis authorized a northern offensive in the east. Moving north, Lee wrote to Davis, quite unrealistically, that his eastern offensive might even induce the Union to recall some of its troops from the west. But he hedged his bet with a request that troops be transferred to Virginia from the Carolinas to protect Richmond, threaten Washington, and aid his advance. Although Longstreet acquiesced in Lee's strategic offensive, he spent a great deal of time trying to convince Lee to go on the tactical defensive once in the north, so as to repeat the prior December's defensive victory at Fredericksburg. Confederate General Wade Hampton later wrote with regret that while he had thought the Pennsylvania campaign would enable the Confederates to choose a battlefield, instead, we let Meade choose his position and we then attacked. Lee's correspondence indicates that he went north with mixed intentions. These are reflected in two letters to Davis of June 25th. In the first, he wrote, "I think I can throw General Hooker's army across the Potomac and draw troops from the south, embarrassing their plan of campaign in a measure, if I can do nothing more and have to return." In the second letter, he seemed to reflect Longstreet's view. "It seems to me that we cannot afford to keep our troops awaiting possible movements of the enemy, but that our true policy is, as far as we can, so to employ our own forces as to give occupation to his at points of our own selection." Porter Alexander later remarked that the troops would have been better used by sending them to the west, a strategy that would have taken advantage of the South's interior lines, and was successful that autumn at Chickamauga under less favorable circumstances. The Confederates' failure to send troops to either Vicksburg or Middle Tennessee in order to maintain Lee's own army at full strength contributed to the fall of Vicksburg, the loss of the Mississippi Valley to Union control, and a retreat by Bragg through southeastern Tennessee and Chattanooga after he had sent troops to aid Vicksburg. As Archer Jones explains, this opening of the Mississippi had a profound effect by spreading hope in the north for an early victory, and in the south widespread pessimism. The Confederate commissary in Atlanta shipped massive foodstuffs to Lee that spring and summer, and virtually nothing to Bragg, considerably weakening the Army of Tennessee. Not only did Lee refuse to send troops to the West, but he unrealistically implored Bragg to invade Ohio to complement Lee's planned incursion into Pennsylvania. This at a time when Bragg had only 50,000 troops in Tennessee, either to hold that state or to send assistance to Vicksburg. Union strength in the Western and Middle theaters was 214,000. Gettysburg, the finale to Confederate military prospects in the East, exposed Lee at his worst. The numbers dictated, as they had when he went north in 1862, that at the very least an embarrassing retreat and perceived strategic defeat would be the result. General Alexander later expressed his concern that Lee's nearest ammunition supply railhead was at Staunton, Virginia, 150 wagon miles from Gettysburg. As in 1862, Lee was moving north with a badly weakened army, blinded by its prior tactical success. In going north again, Lee pursued his flawed strategy that the best defense was a good offense. Hoping to draw Hooker's army out of Virginia and have the two armies live off the Pennsylvania countryside during the summer and early fall, he succeeded in taking everyone north. But his stay there was shorter than he had hoped, and his eventual retreat to the Rappahannock line, following a huge tactical defeat, itself constituted a strategic defeat. His losses ensured that Gettysburg was Lee's final major strategic offensive campaign. The movement north. Lee's offensive strategy and tactics had weakened the entire command structure of his army. Following Jackson's death at Chancellorsville, he felt compelled to reorganize his army into 3 corps. Longstreet commanded the 1st Corps, Ewell the 2nd, and A.P. Hill the 3rd. Neither Ewell nor Hill had worked directly under Lee's command, and neither of them had Stonewall Jackson's experience and aggressiveness. Lee's failure after Chancellorsville to adjust his style, expectations, and orders to the poorer and less experienced generals in his army would prove disastrous. The swashbuckling style of Jeb Stuart, in command of the Cavalry Division, led to serious problems soon after Lee's army started north on June 3rd. Lee's lax oversight of Stuart and the cavalry arm of his army led to one near disaster and to one actual disaster. Stuart's cavalry was supposed to be protecting Lee's right flank and hiding his northward movement from Yankee eyes. On June 5th, Stuart's approximately 9,500 officers and men held a grand parade at Brandy Station, Virginia, to the joy of the local ladies and to the disgust of the Confederate infantry. At Lee's request, the cavalry's spectacle was repeated on June 8th, one day before they were to move across the Rappahannock to cover Ewell's and Longstreet's continuing northward march. A pleased Lee wrote to his wife, "I reviewed the cavalry in this section yesterday. It was a splendid sight. The men and horses looked well. Stuart was in all his glory." Lee gloried in his fellow Virginia's showmanship. As Alan Guelzo notes, people do not often see what deleterious effects resulted from Lee's tendency to play favorites. On the other hand, that was how he had advanced in his own career, by serving as a protege, first of Charles Gratiot, then Joseph Totten, and finally Winfield Scott. Early the next morning, June 9th, the Confederates were caught off guard at Brandy Station by a dawn attack launched by Brigadier General Alfred Pleasonton's Union cavalry. Stuart almost lost his artillery, and an all-day battle swirled around Fleetwood Hill. The Northern horsemen achieved their goal of determining the probable location of the bulk of the Army of Northern Virginia, while demonstrating, for the first time, their ability to initiate and sustain a credible offensive. Embarrassed by his lack of preparedness and near defeat, Stuart sought to redeem himself later in June by setting off on a third swing around a Union army. Lee, instead of reining in the flamboyant Stuart, provided him with such ambiguous orders that Lee's invasion of Pennsylvania and most of the battle at Gettysburg were carried out without precise knowledge of where his adversaries were. Lee allowed Stuart to depart with half his cavalry and his best subordinate commanders, Major General Wade Hampton and Brigadier General Fitzhugh Lee, while leaving the weak Brigadier General Beverly Robertson to screen and scout for the Army commander. With a variety of orders to choose from, Stuart decided on the most exciting and glorious opportunity offered to him. Exercising the confusing discretion Lee had given him, Stuart engaged in a meaningless frolic and detour, not rejoining Lee until late the second day at Gettysburg. Beginning on June 24th, he swung east behind and then east of the northward moving Union Army, and thus separated his troopers from the rest of Lee's army. Although he entered Pennsylvania only about 20 miles east of Gettysburg, Stuart had no idea where Lee was, and therefore headed farther north to Carlisle instead of west to Gettysburg. A captured wagon train that he regarded as precious booty slowed him down. At the end of this 8-day ego trip, Stuart arrived at Gettysburg too late to be of any real assistance. On June 28th, Lee had learned from a spy of Longstreet's about George Meade's appointment to succeed Hooker, and about Meade's 95,000-man army's northward movement to the area around Frederick, Maryland. When Lee then decided to concentrate his army in the Cashtown-Gettysburg area, he greatly missed Stuart's cavalry, which would have screened the converging movements of Lee's scattered units, an often overlooked consequence of Stuart's absence. Lee had no idea which Union corps were going to arrive when at Gettysburg, and on the critical second day of July, he had to base his plan of battle on skimpy and incorrect information about Union strength in the area of the Round Tops, south of Gettysburg. Lee had only himself to blame for letting his strong-willed cavalry commander get away from his army. Indeed, his vague orders to Stuart were among a number of such orders that plagued the Confederates throughout the Gettysburg campaign. While Stuart campaigned east of the Blue Ridge, Lee was having success to the west. Ewell's Second Corps led the northward sweep and routed 9,000 Yankee defenders at Winchester, Virginia, on June 14th and 15th. When word of the rout reached Richmond the next day, the Confederate Chief of Ordnance, Josiah Gorgas, ominously noted in his journal, "What the movement means it is difficult to divine. I trust we are not to have the Maryland Antietam campaign over again." After Winchester, Ewell, A.P. Hill, and Longstreet moved their corps into Pennsylvania's Cumberland Valley. Ewell moved his leading corps through Chambersburg, and then eastward through the mountains to York and Carlisle. Lee spread his forces all around south-central Pennsylvania, without knowing the location of the Army of the Potomac, and without cavalry to screen his operations. In the midst of these movements, Lee finally revealed to Davis the scope of his planned offensive by belatedly requesting backup diversionary reinforcements. On June 23rd, and twice on June 25th, he wrote to Davis that an army should be raised in the southeast under General Beauregard and moved to Culpeper Courthouse to threaten Washington. Lee's unrealistic but typical suggestion to reinforce Virginia overlooked the known facts that Grant by then had Pemberton trapped in Vicksburg, and that Beauregard already had sent reinforcements to Tennessee. By June 28th, Ewell was in position to move on the Pennsylvania capital of Harrisburg. Lee, unaware of the Union Army's precise whereabouts, was with Hill and Longstreet back at Chambersburg. After learning of the enemy's movement to Frederick, Maryland, Lee decided to meet them east of the mountains. Recognizing the need to concentrate his numerically inferior force, but not sure where the enemy was and how quickly he could move, Lee sent discretionary orders to Ewell to head back toward either Cashtown or Gettysburg. Battle of Gettysburg, Day 1. Day 1 of Gettysburg, July 1st, 1863, brought Lee's army a stiff rebuff, a fortuitous success, and finally a missed opportunity for victory. The prior day, the Confederates had discovered a Federal cavalry division under Brigadier General John Buford at Gettysburg. The next morning, a stronger Confederate force, The divisions of Major Generals Henry Heath and Dorsey Pender of Hill's Corps headed east from Cashtown toward Gettysburg, under orders not to bring on a general engagement. Because of Stuart's absence and Lee's ignorance about the timing of Meade's corps' approaches to Gettysburg, Heath's and Pender's infantry divisions found more than they had bargained for. Initially, they were handicapped because 2/3 of Lee's army was going to have to use a single road, the Chambersburg-Pike-Cashtown Road, to get to Gettysburg. Heath pushed ahead with 2 brigades. Why did A.P. Hill send Heath against a position known to be held by Union forces if he was not to bring on a general engagement? Was he to stand in place when he encountered resistance and back up at least 2/3 of Lee's army on a single road? On June 30th, Buford had astutely recognized the tactical value of the high ground south and east of Gettysburg and decided to save it for the main Union army once it arrived. Instead of putting his cavalry on those hills, therefore, he deployed them during the night west and north of the town so they could delay the Confederates until Union infantry arrived. He sent word to Pleasanton that A.P. Hill's corps was massed back of Cashtown 9 miles west, and that Hill's infantry and artillery pickets were in sight. He also passed along accurate rumors that Ewell was coming south over the mountains from Carlisle. In a fierce struggle that began around 7:30 a.m. on July 1st, Buford's cavalry stubbornly resisted the 7,500-man advance of 2 of Heath's brigades. With the firing of the first shot, Buford sent word of the fighting to Major General John F. Reynolds, commander of the Union First Corps. Reynolds, then 5 miles away, ordered his 9,500 men to shed their baggage and speedily march to Gettysburg. The evening before, Buford had posted vedettes, advance mounted sentries, on the Chambersburg Pike, at and beyond Hers and Belmont Schoolhouse ridges west of his main camp in town. Their determined resistance forced the Confederates to spend more than a precious hour deploying into a battle line. Meanwhile, Reynolds arrived and conferred with Buford about the critical situation. Reynolds then went back to hasten his infantry to the front, sent word to Major General Oliver O. Howard to speed his 11th Corps to Gettysburg, and sent a message to Meade that Gettysburg would be the collision point of the East's 2 armies. Heath, enjoying momentary superiority, ordered his 2 brigades forward. Buford's skirmishers grudgingly gave up the forward ridges and a small stream called Willoughby Run, gradually falling back to McPherson's Ridge only a mile west of Gettysburg. Buford sent a message to Pleasanton describing the battle. A.P. Hill's entire corps was moving on Gettysburg, Buford informed him, and Confederate troops had been discovered approaching Gettysburg from the north. The nature of the battle changed when Reynolds' men, led by Cutler's brigade and then the Iron Brigade, began arriving at the scene shortly after 10 o'clock in the morning. The latter, composed of proud, stalwart, black-hatted troops from the upper Midwest, was the 1st Brigade of the 1st Division of the 1st Corps of the Army of the Potomac. A rebel bullet killed Reynolds while he was directing his troops in an assault on James Archer's brigade. Nevertheless, this devastating Union counterattack drove the Confederates back toward Hers Ridge. Buford's brilliant delaying tactics had saved the day, and perhaps the entire battle, and Reynolds had arrived in the nick of time to repel the first serious Confederate assault. Back at Cashtown, Lee heard the sounds of battle and started toward Gettysburg. His distress at Stuart's absence was reflected in a comment he is said to have made as he headed toward the fateful battlefield. "I cannot think what has become of Stuart. I ought to have heard from him long before now. In the absence of reports from him, I am in ignorance of what we have in front of us here. It may be the whole Federal Army, or it may only be a detachment. If it is the whole Federal force, we must fight a battle here." As the Union forces gained strength, so did Lee's. Down the Carlisle Road and over Oak Hill from the northwest of town came Rodes's 8,000-man division of Ewell's 2nd Corps, which had been as far north as Carlisle. They arrived about 11 o'clock, the same time as advance elements of Oliver O. Howard's 11th Corps arrived to impede their advance. After Reynolds's death, Howard assumed overall command of the Union forces, and Major General Carl Schurz took command of the 11th Corps. At about noon, Rodes's artillery began shelling the Union lines, and by 2 o'clock, his infantry launched an assault on Schurz's and Doubleday's troops northwest of town. At about the same time, Meade learned of Reynolds's death and dispatched Major General Winfield Hancock to Gettysburg to take command, even though Howard was senior to him. Rodes's 5-brigade attack from the northwest was uncoordinated and ineffective. Soldiers of Brigadier General Alfred Iverson Jr.'s brigade were either slaughtered or pinned down by Union troops. Rodes failed to break through the 11th Corps lines, and the Confederate situation looked bleak. Their fortune changed, however, around 3 o'clock, when Jubal Early and his 5,500-man division, also of Ewell's corps, arrived. Moving from the northeast and north, Early had heard the battle and headed south on roads approaching Gettysburg from the north and northeast. These approaches brought Early's division in on Schurz's right and, more importantly, east of Schurz's exposed right flank. Although the arrival of Rodes's and Early's divisions of Ewell's 2nd Corps prevented a disastrous defeat of Hill's men coming east on the bottleneck Chambersburg Pike, an earlier arrival would have been even better. Because Lee was ignorant of the Union Army's precise whereabouts, he had ordered Ewell to march from Carlisle to either Cashtown or Gettysburg. Ewell's initial choice of Cashtown resulted in a delay of several hours in his corps' arrival at Gettysburg. At Orensville, northwest of Gettysburg, Ewell learned about the Gettysburg fighting and sent Rodes's division in that direction. But Johnson's division had gone farther west, toward Cashtown, with Ewell's trains. Had Ewell been ordered to march directly to Gettysburg, his men could have driven out Buford's and Reynolds's troops, reduced Hill's and their own casualties, and occupied the high ground just south and east of the town before Union reinforcements arrived. Lee could not have known this, but he had to know that giving Ewell discretion to go to Cashtown risked a logjam on the Chambersburg Pike. But this was not the end of the problems that resulted from Lee's ignorance of the Union Army's whereabouts. Lee, still at Cashtown as the morning fighting erupted in Gettysburg, was advised by a messenger from Ewell that Ewell was heading south toward the sounds of battle. Lee asked about Stuart, ordered Ewell to send scouting parties to look for Stuart, and then told the messenger that he did not want a major engagement brought on that day. Lee then used the critical Chambersburg Pike to send Ewell's 3rd Division, under Major General Edward Old Allegheny Johnson, and Ewell's entire wagon train east toward Gettysburg. That division and Ewell's train were on the same road as Hill's and Longstreet's corps because of Lee's Cashtown or Gettysburg orders to Ewell. Lee's use of the Chambersburg Pike for a crucial 10-hour period to move Ewell's wagon train, estimated at 14 miles long, compounded the bottleneck on that road. Meade, on the other hand, had his army marching full bore for Gettysburg on several roads with their trains behind. Lee's action delayed the initial arrival near Gettysburg of Longstreet's leading divisions, those of Hood and McLaws, until midnight and dawn respectively, as well as the completion of their divisions' arrivals until dawn and noon respectively. Not expecting a major engagement until July 2nd, Lee had bottlenecked 7 of his 9 divisions on a single road, retarding their arrival for both the first and second days of battle. Nevertheless, as a result of Early's fortunate afternoon arrival on the field, when Lee arrived on Her Ridge from Cashtown, he observed the pleasing panorama of the 11th Corps' line crumbling and its troops starting to retreat. Lee hastily sent the remainder of Heath's badly beaten-up division and Abner Perrin's fresh division into the fray with the 1st Corps, west of town around 3:30. Lee then initially did not hesitate to take advantage of his momentary numerical and positional superiority and the opportunity to destroy 2 Union corps before Meade had his whole army up. between 3 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon of day 1. It looked like Gettysburg was going to be a great victory for Lee. Ewell's 2 Division attack from the north forced the outflanked 11th Corps to flee south in disarray into Gettysburg and through the town to Cemetery Hill. Uncovered by that retreat and flanked on their left, the exhausted Union 1st Corps troops, who had been defending the Chambersburg Pike approach west of town for many hours, had no choice but to retreat to Seminary Ridge by 4 o'clock, and ultimately to Cemetery Hill. Hancock, arriving at Cemetery Hill before 4 o'clock, in time to see the massive retreat of 2 Union corps, sent some troops east to the unoccupied Culp's Hill and started the men entrenching. Although Hancock later would take credit, Howard already had laid out the Union defensive line. Between 6 o'clock and 6:30, Slocum began arriving with his 8,500-man 12th Corps, but it deployed primarily along Cemetery Ridge south of the high ground. An immediate attack by all of Lee's forces had a good chance of dislodging the minimal Union forces from their position on Culp's Hill, and possibly Cemetery Hill. The likelihood of their success is demonstrated by Ewell's near success on those same hills 24 hours later. Although some argue that Lee was unlikely to capture the high ground late on July 1st, that afternoon was his best opportunity to do so during the 3-day battle. Instead, he attacked against stronger, reinforced Union lines the next 2 days with less chance of success. Because he was unaware of the enemy army's proximity, Lee apparently thought he could wait until the next morning to take the high ground. He underestimated the speed of Meade's soldiers in approaching and reaching Gettysburg. Even though Stonewall Jackson was dead, Lee persisted in issuing ambiguous orders that only Jackson could have turned into victories. With an advantage in manpower of at least 35,000 to 21,000 through the late afternoon and evening, Lee did not aggressively take charge of the field or order any of Hill's troops to move ahead or to their left to join or support an attack by Ewell on the 2 hills. Ewell and Early were on their own. At this point, Ewell should have had more than 10,000 men still able to attack, particularly the 5,000 relatively fresh men in 4 brigades of Early's division. Early's men were actively pursuing the Union troops through the town and could have tried moving ahead to higher ground. Disruption in the town, however, hindered the Confederates' movements. Instead, Early halted the pursuit and sent 2 brigades off to the east because Union troops were reported coming from that direction. Receiving Early's report and conflicting information concerning Union strength on Culp's Hill, Ewell decided not to attack. With Union troops in chaotic retreat through the town, Lee committed 2 egregious errors. First, he failed to deploy all the troops on hand in a maximum-strength attack on the 80-foot-high Cemetery Hill or the 100-foot-high Culp's Hill, the dominant heights in the immediate vicinity of the town. He ignored all troops other than Ewell's, particularly Hill's, and thus failed to take advantage of his numerical superiority. Second, at 4:30, he issued a merely discretionary order by way of Major Walter Taylor to the stalled Ewell to take the high ground. Given the critical importance of the objective, Lee's verbal orders to Ewell were appallingly vague. Ewell was to take the heights if he found it practicable, but to avoid a general engagement until the arrival of the other divisions of the army, which was going to take many more hours. This order seems inexplicable, because there had been a general engagement since about dawn that day. The Confederate forces were caught in a traffic jam on the Chambersburg Pike, and the Union presence would only become stronger. In the absence of a mandatory order immediately to take those critical positions, Ewell, not surprisingly, failed to move on Culp's Hill and Cemetery Hill before the outnumbered and disorganized Union forces there had dug in and been reinforced. Even the arrival at dusk of Ewell's 3rd Division, Old Allegheny Johnson's, did not encourage him to take the high ground, at the very least the dominant heights of Culp's Hill, Virtually all of Ewell's generals urged an assault on the high ground, including Early, who had passed up the earlier opportunity to do so when he alone would have been responsible. Major General Isaac R. Trimble asked for a single regiment to take the two hills, and stalked away in disgust when Ewell declined to attack. At the same time, Lee deliberately and inexplicably held in reserve the nearly unbloodied troops of Major General Richard H. Anderson's division in Hill's Corps and 2 brigades of Dorsey Penders, apparently because Lee's whole army was not yet concentrated, and he lacked information on the enemy's strength. For these reasons, Edwin B. Coddington writes, "Responsibility for the failure of the Confederates to make an all-out assault on Cemetery Hill on July 1st must rest with Lee." This was the only time on July 1st that either side did not immediately use, usually successfully, all the forces it had gotten to Gettysburg. As to Lee's responsibility for Hill's failure to get involved late that day, Guelzo concludes, "Perhaps, in the end, it was the great mistake of Robert E. Lee at Gettysburg that, having had to reach past his corps commanders to direct operations that afternoon, he did not keep reaching past them. Whatever blame attaches to Ambrose Powell Hill in the twilight of July 1st, also attached to Robert E. Lee for not overriding him." The hesitation of Lee, Ewell, and Early proved disastrous. Lee's failure to take full advantage of his temporary superiority with a definitive attack on Cemetery Hill or Culp's Hill or both left Union forces on the final 2 days of the battle in control of the commanding heights that Buford, Reynolds, Howard, and Hancock had determined to protect and hold, because they were the key to battlefield control at Gettysburg. Lee's reluctance to command an all-out assault on the first day at Gettysburg seems to have been due to his desire to have his entire army on the field before undertaking a general engagement, a wishful approach that is difficult to explain in light of his knowledge that a large portion of the Union Army had not arrived. On the afternoon of July 1st, Lee substantially outnumbered his adversary, and every passing hour allowed the Yankees to move toward numerical and positional parity, and then superiority. No one can say with certainty that a rebel attack on the high ground late on July 1st, even if Stonewall Jackson himself were leading it, would have been successful. But that opportunity was far superior to those Lee had the next 2 days, after the rest of the Union Army had arrived to strengthen its hold on the high ground. Was Ewell or Early responsible for the failure to attack pursuant to Lee's discretionary order? Chris Mikowski and Christopher White have shown that after Ewell's reconnaissance discovered that Culp's Hill was unoccupied, Ewell suggested that Early occupy it. Early declined, however, and recommended the assignment be given to Allegheny Johnson's newly arrived troops, and Ewell followed his advice. By the time Johnson's troops arrived, Culp's Hill was occupied. The chance to take the ground without a fight slipped away, write Mikowski and White, and Confederates took 2,500 casualties trying to take Culp's Hill over the next 2 days. After the war, Early contended that he had vigorously supported an assault on Cemetery Hill, yet on the evening of the battle, he claimed his men were too tired and disorganized to occupy unoccupied Culp's Hill. If his men were in no condition to move unopposed to an empty hilltop, how could they have led an attack against a heavily fortified enemy position? On the morning of July 2nd, Lee expressed his disappointment at the prior afternoon's events. "We did not or could not pursue our advantage of yesterday, and now the enemy are in a good position." This amounted to a rebuke of Ewell and Early, but Lee must have known that he bore at least as much responsibility as they for the Army's failure to seize the commanding heights on that vital first day. With Confederate casualties at 6,500 to the Union's 9,000, Lee had won an engagement, but missed an opportunity to win the Battle of Gettysburg. Battle of Gettysburg, Day 2. By the morning of July 2nd, the situation had radically changed. Hancock's 13,000-man Second Corps and Major General Dan Sickles's 12,000-man Third Corps arrived by early morning. Instead of 3 corps with 21,000 men on the battlefield, the Union now had 5 corps and 46,000 men. 2 more corps, the 5th and 6th, with 28,000 more men, were being force-marched about 15 and 34 miles respectively to get there that day. Instead of scrambling to find any kind of position, as they had done the prior day, the Northerners had established a strong line, running from near Little Round Top, 2 miles south of town, north along Taneytown Road and Cemetery Ridge to Cemetery Hill, and then curving east to Culp's Hill and southeast parallel to the Baltimore Pike. The Yankees now had superior numbers, an imposing defensive position, and the advantage of interior lines, which permitted them to move soldiers quickly to threatened points in their lines. Meade's army had 27,000 men per mile along a 3-mile inverted fishhook line, while Lee's army had 10,000 men per mile along a 5-mile semicircle. That disparity augured ill for Lee's army. On July 2nd, Lee erred again, in several ways. Without Stuart's cavalry to accurately advise him of enemy positions and movements, Lee ordered a small scouting expedition under Captain Samuel Johnston, his staff engineer, to conduct what turned out to be inadequate reconnaissance of the Union left. Johnston reported that he had ascended Little Round Top, that there were no Union troops south of Cemetery Hill, and that there was a clear route to the area west of the Round Tops from which Lee wanted to attack. Somehow, Johnston's small scouting parties failed to detect Federal forces on the south end of Cemetery Ridge, and on and in front of the Round Tops. Guelzo speculates that Johnston, in the morning fog, may have climbed the wrong hill. Because of the faulty reconnaissance, Lee erroneously believed that the prominent hills, Little Round Top and Big Round Top, and the areas around them, were not occupied by Union troops. Contrary to Longstreet's advice, Lee ordered his 2 delayed and exhausted divisions to march several miles and attack the left flank of the Union forces. Late the prior afternoon, Longstreet and Lee had watched Yankee forces retreat to the high ground immediately south of Gettysburg and discussed what to do the following day. Longstreet wanted to turn the Union flank left, establish a strong position, and await an attack. At about that same hour, Hancock was sending a message to Meade that the Union's strong position would be difficult to take, but could be turned. Longstreet argued that the Union forces would be compelled to attack any Confederate force placed between them and Washington, and that inviting a confrontation like that at Fredericksburg was consistent with a strategically offensive and tactically defensive campaign, which is what Longstreet thought had been agreed upon. Perhaps desperate for a convincing victory to justify his rash invasion of the North, and concerned about his medium-term supplies, Lee insisted upon an attack. To Lee's assertion, "If the enemy is there tomorrow, we must attack him," Longstreet apparently replied, "If he is there tomorrow, it will be because he wants you to attack. A good reason in my judgment for not doing so." In his Gettysburg Battle Report, Lee later justified his cobbled-together offenses of June 2nd and 3rd on the grounds that retreat would have been difficult and awaiting attack was impracticable because of foraging difficulties. General Porter Alexander had the following thoughts about Lee's rationale. "Now, when it is remembered that we stayed for 3 days longer on that very ground, 2 of them days of desperate battle, ending in the discouragement of a bloody repulse, and then successfully withdrew all our trains and most of the wounded through the mountains, and, finding the Potomac too high to ford, protected them all and foraged successfully for over a week in a very restricted territory along the river until we could build a bridge, it does not seem improbable that we could have faced Meade safely on the 2nd at Gettysburg without assaulting him in his wonderfully strong position. We had the prestige of victory with us, having chased him off the field and through the town. We had a fine defensive position on Seminary Ridge ready at our hand to occupy. It was not such a really wonderful position as the enemy happened to fall into, but it was no bad one, and it could never have been successfully assaulted. We could even have fallen back to Cashtown and held the mountain passes with all the prestige of victory, and popular sentiment would have forced Meade to take the aggressive. Alexander's suggestion that the Confederates might have defended Seminary Ridge and then perhaps fallen back to the ridges and hills west of Gettysburg is an intriguing option that Longstreet did not recommend and Lee did not exercise, or possibly even consider, but it appears to have great merit. Nevins agrees with Alexander. The two armies were so fairly matched in strength that, had the South defended the ridges and the North attacked, as Longstreet had hoped, the result might well have been different. Daniel Bauer has studied the food supplies that would have been available to Lee had he gone on the defensive in Pennsylvania. Lee had the necessary resources, Bauer concludes, and erred when he let such concerns drive him to dismiss that alternative. One reason Lee did not go on the defensive was that he was on a roll. His army had wrecked 2 Union corps the day before, and he sensed a great opportunity, in Guelzo's view, to not only bag the remnants, but seize Cemetery Hill, the most advantageous ground in the entire region. There were problems with Lee's offensive strategy on June 2nd, and his execution of it proved disastrous. Lee again failed to give clear and forceful orders to Ewell's corps, undermining the coordination between the Confederate left and right flanks. Lee's plan called for Ewell to demonstrate against the Union right, attacking if an opportunity developed, and for Longstreet to attack the Union left. Even though Ewell had clearly demonstrated his reluctance to attack the previous day, Lee failed to oversee his efforts on day 2, which passed with no assault by the Confederate left wing to divert attention from Longstreet's attack on the Confederate right, or to prevent Union reinforcements being sent from Ewell's front to oppose that attack. Likewise, Lee failed to oversee, personally or through staff, the execution of his orders on the right flank. No one, including Lee's early morning scouting party, ascertained the precise secure route that Hood's and McLaws's divisions of Longstreet's corps, actually accompanied by Captain Johnston, needed to take to reach their attack positions. This lack of oversight compounded Longstreet's difficulties in proceeding to the Southern Union flank without being observed by the Yankees. Alexander assessed the resulting damage. That is just one illustration of how time may be lost in handling troops, and of the need of an abundance of competent staff officers by the generals in command. Scarcely any of our generals had half of what they needed to keep a constant and close supervision on the execution of important orders. An army is like a great machine, and in putting it into battle, it is not enough for its commander to merely issue the necessary orders. He should have a staff ample to supervise the execution of each step, and to promptly report any difficulty or misunderstanding. There is no telling the value of the hours which were lost by that division that morning. Some of the post-war promoters of Lee and critics of Longstreet, such as Early and William Nelson Pendleton, falsely contended that Lee had ordered Longstreet to attack at dawn on day 2. There is no credible evidence to support this contention. Alexander found it unbelievable, since Lee would have ordered Longstreet's troops into position during the night if he had desired a dawn attack, and the enemy's position was not determined until morning, and then inaccurately. Having personally delayed Longstreet's divisions on the Chambersburg Pike for 10 hours the previous afternoon, and thus caused them to arrive near Gettysburg in the wee hours of July 2nd, Lee was well aware of their inability to initiate an early morning assault in a position miles away from their bivouac. Because of the Chambersburg Pike congestion, Longstreet's 2 primary divisions to be used in the attack had finished arriving near Gettysburg between midnight and noon on day 2. Lee had ordered a scouting expedition around dawn, and he was not in a position to order an attack until he had specific information, based on daylight observations, On whom should be attacked where? At about 11 o'clock in the morning, Lee finally issued his only specific attack order of the day, directing Longstreet to proceed south to get into position to attack. In addition, Lee at that time specifically consented to Longstreet's request that his attack be delayed until Brigadier General Evander Law's brigade of Hood's division could be brought up. Law, another victim of the Chambersburg Pike bottleneck, had set out at about 3 o'clock a.m. and arrived on scene around noon. Lee could not have expected an attack before mid-afternoon, let alone at dawn. Douglas Southall Freeman, an idolizer of Lee, who severely criticized Longstreet for allegedly delaying the attack, contended that Lee virtually surrendered control to Longstreet, and concluded, "It is scarcely too much to say that on July 2nd, the Army of Northern Virginia was without a commander." As commanding general of that army and on-scene commander of the battle, Lee was responsible for where and when Longstreet attacked. As Longstreet proceeded on his southward march toward the Union left, he received reliable scouting reports that the Union left flank was hanging in the air and could be rolled up. Twice he passed this information on to Lee and requested permission to launch a flanking attack. Lee declined, however, and repeated his order to attack, probably under the erroneous impression that he was still ordering a flanking attack of some sort. McLaws's and Hood's divisions had difficulty finding their way on unfamiliar roads to their designated attack positions, and even had to retrace their steps when they discovered that a point on the line of march was visible from a Union signal station on Little Round Top. They were being guided by the previously mentioned Captain Johnston of Lee's staff, and Lee himself rode part of the way south with Longstreet. Lee oversaw and approved Longstreet's troop dispositions. Beginning their attack after 4 o'clock p.m., Longstreet's forces fought bravely in the wheat field, Peach Orchard, and Devil's Den, and almost succeeded in capturing both Big Round Top and the critical Little Round Top. The near success indicates what might have been achieved if Lee had turned Longstreet's men loose for a flanking attack, instead of squandering them in frontal assaults along the Union lines on Emmitsburg Road and Cemetery Ridge. The magic that Lee had worked with Stonewall Jackson at 2nd Manassas and Chancellorsville could not be replicated at Gettysburg. But even the frontal attack could have come closer to success if it had been properly planned, executed, and supervised. Union General Daniel Sickles had advanced his 3rd Corps, contrary to orders, into a vulnerable position in and near the soon-to-be famous Peach Orchard along Emmitsburg Road, well in front of the intended Union line along Cemetery Ridge. But Sickles's men received a brief reprieve. Instead of simultaneously attacking the north-to-south Union line along their entire front, the Confederates attacked piecemeal. Hood's division carried out an extended attack on the Union left flank before McLaws's division was ordered to attack Sickles's center and right. This staggered or en echelon attack enabled the Union defenders to respond to each successively threatened position. When Hood, McLaws, and their brigadiers moved into position, they were surprised to find large Union troop concentrations in areas they had been informed were devoid of enemy forces. Both Hood and McLaws sought Longstreet's permission to avoid the desperate frontal assault they envisioned, but Longstreet, having failed numerous times to change Lee's mind over the prior 24 hours, directed that Lee's attack order be carried out. In addition, Lee personally refused Hood's final request to send a brigade around the Union flank on the Round Tops. Each of the individual Confederate attacks was successful in driving back the enemy and capturing territory, but their overall effect was greatly reduced by uncoordinated timing. The attacks did not begin until 4:30 p.m. First, Hood's men attacked on the far south of the battlefield, crossed and followed Plum Run, and captured Devil's Den below the Round Tops. They would have captured Little Round Top but for the courage of 4 Union regiments of Colonel Strong Vincent's brigade, the 3rd Pennsylvania, 20th Maine, 4th New York, and 6th Michigan, and others who came to their aid. In fierce fighting, the Confederates drove Sickles's corps from the peach orchard, engaged in bitter combat for control of the adjoining wheat field, and finally drove the defenders back to the northern base of Little Round Top. To their north, Dick Anderson's division of A.P. Hill's 3rd Corps participated very ineffectively in the late stages of the attack. Brigadier General Carnot Posey's brigade advanced haphazardly, and Brigadier General William Mahone's brigade never moved off Seminary Ridge, despite division orders to do so. Lee and Hill failed to reinforce the aggressive attacks by Brigadier Generals William Barksdale and Ambrose Wright. Throughout the day, Hill's corps and much of Anderson's division acted as though they were unaware of Lee's plans or any role for them in the struggle. Lee apparently had intended for them to join in the sequential attacks beginning at the southern end of his line. But despite being nearby, he took no actions to get them properly aligned or bring all of them into the fray as the afternoon turned to evening. On the Union side, Hancock took advantage of the disjointed Confederate attack and sent reinforcements to each successively attacked position. The 5th Corps went to the Round Tops and to Sickles's left, and the 2nd Corps reinforced Sickles. The 6th Corps, which arrived at 2:00 p.m. after marching 34 miles in 17 hours, and the 12th Corps backed up the others and stopped the Confederates before they could puncture Cemetery Ridge. By the time Sickles's line finally was broken and the wheat field secured, darkness was beginning to fall, and additional Union troops had moved into position to back up Sickles and hold the Cemetery Ridge line. At one critical juncture, the rebels broke the Union's Emmetsburg road line and were about to advance onto Cemetery Ridge. Hancock sent in the 262-man 1st Minnesota Regiment to push them back at all costs, which they did with 82% casualties. The failed Confederate frontal attack en echelon cost them 6,500 casualties, to the Union's 6,000, and was reminiscent of similar tactical failures by Lee's army during the 7 Days Campaign. Where was Lee while this major, uncoordinated, and costly attack was falling apart? He was overlooking the battle from the cupola and elsewhere at the Lutheran Seminary on Seminary Ridge, at times with Generals Hill and Heath. He neither sent nor received more than a message or two, and apparently sent only one order during the battle. Having given his orders many hours before, when conditions were radically different, he now stood by and watched the bloody assault falter and fail. Lee's inaction prompted Arthur J.L. Fremantle, a British military observer at Gettysburg, to comment, "It is evidently his system to arrange the plan thoroughly with the 3 corps commanders, and then leave to them the duty of modifying and carrying it out to the best of their abilities." In a prelude to the more famous events of the next day, Lee allowed 1/3 of his force to attack while the others remained in place. In sharp contrast, George Meade moved his forces all over the battlefield to meet each new attack, took corrective actions when he discovered Sickles's disastrous abandonment of his assigned position, and used a hands-on approach throughout the entire battle to prevent a rebel breakthrough along his critical Cemetery Ridge line. Lee's uncoordinated assaults continued that night, when Ewell's forces finally attacked Cemetery Hill. They were 24 hours too late for likely success, and several hours too late to coordinate with Longstreet. Nevertheless, the brave men of 2 brigades fought their way to the top of Cemetery Hill. Failures of high command to provide support, however, compelled them to retreat. Ewell failed to commit his artillery to support the assault, while Early never committed the reserve brigade of Brigadier General John Brown Gordon to the battle. Once again, the attack on Cemetery Hill was planned en echelon. Johnson to attack first, followed by Early, and then Rhodes. The reality was an ineffective assault by one brigade after another, and the failure of many brigades to engage at all. In fact, Avery's and Hayes's brigades had completed their successful attacks and been compelled to withdraw before Rhodes launched his forces from the town itself. The strategy was poor and the execution was worse. The result was a failure to secure and hold critical Cemetery Hill, which dominated the north end and most of the battlefield. Early on the morning of July 3rd, Confederate General Johnson assaulted Culp's Hill with even less success. As Porter Alexander pointed out, Lee wasted Ewell's Second Corps by leaving it in an isolated and harmless position northeast of the primary struggles on the second and third days of Gettysburg. Ewell's troops were all placed beyond or northeast of Gettysburg, bent around toward the point of the fishhook of the enemy's position. It was an awkward place, far from our line of retreat in case of disaster, and not convenient either for reinforcing others or being reinforced. And this part of the enemy's position was in itself the strongest, and it was practically almost unassailable. On the night of the 1st, General Lee ordered him withdrawn and brought around to our right of the town. General Ewell had seen some ground he thought he could take and asked permission to stay and to take it. General Lee consented, but it turned out early next morning that the position could not be taken. Yet the orders to come out from the awkward place he was in, where there was no reasonable probability of his accomplishing any good on the enemy's line in his front, and where his artillery was of no service, were never renewed, and he stayed there till the last. The ground is there still for any military engineer to pronounce whether or not Ewell's corps and all its artillery was not practically paralyzed and useless by its position during the last 2 days of the battle. In conclusion, the second day of Gettysburg was another lost opportunity, for which the commanding general of the Army of Northern Virginia must be held responsible. Over the objection of his corps and division commanders, Lee ordered Longstreet's First Corps to launch a frontal, en-echelon assault on strong Union positions. Lee stood by while Hill's Third Corps in the center of the Confederate lines and directly in front of Lee did little to assist Longstreet. Finally, Lee neither moved Ewell's Second Corps to an effective supporting attack position, nor ensured that it attacked the Union right flank at the same time Longstreet was attacking the Union left. Lee had accomplished something. He put 2 more Union corps, the 3rd and 5th, and a division of the 2nd out of action. But the opportunity for even greater success had been missed. Battle of Gettysburg, Day 3. Lee's performance on the final day at Gettysburg, July 3rd, was even worse. Frustrated by his 2 successive days of failure, he compounded his errors on the 3rd. His original plan for that day again involved simultaneous attacks by Ewell on the Confederate left and Longstreet on the right. This plan was thwarted when Meade ordered a night attack on Ewell's forces, which had occupied Union trenches the prior evening. A 7-hour battle at the north end of the battlefield ensued as Johnson's division of Ewell's corps unsuccessfully tried again and again to capture Culp's Hill. The attack tied down the 12th and remnants of the Union First Corps. Federal forces still held that critical position as dawn broke on the fateful 3rd of July. With Ewell engaged, Lee changed his mind and decided to attack the center of the Union line. The previous evening, Union Major General John Newton, Reynolds' replacement as First Corps commander, had told Meade that he should be concerned about a flanking movement by Lee, who would not be fool enough to attack frontally the Union Army in the strong position into which the first 2 days' fighting had consolidated it. Around midnight, Meade told Gibbon that his troops in the center of the Union line would be attacked if Lee went on the offensive the next day. Gibbon told Meade that if that occurred, Lee would be defeated. Lee, however, saw things differently. Again ignoring Longstreet's advice and pleas, Lee canceled Longstreet's early morning orders for a right-wing attack and instead ordered the suicidal assault in the battlefield center that would be known forever as Pickett's Charge. After studying the ground over which the attack would occur, Longstreet said to Lee, "The 15,000 men who could make a successful assault over that field had never been arrayed for battle." Longstreet was not alone in his bleak assessment of the chances for success. Brigadier General Ambrose Rand's Wright said there would be no difficulty reaching Cemetery Ridge, but that staying there was another matter, because the whole Yankee army is there in a bunch. On the morning of the 3rd, Brigadier General Cadmus Wilcox told his fellow brigadier, Richard Garnett, that the Union position was twice as strong as Gaines' Mill at the 7 Days battles. Demonstrating the extreme, almost blind faith Confederate troops had in Lee, Alexander commented that, like all the rest of the army, I believed that it would come out right, because General Lee had planned it. But the historian, Bevan Alexander, severely criticizes Lee's order. When his direct efforts to knock aside the Union forces failed, Lee compounded his error by destroying the last offensive power of the Army of Northern Virginia in Pickett's charge, across nearly a mile of open, bullet and shell-torn ground. This frontal assault was doomed before it started. The famous attack was preceded by a massive artillery exchange, so violent and loud that it was heard 140 miles away. Just after 1 o'clock, Alexander unleashed his 140 rebel cannon against the Union forces on Cemetery Ridge. 80 of the 200 Federal cannon responded. Across a mile of slightly rolling fields, the opposing cannons blasted away for 90 minutes. The Confederate goal was to soften up the Union line, particularly to weaken its defensive artillery capacity, prior to a massive assault on the center of that line. Some Federal batteries were hit, as were horses and caissons, ammunition-carrying vehicles, on the reverse slope near General Meade's headquarters. Alexander's cannonade continued until his supply of ammunition was dangerously low. A slowdown in the Union artillery response gave the false impression that the Confederate cannonade had inflicted serious damage. Although Alexander received some artillery assistance from Hill's guns to Alexander's north, Ewell's 5 artillery battalions northeast of the main Confederate line fired almost no rounds. Artillery fire was one thing that Ewell could have provided, but the commanding general and his chief of artillery also failed to coordinate this facet of the offensive. The time of decision and death was at hand for many of the remaining 40,000 Confederates and 60,000 Yankees. The rebels were about to assault a position that Porter Alexander described as almost as badly chosen as it was possible to be. His rationale? Briefly described, the point we attacked is upon the long shank of the fishhook of the enemy's position, and our advance was exposed to the fire of that whole length of that shank some 2 miles. Not only that shank is not perfectly straight, but it bends forward at the round top end, so that rifled guns there, in secure position, could and did enfilade the assaulting lines. Now add that the advance must be over 1,400 yards of open ground, none of it sheltered from fire, and very little from view, and without a single position for artillery where a battery could get its horses and caissons under cover. I think any military engineer would, instead, select for attack the bend of the fishhook just west of Gettysburg. There, at least, the assaulting lines cannot be enfiladed. And on the other hand, the places selected for assault may be enfiladed, and upon shorter ranges than any other parts of the Federal lines. Again, there, the assaulting column will only be exposed to the fire of the front less than half, even if over 1/4 of the firing front upon the shank. Around 2:30, Alexander ordered a ceasefire and hurried a note off to General Longstreet. It read, "If you are coming at all, you must come at once, or I cannot give you proper support. But the enemy's fire has not slackened at all. At least 18 guns are still firing from the cemetery itself." Longstreet, convinced of the impending disaster, could not bring himself to give a verbal attack order to Major General George E. Pickett. When Pickett asked him, "General, shall I advance?" he merely nodded. On the hidden western slopes of Seminary Ridge, 9 brigades of 13,000 men began forming 2.5-mile-long lines for the assault on Cemetery Ridge. Their 3 division commanders were Pickett, Major General Isaac Trimble in place of the wounded Dorsey Pender, and Brigadier General J. Johnston Pettigrew in place of the wounded Henry Heath. Pickett gave the order, "Up, men, and to your posts! Don't forget today that you are from old Virginia." With that, they moved out. After sending his come-at-once message, Alexander noticed a distinct pause in the firing from the cemetery, and then clearly observed the withdrawal of artillery from that planned point of attack. 10 minutes after his earlier message, and while Longstreet was silently assenting to the attack, Alexander sent another urgent note. "For God's sake, come quick. The 18 guns are gone. Come quick or I can't support you." To Alexander's chagrin, however, Union Chief of Artillery, Henry J. Hunt, moved 5 replacement batteries into the crucial center of the line. What Alexander did not yet know was that the Union firing had virtually ceased in order to save ammunition to repel the coming attack and to bring up fresh guns from the artillery reserve. Hunt had 77 short-range guns in the position the rebels intended to attack, as well as numerous other guns, including long-range rifled artillery, along the line capable of raking an attacking army. The rebel lines opened ranks to pass their now quiet batteries and swept on into the shallow valley between the 2 famous ridges. A gasp arose from Cemetery Ridge as the 2 long gray lines, 150 yards apart, came into sight. It was 3 o'clock, the hottest time of a scorching day, and 40,000 Union soldiers were in position to directly contest the hopeless Confederate assault. Many defenders were sheltered by stone walls or wooden fences. Their awe at the impressive parade coming their way must have been mixed with an understandable fear of battle and a confidence in the strength of their numbers and position. Their brave rebel counterparts must have had increasing fear and decreasing confidence with every step they took toward the stronghold on Cemetery Ridge. Their 47 regiments, including 19 from Virginia and 14 from North Carolina, initially traversed the undulating landscape in absolute silence, except for the clunking of their wooden canteens. Although a couple of swales provided temporary shelter from most Union view and rifle fire, the Confederates were under constant observation from Little Round Top to the southeast. Long-range artillery fire began tearing holes in the Confederate lines, which approached and turned slightly left across the Emmetsburg Pike. Having marched into the middle of a Union semicircle of rifles and cannon, they attempted to maintain their perfect parade order. But all hell broke loose as Federal cannon, firing short-range round shot, exploded along the entire ridgeline, from Cemetery Hill on the north to Little Round Top on the south. As the attackers came closer, Union cannons' double loads of canister, pieces of iron, and mini balls from thousands of Union rifles decimated their front ranks. The slaughter was indescribable, but the courageous rebels closed ranks and marched on. Taking tremendous losses, they started up the final rise toward the copse that was their objective. They had come so far that they were viciously assaulted from the front, both their flanks and even their rear. Especially devastating was the point-blank rifle fire from Brigadier General George J. Stannard's advanced Vermont Brigade into the rebel right flank. Gaping holes opened in the Confederates' now merged lines, and their numbers dwindled to insignificance. The survivors let loose their rebel yell and charged the trees near the center of Cemetery Ridge. With cries of "Fredericksburg!" the men in blue decimated the remaining attackers with canister and mini-balls. General Lewis Armistead led the final surge. He and 150 others crossed the low stone wall, but all of them were killed, wounded, or captured within minutes. Armistead was mortally wounded. Just as the Union soldiers recognized a Fredericksburg-like scenario, General Lee at long last did so as well. from 1,700 yards away, he watched the death throes of his grand assault, his gray and butternut troops disappearing in the all-engulfing smoke on the ridge, and some of them emerging in retreat. Fewer than 7,000 of the original 13,000 were able to make their way through the carnage and return to Seminary Ridge. There was no covering fire from Alexander's cannon, because he was saving his precious ammunition to repel the expected counterattack. As the survivors returned to Confederate lines, Lee met them and sobbed, "It's all my fault this time." It was. Lee and Longstreet tried to console Pickett, who was distraught about the slaughter of his men. Lee told him that their gallantry had earned them a place in history, but Pickett responded, "All the glory in the world could never atone for the widows and orphans this day has made." To his death, Pickett blamed Lee for the massacre of his division. The result of Lee's Day 3 strategy was the worst single-charge slaughter of the whole bloody war, with the possible exception of John Bell Hood's suicidal charge at Franklin, Tennessee the following year. The Confederates suffered 7,500 casualties to the Union's 1,500. More than 1,000 of those rebel casualties were killed, all in a 30-minute bloodbath. Brigadier General Richard Garnett, whose 5 Virginia regiments led the assault, was killed, and 950 of his 1,450 men were killed or wounded. The 13th and 47th North Carolina and 18th Virginia regiments were virtually wiped out on Cemetery Ridge. Aftermath. That night, Lee rode alone among his troops. At one point, he met Brigadier General John D. Imboden, who said, "General, this has been a hard day on you." Lee responded, "Yes, it has been a sad, sad day to us." He went on to praise Pettigrew's and Pickett's men, and then made the puzzling statement, "If they had been supported as they were to have been, but for some reason not fully explained to me would not, we would have held the position and the day would have been ours. Too bad, too bad. Oh, too bad." General Alexander found Lee's comment inexplicable, since Lee was the commanding general and had personally overseen the entire preparation and execution of the disastrous charge. Providing necessary supporting troops was Lee's responsibility. Even if Lee was nonplussed, his officers had little difficulty seeing the folly of Pickett's charge and its parallel to the senseless Union charges at Fredericksburg the previous December. Having lost more than half his own 10,500 men in the July 3rd charge, Pickett submitted a battle report highly critical of that assault, and probably of Lee. Lee declined to accept the report and ordered him to rewrite it. Pickett never did. The attack never should have been made. As Allen Nevins observes, "It was a glorious charge, but it was not war." Some thought it glorious that color-bearers of 35 regiments were shot down and that 7 Confederate colonels were buried on the battleground. Yet futile carnage is never glorious. Ernest Ferguson sums up the calamity. Properly led on the decisive afternoon at Gettysburg, George Pickett's Virginians and Johnston Pettigrew's Carolinians would not have been sent across the killing fields from Seminary to Cemetery Ridge against the massed Union army. But their bravery at Chancellorsville had persuaded their general that they were invincible, and so he sent them. And so Gettysburg was lost, and so the war. The only saving grace for Lee's battered army was that General Meade, believing his mission was not to lose, failed to follow up his victory immediately with an infantry counterattack on the stunned and disorganized Confederates. To Lincoln's chagrin, Meade developed a case of the slows reminiscent to McClellan's after Antietam, and took a total of 9 days to pursue and catch Lee, who was burdened by a 17-mile ambulance train. Unlike McClellan at Antietam, however, Meade's entire army had been engaged and battered at Gettysburg. After missing his chance for a quick and decisive strike, Meade wisely did not attack Lee's strongly entrenched position at Williamsport, Maryland, on the Potomac River after Meade had caught up with him. As the Confederates waited to cross, Confederate officers hoped for a Union assault. Now we have Meade where we want him. If he attacks us here, we will pay him back for Gettysburg. But the old fox is too cunning. Alexander likewise recalled the moment. Oh, how we all did wish that the enemy would come out in the open and attack us, as we had done them at Gettysburg. But they had had their lesson in that sort of game at Fredericksburg, and did not care for another. Lee's army crossed the receding river and returned ignominiously to Virginia. Conclusions. Who lost Gettysburg? Robert E. Lee bore primary responsibility for a demoralizing Confederate triple disaster in the summer of 1863: Gettysburg, Vicksburg, and Tullahoma. Confederate morale and prospects fell to a new low and never recovered. Confederate Chief of Ordnance Josiah Gorgas, on July 28th, bemoaned the rapid change of rebel fortunes resulting from its defeats at Gettysburg and Vicksburg. Lee failed at Gettysburg and has recrossed the Potomac and resumed the position of 2 months ago, covering Richmond. Alas, he has lost 15,000 men and 25,000 stands of arms. Vicksburg and Port Hudson, down the Mississippi from Vicksburg, capitulated, surrendering 35,000 men and 45,000 arms. It seems incredible that human power could effect such a change in so brief a space. Yesterday we rode on the pinnacle of success. Today absolute ruin seems to be our portion. The Confederacy totters to its destruction. Longstreet was unfairly made a scapegoat for Gettysburg to remove blame from Lee, who protected his own reputation by suppressing Pickett's battle report. Longstreet's role in the battle and campaign seems rather insignificant, and his advice was consistently and mistakenly ignored by Lee. Even before the campaign, Lee had convinced Davis to ignore Longstreet's recommendation that the bulk of Longstreet's troops be sent to another theater. Longstreet's troops might have been used to reinforce, directly or indirectly, the Western Theater rebels in Mississippi under Lieutenant General John Pemberton, who were opposing Grant's campaign against Vicksburg, or to reinforce the outmanned Middle Theater Confederate forces under General Braxton Bragg in East Central Tennessee, and thereby prevent them from being driven out of Tennessee by the numerically superior Union Army of the Cumberland, commanded by Major General William Rosecrans. Because Lee kept Longstreet from going west, the Gettysburg disaster was coupled with twin defeats in other theaters. He helped ensure that Grant would capture Vicksburg and Pemberton's army, and he kept Bragg so shorthanded that his army was maneuvered back into Georgia from Tennessee in the virtually bloodless Tullahoma campaign. Lee's strategic and tactical performance was filled with blunders. The Charleston Mercury assessed the Gettysburg campaign accurately. It is impossible for an invasion to have been more foolish and disastrous. It was opportune neither in time nor circumstance. In a July 26th diary entry, Robert G.H. Keene of the Confederate War Department called Gettysburg the worst disaster which has ever befallen our arms. To fight an enemy superior in numbers at such terrible disadvantage of position in the heart of his own territory, when the freedom of movement gave him the advantage of selecting his own time and place for accepting battle, seems to have been a great military blunder. Gettysburg has shaken my faith in Lee as a general. Confederate General Alexander concluded, then perhaps in taking the aggressive at all at Gettysburg in 1863, and certainly in the place and dispositions for the assault on the third day, I think, it will undoubtedly be held that Lee unnecessarily took the most desperate chances and the bloodiest road. William C. Davis, generally supportive of Lee's war effort, provides this insight into some specifics of Lee's performance at Gettysburg. Confronted with a battle he did not want, in ground not of his choosing, Lee exercised minimal control before he reached the field late on July 1st. While struggling to concentrate the army, He could have sent staff to impose instructions on Hill and Ewell, but he did not and left them to it. When he directed Ewell to take the key to the Union line on Cemetery Hill, he used the discretionary caveat, "if practicable," an unproductive phrase with a mercurial general like Ewell. Once he established his headquarters on the field, Lee erratically communicated plans to his corps commanders. Lee gave orders to his corps commanders but sent no staff with them to make certain his wishes were obeyed. Davis offers this overall appraisal of Lee's Gettysburg efforts. He fortified any long or mid-range tactical reconnaissance Stuart might have provided, and as a result had no grasp of the overall battlescape. He learned of Union movements too late to react, and never identified Meade's center of gravity in order to direct his own efforts to best effect. He let Hill bring on a major engagement despite instructions not to do so, and then gave orders too imprecise and discretionary to be effective. 5 years later, Lee offered 2 reasons for defeat. Stuart's absence left him blind, and he could not deliver the one determined and united blow that he believed would have assured victory. What he did not say was that he was ultimately responsible. He let Stuart go, and his own laissez-faire management helped bungle the attacks on July 1st and 2nd. Every general has his worst battle. Gettysburg was Lee's. After the war, Lee provided his rationale for having attacked on the 2nd and 3rd days at Gettysburg. It had not been intended to deliver a general battle so far from our base unless attacked, but coming unexpectedly upon the whole Federal army, to withdraw through the mountains with our extensive trains would have been difficult and dangerous. At the same time, we were unable to await an attack, as the country was unfavorable for collecting supplies in the presence of the enemy, who could restrain our foraging parties by holding the mountain passes with local and other troops. A battle had therefore become, in a measure, unavoidable, and the success already gained gave hope of a favorable issue. Lee, in fact, had not come upon the whole Federal army. That whole army was not on the battlefield until late on the 2nd day of the Gettysburg struggle. Later, even after suffering 3 days of terrible losses, Lee in fact was able to retreat safely through the mountains after the battle, and his army managed to live off the country north of the Potomac for 9 more days. Lee's rationale justifies neither his series of frontal attacks on the 2nd day nor the suicidal charge on the 3rd day. Furthermore, Lee's strategic campaign into the North had come to its inevitable conclusion, the appearance of defeat and an unforeseen actual military defeat. Rhode Island's Elijah Hunt Rhodes's diary entry for July 9th typified the North's elation over Gettysburg. "I wonder what the South thinks of us Yankees now. I think Gettysburg will cure the rebels of any desire to invade the North again." Archer Jones provides this analysis. Lee suffered a costly defeat in a 3-day battle at Gettysburg. With Lee's loss of 28,000 men, killed, wounded, missing, and captured, to the North's 23,000, the battle became a disaster of depletion for the Confederate Army. His inevitable retreat to Virginia, seemingly the result of the battle rather than his inability to forage, made it a serious political defeat also. Considering the nearly equal number of combatants at Gettysburg, Lee's losses were staggering in both absolute and relative terms. Of the 75,000 Confederates, 22,600, 30% were killed or injured. The toll of general officers was appalling. 6 dead, 8 wounded, and 3 captured. Just as significantly, the Southern field grade officers, majors and above, suffered high casualties, and their absence would be felt for the duration of the war. Of the 83,300 Union troops at Gettysburg, 17,700, 21%, were killed or wounded. Although his losses were higher, absolutely and proportionally, Lee told Davis, "Our loss has been very heavy. That of the enemy's is proportionally so." The Richmond newspapers, and therefore many others in the South, initially reported Gettysburg as a grand Confederate victory. so Southerners did not at first realize the extent of their losses in Pennsylvania. By July 31st, Lee had deluded himself into calling the campaign a general success. A Virginia private who had fought at Gettysburg wrote his sister with a different view. "We got a bad whipping. They are a-whipping us at every point. I hope they would make peace so that we that is alive yet could get home again. But I suppose Jeff Davis and Lee don't care if all is killed." It became apparent that Lee had used the same approach he had taken in his prior 13 months in command. He attacked too frequently and relied too much on frontal assaults. British Colonel Arthur Fremantle discussed the flaw of Lee's aggressiveness. "Don't you see your system feeds upon itself? You cannot fill the places of these men. Your troops do wonders, but every time at a cost you cannot afford." Lee's offensive strategy and tactics were causing irreplaceable losses at an unsustainable rate, a casualty rate far greater than that of his stronger opponent. Gettysburg was the epitome of Lee's flawed approach. Alan Guelzo concludes his authoritative analysis of Gettysburg with a summary of Lee's role in the Confederate defeat. "It can be said, then, that Lee lost a battle he should have won, and lost it because A. He began the battle without completely concentrating his forces. B. He proved unable to coordinate the attacks of the forces he did have available. And C. He failed to reckon with how tenaciously the Army of the Potomac would hold its ground under direct infantry attack on July 3rd. Gettysburg featured many blunders by Lee and demonstrated all of his weaknesses. He initiated an unnecessary strategic offensive that, because of his army's inevitable return to Virginia, would be perceived as a retreat and thus a defeat. He rejected alternative uses for Longstreet's corps that might have avoided or mitigated critical losses of the Mississippi River, including Vicksburg and then Port Hudson, Louisiana, or middle and southeastern Tennessee, including Chattanooga. After making his army more important than all other rebel armies, he misused it offensively. His tactics were inexcusably and fatally aggressive on days 2 and 3. He failed to take charge on the battlefield on any of the 3 days. His battle plans were ineffective, and his orders, especially to Stuart and Ewell, were vague and too discretionary. Lee had the freedom of movement to choose the time and place of battle, but he allowed chance and a compulsion for attacking to pick it for him. Gettysburg was Lee at his worst. 6. Chickamauga and Chattanooga. Davis, Lee, and Bragg failed to destroy a Union army and to keep Chattanooga in rebel hands. Who blundered? Confederate President Jefferson Davis and Generals Robert E. Lee and Braxton Bragg. How? They delayed sending Longstreet's troops to Chickamauga, missed a chance virtually to destroy a Union army at or immediately after Chickamauga, conducted an ineffective partial siege at Chattanooga, and moved Longstreet's troops away from Chattanooga, ensuring Union victory there. Consequences? The results were that William Rosecrans's army survived Chickamauga and the siege. Ulysses S. Grant was able to unite 3 armies and drive the rebels away from Chattanooga, and the stage was set for Sherman's 1864 Atlanta campaign. In late 1863, Jefferson Davis, assisted by many of his leading generals, committed a series of blunders and missed the chance to trap and destroy as many as 3 Union armies at Chattanooga after the major Confederate victory at Chickamauga. Robert E. Lee started the blunders by delaying Longstreet's reinforcement of Bragg on the eve of the Battle of Chickamauga and throughout the engagement, which was fought September 18th to 20th. Other rebel failures included Braxton Bragg's failure to attack the isolated Union Army of the Cumberland, which had fled to Chattanooga and was desperately short of supplies. Then, after numerous Union reinforcements reached Chattanooga, Davis, Lee, and Bragg combined to transfer Longstreet's 15,000-man corps away from Chattanooga, opening the door for Union success at Missionary Ridge and missing the opportunity to bottle up Grant's forces in the Chattanooga Valley. These blunders were compounded by Lee's refusal to send additional reinforcements to what was the most critical point in the national struggle. The loss of that crucial ground opened the door for Sherman's game-changing Atlanta campaign of 1864. Major General William Rosecrans's Army of the Cumberland incurred substantial losses at the bloody 2.5-day Battle of Chickamauga in northern Georgia. Braxton Bragg's Army of Tennessee, belatedly reinforced by General James Longstreet with troops from Virginia, attacked Rosecrans's army, while George Thomas, the Rock of Chickamauga, prevented the loss of the Union Army by a heroic holding action. Rosecrans led a hasty retreat of the rest of his army to Chattanooga, Tennessee. Chickamauga had cost Rosecrans more than 16,000 casualties, and Bragg an astounding 18,000 plus. More importantly, the Confederates had missed the opportunity for an even greater victory, perhaps even the surrender of Rosecrans's army. The missteps began in Richmond. Although politically weakened by his Gettysburg defeat, General Robert E. Lee still had enough influence to delay Longstreet's movement out of the Virginia theater. In mid-August, Longstreet had pressed Secretary of War Seddon and Lee to send many of his troops west. Beginning August 21st, Bragg warned Richmond of a massive offensive by Rosecrans and Major General Ambrose Burnside and requested reinforcements. On August 24th, Lee was summoned to Richmond to discuss the situation in Tennessee and Georgia. During the last week of August, Davis began discussing with Lee the possibility of Lee's providing reinforcements to Bragg. Lee, who usually argued that Union reinforcements on his front precluded transfers from his army, now argued that transfers away from Meade, facing Lee in Virginia, made Meade's army vulnerable to an offensive by Lee's full army. In fact, on August 31st, Lee even ordered Longstreet to prepare for such an offensive. While Davis and Lee dithered, the situation in the West radically changed. Burnside and the Ninth Corps marched into Knoxville in northeastern Tennessee on September 3rd and cut the direct rail link, the East Tennessee and Virginia and the East Tennessee and Georgia railroads, from Virginia to Chattanooga. After finally agreeing on September 5th to the movement of Longstreet's troops, Lee and Davis took 3 more days to finalize the details. Longstreet's 2 divisions, which did not begin to leave Orange Courthouse in central Virginia until September 9th, had to take a 1,000-mile route to Chattanooga on 10 railroads through the Carolinas, instead of traveling only 500 rail miles by way of Knoxville, which was then in Union hands. Each of Longstreet's units took 8 to 10 days to reach Chickamauga. Thus, none of those transferred soldiers fought in any but the last day of the 2.5-day battle. Only 5,000 of them, without artillery, wagons, or horses, had a hand in breaking Rosecrans's Union lines on the last day of the battle, September 20th, and driving the Northerners back into Chattanooga. More or most of Longstreet's 15,000 troops, as well as his artillery and horses, would have arrived in time to fight and contest the Yankee retreat, if Lee's reluctance to part with any troops had not caused a delay of more than 2 weeks. On September 20th at Chickamauga, George Thomas and Major General Gordon Granger, barely able to hold Horseshoe Ridge and Snodgrass Hill against rebel assaults that continued all afternoon and into the evening, conducted an orderly retreat to join Rosecrans. It is doubtful they could have held off a full-blown assault that included all of Longstreet's troops with their artillery and horses. Thousands more Union soldiers would have been killed, wounded, captured, or forced into a disorderly retreat, instead of protecting Rosecrans's retreat and then making an orderly retreat themselves to Chattanooga. Further, the rebels would have had the manpower, firepower, and momentum to follow up their victory with an immediate assault on Rosecrans's reeling army in Chattanooga. The outcome at Chickamauga and even Chattanooga probably would have been quite different, therefore, if Davis and Lee had not blundered in delaying reinforcements. Bragg himself compounded their blunders by failing to pursue and attack the reeling Yankees immediately after Chickamauga. Peter Cozzens writes, "Obviously, Bragg had had his best chance to crush the Army of the Cumberland and reverse the tide of war in the West, perhaps irrevocably, given the deepening war weariness in the North, during the first hours following the Federal flight into Chattanooga." James McDonough concurs. Bragg failed to take advantage of the disorganized Union Army when its soldiers were despondent in defeat. Instead of attacking and maintaining momentum, Bragg elected to pursue a siege operation in which his enemy's supplies were never completely cut off. The rebel Army of Tennessee's failure to pursue and conquer Rosecrans's army led to a debilitating struggle among Bragg and his subordinates about who was to blame. Chattanooga was a critical crossroads for land, rail, and river transportation between the Deep South and Virginia, between the Mississippi River and the Carolinas, and between Nashville and the industrial center of Atlanta. After Chickamauga, Bragg's army occupied the high ground to the east and southwest of Chattanooga, trapping the Union forces and reducing their supply line to a single, mountainous, 60-mile wagon road from the railhead at Bridgeport, Alabama. Rations were cut, animals were dying, and starvation threatened the Federal troops. Recognizing the gravity of Rosecrans's position in Chattanooga, Lincoln, Stanton, and Halleck looked to Grant to resolve the crisis. In an October 3rd dispatch, Halleck told Grant to proceed to Cairo, Illinois, and report by telegraph. Arriving there on October 16th, Grant immediately telegraphed Halleck and was ordered to proceed to Louisville to meet an officer of the War Department. Grant's train was flagged down at Indianapolis, where he was joined by none other than Secretary of War Stanton, who accompanied him the rest of the way to Louisville and explained the desperate situation in Chattanooga. Stanton named Grant the commander of a new military division of the Mississippi, which included the departments and armies of the Ohio, Burnside, the Cumberland, Rosecrans, and the Tennessee, Grant, and all territory between the Mississippi and the Alleghenies north of Major General Nathaniel Banks in Louisiana. Grant's top priority now became saving Chattanooga. His first action was to replace Rosecrans as commander of the Army of the Cumberland with George Thomas, the hero of Chickamauga, to whom he wired, "I will be there as soon as possible. Please inform me how long your present supplies will last, and the prospect for keeping them up." Thomas replied that he and his troops would hold until we starve. Meanwhile, Lincoln, Stanton, Halleck, and senior staff held a midnight meeting to discuss the crisis in Chattanooga, which they realized was a key to victory in the war. Authorized to send badly needed reinforcements, Stanton ordered 20,000 troops from the Army of the Potomac under Major General Joseph "Fighting Joe" Hooker to proceed by rail from Virginia to the Chattanooga area. Major General Oliver O. Howard's 11th Corps and Major General Henry W. Slocum's 12th Corps, along with 10 artillery batteries, embarked the next day on the 1,200-mile journey over 7 railroads through Virginia, Maryland, West Virginia, Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, and Tennessee, all the way to Bridgeport, Alabama, covering the distance in an astonishing 15 days. Their 3,000 horses and transport vehicles followed within about a week. While the Union High Command appreciated the surpassing importance of the confrontation at Chattanooga, the Confederates did not. As we have seen, Lee and Davis had delayed Longstreet's movement to Chickamauga, a delay that likely had serious consequences for both Chickamauga and Chattanooga. Yielding to Lee's opposition, Davis declined to send additional troops to Chattanooga after the Confederates learned that 2 Union corps had been moved out of Lee's theater. Lee's Virginia-centric myopia, combined with Davis's acquiescence, haunted the Confederates throughout the Chattanooga campaign. Recently injured, Grant arrived by rail at Bridgeport and immediately began the painful and arduous 60-mile horseback ride over the mountains to Chattanooga. He had to be carried part of the way, because sections of the road were unfit for riding horses. The animal-loving Grant must have been dismayed by the sight of thousands of horse and mule carcasses and the wreckage of numerous wagons, all evidence of the need to open a better supply route into Chattanooga. Arriving on October 23rd, he asked Halleck to promote Sherman to Grant's old command of the Army of the Tennessee, and Halleck complied. Grant immediately conferred with Thomas and his staff, including General William F. Baldy Smith, chief engineer of the Army of the Cumberland. After scouting the area with Thomas and Smith the next day, Grant approved Smith's creative plan to open an adequate supply line to the town. 3 nights later, under the cover of darkness and fog, 1,800 Union troops in 60 pontoon boats floated downriver from Chattanooga around Moccasin Bend to Brown's Ferry, where they quickly overcame the surprised Confederate guards and ferried across another brigade of waiting troops. Coordinating with the 1st of Hooker's 11th and 12th Corps soldiers coming north through Lookout Valley from Bridgeport, they repelled a rebel counterattack and had a bridge built across the river by 4:30 the next afternoon. This virtually bloodless operation gave Grant's forces control of Lookout Valley and the Tennessee River below and west of Chattanooga, opening the Cracker Line, by which massive quantities of rations and supplies could be brought directly and efficiently from Bridgeport to Chattanooga. Grant's troops in Chattanooga celebrated as the first barges carrying 400,000 rations and 39,000 pounds of forage arrived behind the steamer Chattanooga, but they remained short of full rations and adequate fodder for weeks. Grant received the troops' praise for their sudden change of fortune, though he gave credit for the breakthrough to Thomas and Smith in his dispatches to Washington. But Grant deserved and received credit for the new atmosphere among the troops at Chattanooga. As the recently arrived General Howard wrote later that fall, "This department was completely out of joint when we first arrived. I cannot be too thankful for the policy that placed these 3 departments under Grant." Years later, a veteran said, "You have no conception of the change in the Army when Grant came. He opened up the Cracker Line and got a steamer through. We began to see things move. We felt that everything came from a plan. He came into the Army quietly. No splendor, no airs, no staff. He used to go about alone. He began the campaign the moment he reached the field." Bragg's Confederates must have been shocked by the suddenness and ease with which Grant altered the situation at Chattanooga. Instead of being bottled up and starving, the Union forces had a supply line that promised adequate food, rations, forage, clothing, ammunition, and other provisions in the near future, as well as a route for reinforcements from both the east and west. Grant himself would summarize the reversal of fortunes in his memoirs. "In 5 days from my arrival in Chattanooga, the way was open to Bridgeport, and with the aid of steamers and Hooker's teams, in a week the troops were receiving full rations. It is hard for anyone not an eyewitness to realize the relief this brought. The men were soon reclothed and also well fed. An abundance of ammunition was brought up, and a cheerfulness prevailed not before enjoyed in many weeks. I do not know what the effect was on the other side, but assume it must have been correspondingly depressing. Jefferson Davis had visited Bragg but a short time before, and must have perceived our condition to be about as Bragg described it in his subsequent report. These dispositions, he said, faithfully sustained, ensured the enemy's speedy evacuation of Chattanooga for want of food and forage. Possessed of the shortest route to his depot, and the one by which reinforcements must reach him, we held him at our mercy, and his destruction was only a question of time." In desperation, the rattled Confederates counterattacked the second night, following the surprise Union assault on Brown's Ferry. Longstreet's men came down from Lookout Mountain to attack Hooker's troops in Lookout Valley. Union Brigadier General John W. Geary was badly outnumbered at the Battle of Wauhatchie, but held his position. Moving to the rescue from Brown's Ferry, Howard engaged Confederates attacking from a foothill of Lookout Mountain, drove them back, and captured the hill. The attack on Geary, meanwhile, was broken up when his horses and mules stampeded toward the attackers, who mistook the stampede for a cavalry charge on the pitch-black night. The Union victory at Wauhatchie, which kept Lookout Valley open and guaranteed the Cracker Line's security, came at a minimal cost. There were no further Confederate attempts to impede the supply and reinforcement route Grant had so easily opened. Grant had saved a trapped army and opened and defended a practical supply and reinforcement route to Chattanooga. Soon, he would pose a serious threat to Bragg's encircling army. On the other hand, Bragg and Longstreet had failed to deploy adequate forces in the Lookout Valley, either to hold or to recover that area so critical to an effective siege. In the following days, Grant made a one-man reconnaissance of the situation along the Chattanooga Creek west of Chattanooga and near the base of Lookout Mountain. When he approached the Union pickets on his side of the creek, one of them recognized him and called out, "Turn out the guard for the commanding general." Grant dismissed the Union pickets who turned out, but not in time to keep the Confederates across the creek from learning what was happening. Thus, a Confederate picket called out, "Turn out the guard for the commanding general, General Grant." The line of Confederate pickets saluted Grant, and he returned their salute. Having improved the supply situation, Grant spent the next month gathering his reinforcements, assembling an army of 80,000, and planning an assault on the 6-mile Confederate line, half encircling Chattanooga. The presence of Hooker's 20,000 troops and Sherman's 2 corps from Mississippi swelled Grant's army, demonstrating Lincoln's, Stanton's, and Grant's grasp of the importance of Chattanooga to their national strategy. Lee and Davis not only prevented a reciprocal increase of Bragg's force, but actually reduced it. Anxious to get back the bulk of Longstreet's corps, which Davis had belatedly pried loose from Lee and sent to Chickamauga, Lee persistently lobbied Davis for Longstreet's return. He started before Longstreet had even left Virginia. On September 11th, writing to Davis that Longstreet should have reached Richmond the prior evening on his way south, Lee closed with the plea, "The blow at Rosecrans should be made promptly, and Longstreet returned." Just 3 days later, he raised the ante. "I begin to fear that we have lost the use of troops here where they are much needed, and that they have gone where they will do no good. And it is a matter worthy of consideration whether General Longstreet's corps will reach General Bragg in time and condition to be of any advantage to him." Whose fault was that, we may ask? Should General Longstreet reach General Bragg in time to aid him in winning a victory and return to this army, it will be well. But should he be detained there without being able to do any good, it will result in evil. A week later, Lee came up with a specific proposal for the president to consider. If Major General Simon Bolivar Buckner could join Bragg, which he did at Chickamauga, then Longstreet can successfully move to East Tennessee, open that country where Major General Sam Jones can unite with him, and thence rejoin me. No time ought to be lost or wasted. Everything should be done that can be done at once, so that the troops may be speedily returned to this department. On October 29th, while visiting Bragg's army, Davis passed Lee's suggestion to Bragg, whom Davis had just retained in command despite requests from Longstreet and virtually all of Bragg's other generals that he be removed. According to Peter Cousins, Davis's suggestion, which was originally Lee's, that Bragg detach Longstreet was quixotic, reflecting both his lack of appreciation of the Union buildup at Chattanooga and the degree to which he was swayed by Robert E. Lee. James McDonough agrees that Davis was apparently unaware of either strategic or tactical reality and seemed oblivious to the federal concentration of forces at Chattanooga, which left Bragg outnumbered by about 2 to 1. Ignoring the Union buildup, Bragg went along with Lee's and Davis's recommendation. He knew that Longstreet had aggravated the discontent among Bragg's generals and suspected, probably correctly, that Longstreet wanted his command. On November 3rd, Bragg convened his corps commanders and bluntly ordered Longstreet to move toward Knoxville and drive Burnside out of Tennessee. 2 days later, Longstreet took at least 15,000 troops away to the northeast. This gambit reduced Bragg's strength to 36,000 against Grant's eventual 80,000, and deprived Bragg of a reserve in the event of a Union breakthrough, which Lee, Davis, and Bragg seemed determined to make feasible. In the words of Peter Cozzens, Bragg had committed the most egregious error of his checkered career. In all too typical fashion, he had allowed rancor toward Longstreet to crowd out rational thought. Without a coherent plan, or even the desire for close coordination between the two segments, he had divided his army in the face of a now numerically superior foe, who was about to receive even more reinforcements. Grant's battle plan for a breakthrough at Chattanooga sent Sherman against the Confederate right, north wing, all the way to the railroad in Bragg's rear, the pathway to Knoxville and Atlanta, sent Hooker against the Confederate left at Lookout Mountain, and had Thomas pressure the Confederate center to keep reinforcements from going to either flank. Grant did not foresee that the arrival of Sherman's troops would cause Bragg to think they were headed toward Knoxville, and to order 11,000 more of his troops to proceed there. They were on their way, further weakening Bragg's army, before being recalled when Grant attacked at Chattanooga. The first Union advance, on November 23rd, was a 1-mile movement by Thomas's troops against the center of the Confederate line, in which he turned what looked like a drill into a takeover of the advanced Confederate lines and a prominent hill called Orchard Knob. That night, to the north, thousands of Sherman's men crossed the river in pontoon boats, established a beachhead, and built a pontoon bridge for the men behind them. The next day, Grant ordered Hooker to take Lookout Mountain, the 1,200-foot landmark dominating the Tennessee River southwest of Chattanooga. His 3 divisions crossed Lookout Creek and proceeded to take control of the thinly manned mountain in a day-long battle above the clouds. The fighting on the upper half of the mountain was visible to cheering Union troops in the Tennessee River Valley, and to Grant and other generals on Orchard Knob in the center of the Union lines. After taking more than 1,200 casualties, Bragg ordered the mountain abandoned that night, ending a 63-day occupation. Hooker's success cleared the way for an all-out assault on the remaining Confederates threatening Chattanooga. Grant ordered Sherman and his troops, who had marched more than 600 miles from Vicksburg before crossing the Tennessee north of town, to attack Tunnel Mountain on the north end of Missionary Ridge, the Confederate heights overlooking Chattanooga from the east. Grant simultaneously ordered Hooker to drive from Lookout Mountain through Lookout Valley to threaten the south end of Missionary Ridge. Grant held George Thomas's troops in reserve between Sherman and Hooker to reinforce any breakthrough made by either of them. Sherman's planned offensive made little progress on November 24th, but a full eclipse of the moon that evening seemed to augur significant developments the next day. Sherman continued to encounter serious problems on the 25th, however. Tunnel Hill turned out to be a couple of ridges beyond where he expected it to be, and behind a ravine. A frustrated Sherman sent small portions of his troops into deadly frontal assaults on defensive positions, well conceived by Confederate Major General Patrick R. Cleburne. Sherman's frustration was matched on the other end of the line, where Hooker was having difficulty crossing the now bridgeless Chattanooga Creek in Lookout Valley. From his outpost on Orchard Knob between Chattanooga and Missionary Ridge, Grant became concerned about Sherman after observing Confederate reinforcements shifting to deal with Sherman's attack on the north. The commanding general approached his old West Point roommate, Brigadier General Thomas J. Wood, and said, "General Sherman seems to be having a hard time." "Yes, General," Wood responded. "He does seem to be in a warm place." Sensing that neither of his primary options was working, the hands on Grant then ordered Wood and Major General Philip H. Sheridan, under Thomas's command, to advance your divisions to the foot of the ridge and there halt. It will menace Bragg's forces so as to relieve Sherman. Preparing to do so, Wood said, I think we can carry the entrenchments at the base of the ridge. Thomas assembled 23,000 infantrymen for the assault on the rifle pits at the base of Missionary Ridge. To Confederates in the pits, in positions halfway up the ridge and atop the ridge, there appeared to be 50,000 advancing troops. Bragg was foolish to place about 30% of the rebels in such a vulnerable position. They could not expect to hold the rifle pits and inevitably had to flee to the top of the ridge, where their exhaustion impeded their fighting ability. The rebel effort was poorly conceived, poorly engineered, and poorly coordinated. The attackers moved out in good order and, despite some defensive fire, quickly made their way to the base of Missionary Ridge, where the defending rebels fled uphill. Thomas's men, however, soon realized they were in a no-man's land, where they were under fire from numerous Confederate riflemen and some artillery on the side and top of the ridge. A Union infantryman, Fred Neffler of the 79th Indiana, described the situation. Nothing could live in or about the captured line of fieldworks. A few minutes of such terrific telling fire would quickly convert them into untenable, hideous slaughter pens. There was no time or opportunity for deliberations. Something must be done, and it must be done quickly. Given the option of retreating, dying, or continuing the assault, they scrambled up the ridge to attack the source of the killing rifle fire. Many officers at the base of the hill, moreover, apparently thought they had orders to continue the assault. Wood's division quickly began climbing the ridge. Sheridan reputedly yelled, "As soon as you get your wind, men, we will go straight to the top of that hill," and his division immediately followed. Others reported that Sheridan's men and others went up the ridge without orders, and that Sheridan himself went with them before he could receive an answer to his inquiry about whether to stop at the rifle pits. When the diminutive Sheridan raised a silver whiskey flask in salute to the rebel gunners, he was just missed by an artillery shell, and then retorted, "That's damn ungenerous. I shall take those 2 guns for that." Back at Orchard Knob, Grant and numerous generals watched in astonishment as Thomas's men scrambled up the ridge. Grant accusingly asked Thomas, "Who ordered those men up the ridge?" After Thomas denied knowledge, Grant turned to Thomas's deputy, Granger, and asked, "Did you order them up, Granger?" He said he had not, and explained, "When those fellows get started, all hell can't stop them." Grant mumbled that someone would catch it if the attack failed. Thomas's men had 3 things going for them, each one a result of Confederate incompetence. First, with Longstreet's 15,000 men having been sent away, and most Confederates defending their flanks, Bragg did not have the numbers to withstand such a massive assault at the center of his line. Cousins stresses this blunder. Had President Davis not suggested, and Bragg not acceded, to sending Longstreet off on his quixotic expedition toward Knoxville, Bragg could have disposed of his forces so as to have such a reserve. Even allowing for the acrimony between Bragg and Longstreet, it is inconceivable that the 2 or 3 brigades needed to break the initial, tentative Federal foothold on the crest of Missionary Ridge would not have been on hand. Second, the Confederates had placed their artillery at the geologic instead of the military crest of the ridge, and most of their guns, therefore, were too far back from the slope to fire at the thousands of men desperately heading their way. Third, the wasteful and foolish placement of a substantial number of Confederate troops in indefensible positions at the base and on the side of the ridge, from which they were compelled to retreat if they survived the initial assault, compounded the other 2 blunders. Hundreds and then thousands of Thomas's troops reached the summit, where they wreaked havoc on fleeing Confederates. Shouting, "Chickamauga! Chickamauga!" they avenged the embarrassing defeat and retreat of the previous September. General Wood, General Granger, or both, humorously addressed the Union troops. "Soldiers, you ought to be court-martialed, every man of you. I ordered you to take the rifle pits, and you scaled the mountain." They did what they sensed had to be done, and coupled with the numerous Confederate blunders, the effort resulted in a decisive Union triumph. As the center of the Confederate line collapsed, troops from all sectors of that line abandoned their positions and fled toward Georgia. Bragg, their unpopular commander, rode among his troops in a vain attempt to stop the retreat. To his cries of, "Here's your commander," they responded, "Here's your mule." Bragg had completely lost control over his men, many of whom were captured, and thousands threw away their weapons. They abandoned 41 guns, 1/3 of their army's total, and 7,000 firearms. By 7 o'clock that evening, Bragg had reached Chickamauga Station and telegraphed news of the debacle to Richmond. Despite Phil Sheridan's immediate pursuit and the later pursuit by Hooker, Cleburne saved the army with an effective rearguard defense at strong defensive positions, especially near Ringgold, Georgia. The Battle of Chattanooga was not fought and won as Grant had planned. Baldy Smith provided an excellent summary of its planning and execution. The original plan contemplated the turning of Bragg's right flank, which was not done. The secondary plan of Thomas looked toward following up the success of Hooker at Lookout Mountain by turning the left flank of Bragg through Rossville Gap, and then an attack by Thomas along his entire front. The Rossville Gap was not carried in time to be of more than secondary importance in the battle. The assault on the center before either flank was turned was never seriously contemplated and was made without plan, without orders. The victory was the result of Grant's aggressive use of all of his forces to keep the pressure on the enemy at all points. Davis and Lee, of course, helped. In October, Lee had stymied a Confederate plan to reinforce Chattanooga with 25,000 of Lee's troops from Virginia and 10,000 of Johnston's from Mississippi. That same month, Davis proposed sending more troops to Chattanooga from Lee's command, especially in light of the Union's transfer of 2 corps away from his theater. But Lee refused to provide any more than those previously sent under Longstreet. Davis chose not to override Lee again. Their shared miscalculations, belatedly sending Longstreet and then declining to send additional troops, showed they did not appreciate the importance of the Western theater, where, according to many historians, the Civil War was decided. Consistent with Lincoln's direction to remember Burnside immediately after his Chattanooga victory, Grant sent a relief expedition and supplies toward Knoxville. Before that expedition, 6,000 of Burnside's troops had avoided being trapped, beaten Longstreet's troops to Campbell's Station on the road to Knoxville, held them back in a day-long battle there on November 16th, and retreated to Knoxville. Later, Burnside thwarted Longstreet's poorly executed assault on Knoxville, and the threat of the relief column drove Longstreet into the Tennessee mountains, 20 miles east of Knoxville, where his troops spent a hard winter. The heart of eastern Tennessee was now in Union hands. With both Chattanooga and Knoxville secure, Lincoln finally tendered Grant, "And all under your command, my more than thanks, my profoundest gratitude for the skill, courage, and perseverance with which you and they, over so great difficulties, have effected that important object." Having achieved his objectives in eastern Tennessee, Grant issued a congratulatory order to his troops on December 10th. "In a short time, you have recovered from the enemy the control of the Tennessee River from Bridgeport to Knoxville. You dislodged him from Chattanooga Valley, wrested from his determined grasp the possession of Missionary Ridge, repelled with heavy loss to him his repeated assaults upon Knoxville, forcing him to raise the siege there, driving him at all points, utterly routed and discomfited beyond the limits of the state. By your noble heroism and determined courage, you have most effectually defeated the plans of the enemy for regaining possession of the states of Kentucky and Tennessee. You have secured positions from which no rebellious power can drive or dislodge you." In Georgia, a retreating rebel officer observed, Captain, this is the death knell of the Confederacy. If we cannot cope with those fellows with the advantages we had on this line, there is not a line between here and the Atlantic Ocean where we can stop them." His captain responded, "Hush, Lieutenant. That is treason you are talking." More evidence of the despondency Grant's successes at Chattanooga had induced among the Confederate troops is found in a letter that a surgeon in the Army of Tennessee, John T. Farris, wrote from winter quarters at Dalton, Georgia, on the day after Christmas, 1863. "Our cause is lost, certain, and I would just now say that I do not know but it will be as well. I am of the opinion that, should we gain independence, that we would have a tottering of aristocrat government, and many are of this opinion. From what I can learn, this whole army was yesterday and night before last in the same condition as our brigade, all drunk and shame forever. I also understand that 1 major and 4 privates were killed dead by accident shots of drunken rowdies. God knows, you can have no idea of what took place yesterday, last night, and the night before. I am troubled at the way everything is going. If I had known at the beginning of the war what I know now, I today would have been in Canada, making an honest living. God knows I wish I was there now." That Confederate despair reached all the way to Richmond, where President Davis reluctantly accepted the resignation of his friend Bragg as commander of the Army of Tennessee, and even more reluctantly replaced him with their common adversary, Joseph Johnston. James McDonough spells out what might have happened but for the errors of Davis, Lee, and Bragg. The Federal Army might have been destroyed at Chickamauga, or starved into surrender at Chattanooga, or flanked out of Chattanooga and forced either to retreat or to fight under undesirable circumstances. To recap, those fatal Confederate blunders were: 1. Delaying the transfer of Longstreet and his troops from Virginia to Chickamauga. 2. Failing to pursue and attack the fleeing Union Army immediately after Chickamauga. 3. Failing to seal off Chattanooga from resupply and reinforcement. 4. Failing to attack the demoralized and weakened Union Army in Chattanooga before it was resupplied and reinforced. 5. Leaving Bragg in command of an army, many of whose commanders and soldiers hated and disrespected him. 6. Sending Longstreet and his troops away from Chattanooga, as Union forces were increasing to almost 80,000. And 7. Placing thousands of troops in vulnerable rifle pits at the base and on the side of Missionary Ridge. These blunders, Alan Nevins explains, were catastrophic because it had been highly important for the Union Army to take and hold Chattanooga. Had it lost its grip upon the city and been forced back toward Nashville, a heavy depression would have settled upon the Northwest. Now a sense of elation pervaded the great area from Ohio to Kansas. Instead, depression fell on the South. According to Bruce Catton, the Confederacy had passed the last of the great might-have-beens of the war. Its supreme attempt to restore the lost balance had failed. Peter Cozzens paints a dreary picture. That they had not lost only a battle but the war in the West was evident to most of the stunned Southern soldiers, who shuffled along the trails winding away from the battlefield on the night of 25 November. A series of presidential and command blunders had put them on the road to final defeat. 7. Mobile, Alabama. Abraham Lincoln and Henry Halleck failed to attack or capture Mobile in 1863 or early 1864. Who blundered? U.S. President Abraham Lincoln and Union Major General Henry W. Halleck. How? They rejected General Ulysses S. Grant's recommendations in 1863 and 1864 to seize Mobile. Consequences? Mobile remained open for blockade runners for an extra year and was not utilized to attack the Confederacy's soft underbelly in those years. After his victory at Vicksburg in mid-1863, and again during the winter of 1863 to 1864, Ulysses S. Grant urged a campaign against Mobile, Alabama, the soft underbelly of the Confederacy, and its last major port still open on the Gulf of Mexico. Capturing Mobile at either time would have cut off a flow of imported goods and destroyed the city's manufacturing capability. A massive attack there would have enabled Union forces to invade Georgia earlier and more effectively than they eventually did. Moving into Alabama would have had even broader ramifications, because by mid-1863, Richmond and Lee's nearby army were obtaining most of their food from Alabama and Georgia. On July 12, 1863, only 8 days after the Confederate surrender to Grant at Vicksburg, Sherman proposed a Mobile campaign to Grant. He telegraphed, "Mobile should be attacked from the direction of New Orleans, and when it is taken, we can move on to Selma, a Confederate industrial stronghold in Alabama." Even the less than stalwart Major General Nathaniel Banks realized Mobile's importance at about the same time. On July 18th, he wrote to Grant, "The corps you propose to send me for Texas coastal operations will be of infinite assistance. It is my belief that Joseph Johnston, when defeated by you in central Mississippi, as I am confident he will be, will fall back upon Mobile. Such is also the expectation of the rebels. The capture of Mobile is of importance, second only in the history of the war to the opening of the Mississippi. I hope that you will be able to follow him. I can aid you somewhat by land and sea, if that shall be your destination. Mobile is the last stronghold in the West and Southwest. No pains should be spared to effect its reduction." On the same day that Banks wrote, Grant first recommended a Mobile campaign to General-in-Chief Halleck. "It seems to me now that Mobile should be captured, the expedition starting from some point on Lake Pontchartrain." He clearly saw Mobile as the logical next target for his large army of the Tennessee. Halleck, however, definitively rejected Grant's proposal only 4 days later, preferring other uses for Grant's troops. "Before attempting Mobile, I think it will be best to clean up a little." Specifically, he wanted Johnston defeated in Mississippi, Confederate troops cleared out of the Trans-Mississippi near the Arkansas River, Vicksburg and Port Hudson remodeled to accommodate small garrisons, and Banks assisted in cleaning out western Louisiana. Halleck concluded, "When these things are accomplished, there will be a large available force to operate either on Mobile or Texas. The Navy is not ready for cooperation." As Grant later complained in his memoirs, Halleck was repeating the error he made after Corinth, breaking up Grant's army and sending it where it would do the least good. Grant, whose dominant trait was persistence, wasted no time in reiterating his recommendation, bringing it up in a long letter to Halleck 2 days later. "It seems to me that Mobile is the point deserving the most immediate attention. It could not be taken from here, Vicksburg, at this season of the year. The country through which an army would have to pass is poor and water scarce. The only present route, it seems to me, would be from some point on Lake Pontchartrain. I have not studied this matter, however, it being out of my department." On August 1st, the determined Grant, referring to a Confederate withdrawal in Louisiana, tried to allay Halleck's concerns about demands on the Navy. "Mobile can be taken from the Gulf Department with only 1 or 2 gunboats to protect the debarkation. I can send the necessary force, with your leave. I would like to visit New Orleans, particularly if the movement against Mobile is authorized." While Halleck was concerned about cleaning up operations, Grant was trying to focus the General-in-Chief's attention on the inviting target of Mobile, even though that city would not be in Grant's official purview until a few months later. Grant even conferred with Banks on August 1st about plans for a Mobile expedition, and in early August he received a spy report on Confederate fortifications at Mobile. But Halleck, and apparently Lincoln, had other plans. As early as July 24th, Halleck was telling Banks to prepare for a Texas venture. Your next operations must depend very much upon the condition of affairs. Texas and Mobile will present themselves to your attention. The Navy are very anxious for an attack upon the latter place, but I think Texas the most important. While your army is engaged in cleaning out southwestern Louisiana, every preparation should be made for an expedition into Texas. He said that Grant would probably be able to send him considerable reinforcements. On July 30th, Halleck ordered Grant to transfer a corps of 10,000 to 12,000 men to Banks. Their role was clarified by an order Halleck sent to Grant on August 6th for conveyance to Banks. There are important reasons why our flag should be restored in some point of Texas with the least possible delay. Do this by land, at Galveston, at Indianola, or at any other point you may deem preferable. If by sea, Admiral Farragut will cooperate. There are reasons why the movement should be as prompt as possible. It was becoming clear that a decision had been made in Washington to establish a Union presence in Texas and to defer any movement on Mobile. On August 3rd, Halleck told Grant, "It will be well to keep up the impression in your army that Mobile will be the next point of attack, making it clear that any plan to attack Mobile would be a mere bluff." Giving up on Halleck, Grant proposed a Mobile campaign to Assistant Secretary of War Charles A. Dana, who had become a good friend, writing to him on August 5th, "I am very anxious to take Mobile while I think it can be done with comparative ease. But this would have to be done from Pascagoula, Mississippi, or even a point further along on the coast, and through Banks's department of the Gulf. He has not the troops to do it. I am sending one Army Corps, Ords, to Natchez, so that if authorized they can be sent under Banks's direction on this enterprise." Despite his considerable influence, Dana did not change Washington's opposition to a Mobile campaign. It soon became evident that the decision was actually President Lincoln's. He explained to Banks, "Recent events in Mexico, I think, render early action in Texas more important than ever." On August 9th, Lincoln explained his rationale to Grant. "I see by a dispatch of yours that you incline quite strongly toward an expedition against Mobile. This would appear tempting to me also, were it not that in view of recent events in Mexico, I am greatly impressed with the importance of reestablishing the national authority in western Texas as soon as possible." The president added a curious note. "I am not making an order, however. That I leave, for the present at least, to the General-in-Chief." It is doubtful that Lincoln was leaving this decision up to Halleck, but he appears to have been trying to escape full responsibility for the decision against a Mobile campaign. Concerned about France's installation of the puppet dictator, Maximilian, in Mexico, he wanted a movement toward or into Texas to discourage a Franco-Mexican campaign in that direction. Grant was as deferential as ever to the president. From Cairo, Illinois, on August 23rd, he responded, "After the fall of Vicksburg, I did incline very much to an immediate move on Mobile. I believed that the place could be taken with but little effort, and with the rivers debouching there in our possession, we would have such a base to operate from on the very center of the Confederacy as would make them abandon entirely the states bound west by the Mississippi. I see, however, the importance of a movement into Texas just at this time." 2 decades later, in his memoirs, which were generally hostile to Halleck, Grant downplayed Lincoln's role in this decision. "I suggested to the General-in-Chief the idea of a campaign against Mobile, starting from Lake Pontchartrain. Halleck preferred another course. The possession of the Trans-Mississippi by the Union forces seemed to possess more importance in his mind than almost any campaign east of the Mississippi. I am well aware that the president was very anxious to have a foothold in Texas, to stop the clamor of some of the foreign governments which seemed to be seeking a pretext to interfere in the war. This, however, could have been easily done without wasting troops in western Louisiana and eastern Texas, by sending a garrison at once to Brownsville on the Rio Grande. Halleck disapproved of my proposition to go against Mobile. It would have been an easy thing to capture Mobile at the time I proposed to go there. Having that as a base of operations, troops could have been thrown into the interior to operate against General Bragg's Army of the Tennessee. This would necessarily have compelled Bragg to detach in order to meet this fire in his rear. If he had not done this, the troops from Mobile could have inflicted inestimable damage upon much of the country, from which his army and Lee's were yet receiving their supplies. I was so much impressed with this idea that I renewed my request letter late in July and again about the 1st of August, and proposed sending all the troops necessary, asking only the assistance of the Navy to protect the debarkation of troops at or near Mobile. Whether the decision was that of Lincoln, Halleck, or both, the fact is that Grant's recommendation of a movement against Mobile soon after his brilliant Vicksburg campaign was rejected in Washington. This was a serious blunder. Murray and Shea write, "Whatever the consequences of the French intervention in Mexico, it made little sense to put Grant on the shelf. Had Washington followed Grant's advice to take Mobile after Vicksburg, the war might well have ended in 1864, with the Confederate military position collapsing in its crucial interior, whatever tactical successes Lee might score in Virginia." They add, Halleck's contemptuous dismissal, a dismissal buttressed by Lincoln and Stanton, of Grant's proposal for a move against Mobile after Vicksburg's surrender, prevented a move that would have forced the Confederates to divide their attention between southern Alabama and Rosecrans's move against Chattanooga. Not surprisingly, the incompetent Banks's foray into Texas produced little. His attempts to land troops at Sabine Pass, near the Louisiana border, on September 8th, were repelled by a small Confederate artillery battery, the Davis Guard of the 1st Texas Heavy Artillery, in one of the war's more farcical engagements. 2 of the 4 Union gunboats trying to clear the way for a 5,000-man landing force were hit, disabled, and surrendered. Fearing phantom rebel reinforcements, the Union fleet retreated, having suffered 380 casualties, to the Confederates none. Banks's one success was occupying the Gulf Coast north from Brownsville to Matagorda and the Rio Grande northwest to Laredo during the fall and winter. On November 2nd, 6,000 Union troops took over Brazos Santiago on the Gulf, 24 miles from Brownsville, an occupation that interfered with Confederate blockade running in South Texas for a few months. Confederates recovered the Rio Grande Valley in March 1864 and Brownsville itself the following July. Thereafter, they resumed their cross-border trading of valuable cotton for sorely needed medicines and munitions that had been exported from Europe to Mexico. All in all, Banks spent the better part of a year obtaining skimpy results on the fringes of the Confederacy, while Mobile and most of Alabama, at its heart, went unmolested. Lincoln and Halleck mistakenly had rejected Grant's strategic recommendation for a much more vital mission. Meanwhile, from September 18th through 20th, in the Battle of Chickamauga in northern Georgia, Rosecrans's Army of the Cumberland was attacked by Bragg's Army of Tennessee, belatedly augmented by some of James Longstreet's corps from Virginia. Although the attackers took more casualties, they forced Rosecrans to retreat to Chattanooga and semi-encircled his army while controlling the high ground south and east of the town. Rosecrans was trapped, and the call went out for help. Actually, Rosecrans had realized a few days earlier that he had overextended his army into Georgia and that reinforcements likely would be needed. As a result, Halleck called upon Grant to send troops to Rosecrans's aid. On September 22nd, from Vicksburg, Grant advised Halleck that he was sending 2 divisions to Rosecrans and that he would be therefore unable to provide Banks with an additional division he had requested. Sherman, who was losing some troops in the shuffle, advised Grant, through Grant's Chief of Staff, John Rawlins, of his own thoughts on the matter. The easiest way to relieve pressure on Rosecrans would be for that Texas expedition to be directed on Mobile and all our available forces, with the New Orleans force. Or, in other words, leave the Trans-Mississippi alone, and using the interior to attack the line of the Alabama, destroying in passing the Mobile and Ohio road. This would force Joe Johnston to make very heavy detachments from Bragg. I doubt if our reinforcements to Rosecrans can reach him in time to do good. It is unclear whether Grant had advised Sherman of Lincoln's focus on Texas for international diplomatic reasons. Perhaps not. Grant himself was not letting go of the issue. On September 25th, less than a month after telling Lincoln he understood his concerns about Mexico and Texas, Grant advised a member of Halleck's staff that a Mobile campaign would remove the pressure on Rosecrans. "I regret not having a force now to move against Mobile with. I am confident that Mobile could now be taken with a comparatively small force. At least a demonstration in that direction would either result in the abandonment of the city or force the enemy to weaken Bragg's army to hold it." Grant persisted in a letter to Halleck of September 30th, which closed, "I regret that I have not got a movable force with which to attack Mobile or the river above. As I am situated, however, I must be content with guarding territory already taken from the enemy. I do not say this complainingly, but simply regret that advantage cannot be taken of so fine an opportunity of dealing the enemy a heavy blow." Grant continued lobbying Halleck on October 5th, when he signed a letter to him vouching for Union spy Louis Traeger, who was to report personally to Halleck on his extremely thorough observations of Confederate military operations throughout the South. Grant referred to an October 1st letter from Major General Stephen A. Hurlburt to Halleck, forwarding Traeger's written report. That report, which included in-depth information about Mobile's fortifications and guns, concluded with this insight: "I spoke with many men in Mobile who are in official employment. They told me the place could be taken by land, and the sign of it is that they have fortified Chickasaw Bluff on the Alabama River, 25 miles by water and 10 miles by land from Selma, Alabama. They are thinking if Mobile is taken by land, the forts defending Mobile Bay will be starved out, and our fleet could go up the Alabama River to Montgomery." Halleck, therefore, had a great deal of information about the feasibility and usefulness of taking Mobile. But events at Chattanooga would foreclose such a campaign for the time being. Responding to Grant's September 30th letter, Halleck wrote obliquely on October 11th that a decision had been made in Washington to use Grant for something other than a Mobile campaign. "I regret equally with yourself that you could not have forces to move on Mobile. But there were certain reasons, which I cannot now explain, which precluded such an attempt. You need not fear being left idle. The moment you are well enough to take the field, you will have abundant occupation." Grant, who had been injured when his spooked horse fell on him in New Orleans, reported his recovery to Halleck and soon received a major new assignment. Lincoln, Stanton, and Halleck sent Grant to Chattanooga to rescue Rosecrans's army. Rosecrans's personal fate was left in Grant's hands. Assuming command of the Military Division of the West, which included 3 armies, and relieving Rosecrans of command, Grant traveled to Chattanooga, where he saved the Union Army with a victory that forced Bragg's army back into northern Georgia. With his victory at Chattanooga on November 25th, Grant once again became a national hero. The Union lost a southern winter campaign season for advancing on the Confederates because Halleck continued to deny Grant's renewed recommendation to attack Mobile and then move on to Montgomery and Atlanta. By late 1863, after his successes at Vicksburg and Chattanooga, Grant took a greater interest in a national strategy that would finally end the war. Bruce Cadden explains, "Grant had at last reached the point where he could see that final triumph for the Union depended on crowding a beaten foe without respite, permitting no breathing spell in which the weaker antagonist could regain his balance and repair damages, using the superior power of the North, in short, to apply unrelenting pressure of a sort the Confederacy had not the resources to resist." So Grant looked again toward Mobile. He persuaded Charles Dana of the desirability of a Mobile campaign, and on November 29th, after the crushing victory at Missionary Ridge only hours before, Dana wrote to Stanton from Chattanooga about Grant's plans for a winter campaign. He reported that Grant wanted to use 35,000 surplus troops from his armies for an offensive campaign against Mobile and the interior of Alabama. Grant would move from New Orleans or Pascagoula Bay. Dana outlined the proposal and endorsed it. Investing Mobile, Grant will leave a sufficient force to hold his lines and keep the garrison imprisoned without any unnecessary fighting, while with the mass of his army he operates in the interior against Montgomery, Selma, or whatsoever point invites attention. He has asked me to lay this plan before you, and to ask for it the approbation of the government. He will himself write to General Halleck on the subject, and perhaps also to yourself. I earnestly hope that you will agree to his design, and as soon as may be, give your assent to its execution. A winter campaign may be made there with little, if any, difficulty. I can see nothing to condemn, but everything to approve in the scheme. On December 1st, Grant shared his plans for such an offensive with his friend and subordinate, Major General James B. McPherson. Although Grant believed that Washington, Halleck, expected no action until spring, he was eager to gather troops from specific scattered locations at Pascagoula, Mississippi, from which he would launch a Mobile campaign. He added, "To get ready for this, it will take fully to the middle of January before we could leave New Orleans for Pascagoula, if the authority is promptly granted. I write this merely to let you know what to expect." On December 7th, a week after encouraging Dana to soften up Stanton, Grant followed military protocol and wrote to Halleck recommending the Mobile campaign. First, he pointed out that a winter campaign would occupy otherwise idle troops, harass the enemy, interrupt their reorganization, and go far towards breaking down the rebellion before spring. Second, Grant argued that the imminent rainy season would prevent any large-scale rebel return to Tennessee. Third, he laid out the specifics of his plan. "I propose, with the concurrence of higher authority, to move by way of New Orleans and Pascagoula on Mobile. I would hope to secure that place or its investment by the last of January. Should the enemy make an obstinate resistance at Mobile, I would fortify outside and leave a garrison sufficient to hold the garrison of the town, and with the balance of the army make a campaign into the interior of Alabama, and possibly Georgia. The campaign, of course, would be suggested by the movements of the enemy. It seems to me this move would secure the entire states of Alabama and Mississippi, and a part of Georgia, or force Lee to abandon Virginia and North Carolina. Without his force, the enemy have not got army enough to resist the army I can take." Grant closed with an expression of hope for an early reply by telegraph. Clearly, Grant was eager to put his plan into action as soon as possible. As Catton indicates, he was considering the national ramifications of such a campaign. Grant perceived that it could give the Union control of the remainder of the Deep South, putting pressure on the keystone state of Georgia, and perhaps even affecting the Virginia Eastern Theater. Here was a national military strategy that could win the war, a strategy that would prove too daring for those responsible for national strategy at that time, Lincoln, Stanton, and Halleck. Those Washington strategists were not so enthusiastic about Grant's plan. The first harbinger of rejection came in Halleck's response on December 17th, in which he promised to bring the plan to the attention of Lincoln and of Stanton, who knew from Dana what Grant wanted to do. Halleck mentioned the need to drive the enemy from eastern Tennessee, near Knoxville, protect eastern and middle Tennessee from invasion, and repair and secure supply lines in those areas. He agreed that surplus troops could be used effectively in the wintry South, but ominously added, "General Banks will need all the assistance you can give him just now on the lower Mississippi and in Louisiana." Halleck said he would reply fully after learning the wishes of the War Department, Stanton, and the President. That fuller and negative answer came on December 21st, in a wire from Halleck to Grant setting preconditions to any Mobile campaign: expelling Longstreet from eastern Tennessee and preventing his return, forcing the rebels farther back into Georgia or preventing their return into Tennessee toward Chattanooga, and cleaning out western Tennessee. In classic Halleckian language, the General-in-Chief added, "It is thought that the Mobile campaign should not be definitely determined upon till the above missions are accomplished, or their accomplishment made reasonably certain." Although these preconditions effectively precluded a Mobile campaign, the General-in-Chief added forebodingly that if Grant's forces reached the lower Mississippi in a Mobile campaign, they might be needed in the West, in which case the Mobile campaign would be changed or delayed. Dana also wrote to Grant on December 17th, reporting on his discussions with Lincoln, Stanton, and Halleck about Grant's proposal. Dana tried to be encouraging by explaining that the three decision-makers greatly favored the planned campaign itself. Stanton had even said, "If it succeed, Bragg's army become prisoners of war without our having the trouble of providing for them." Stanton certainly understood the plan's potential, but Dana explained that there were concerns and concluded that Halleck's worries about Longstreet's lingering in eastern Tennessee weighed against a Mobile campaign. When Dana had suggested that the best way to get Longstreet out of eastern Tennessee was to involve the Army of the Potomac, he was told that nothing could be expected under its current commander, Major General George Meade. Since Lincoln's perennial concern, perhaps over-concern, about eastern Tennessee's Unionists was well known, it is likely that the President himself was vetoing Grant's plan until he was absolutely sure that Longstreet no longer posed a threat to them. Grant temporarily yielded to that decision in a letter to Halleck of December 23rd. Grant's smashing victory at Chattanooga in late November, in contrast with Meade's inaction in the East, resulted in pressure from Congress and the press for his elevation to Lieutenant General and General-in-Chief. Nevertheless, early 1864 saw no change in high-level Union military planning, and a Mobile campaign continued to be discouraged. On January 8, 1864, Halleck wrote a long letter to Grant explaining the decisions of the past year and forecasting more of the same for 1864. Banks's operations in Texas, he repeated, had been ordered for political and foreign policy, not military reasons, and therefore could not be judged on purely military grounds. Ominously, Halleck made it clear that Banks's operation against Texas would have to continue that winter. He concluded, "It is to be considered whether it will not be better to direct our efforts for the present to the entire breaking up of the rebel forces west of the Mississippi River, rather than to divide them by also operating against Mobile and Alabama." Whether he was speaking for Lincoln or himself, Halleck indicated that Banks's forces would not be available for a Mobile campaign, and that perhaps Grant's own troops should be used west of the Mississippi rather than against Mobile. Grant brushed off the suggestion that his troops be used west of the Mississippi by responding that the Red River and other trans-Mississippi waterways were too low for navigation. He was therefore sending Sherman with 20,000 troops toward Meridian, Mississippi, to destroy the railroads in the center of the state, which were key Confederate supply lines. Sherman, he wrote, will then return unless the opportunity of going into Mobile with the force he has appears perfectly plain, slipping in a reiteration of his strategic preference. Painting a larger picture, Grant explained that he thought the next line he should secure was from Chattanooga to Atlanta to Montgomery to Mobile, arguing that a separate army under Sherman or McPherson could be trusted to undertake a Mobile to Montgomery campaign in conjunction with his own, later Sherman's, army moving from Chattanooga to Atlanta. In early 1864, therefore, the persistent Grant was again proposing a two-pronged attack against Georgia, with the added benefit of first destroying or neutralizing rebel resources in Mississippi and Alabama. Although Halleck did not respond directly to Grant's recommendation, events in northeastern Tennessee intervened. There was growing concern about, even fear of, a possible offensive by Longstreet, who had wintered in far northeastern Tennessee. Lincoln did not want to risk a Confederate reconquest of eastern Tennessee, a region generally friendly to the Union and dear to the President's heart throughout the war. Halleck explained to Grant, "As I have before remarked, the holding of that country is regarded by the President and Secretary of War of the very greatest importance, both in a political and a military point of view, and no effort must be spared to accomplish that effort. He therefore directed that maximum supplies be gathered at Chattanooga, and lines of transportation reinforced from Nashville to Chattanooga to Knoxville. A disappointed Grant saw that Longstreet's threat foreclosed a full-scale Mobile campaign any time soon. As he wrote to George Thomas on January 19, 1864, "Owing to the presence of Longstreet in East Tennessee, it will be impossible to attempt any movement from present position whilst he remains." Nevertheless, he informed Thomas Sherman would still be able to gather and use 20,000 Mississippi Valley troops for his Meridian campaign, and if possible, will throw troops as far east as Selma, or if he finds Mobile so far unguarded as to make his force sufficient for the enterprise, will go there. Perhaps sensing that Sherman would not be able to move on to Mobile, Grant stressed to Thomas the desirability of an early spring campaign to secure the Chattanooga to Mobile line, as he had recommended to Halleck. Indeed, although the Meridian campaign of February 3rd to March 4th achieved much, it did not produce an opportunity to attack Mobile. Sherman's 20,000 moved east from Jackson, Mississippi, drove Confederate forces away from Meridian, wreaked havoc on Meridian's rail and supply facilities, and destroyed 115 miles of railroad track in every direction from the town. But Brigadier General William Suey Smith, who was supposed to augment Sherman's force with 7,000 cavalry from the west, started late and never showed up at Meridian. Without his cavalry arm, Sherman had no chance of launching a campaign against Mobile. On March 4, 1864, Grant became Union General-in-Chief and immediately named Sherman to replace him in Chattanooga. From there, Sherman would embark on the Atlanta campaign with his 3 armies. In March and April, Grant planned a comprehensive nationwide campaign to end the war before the presidential election in November. Banks's role was to capture Mobile and then coordinate with Sherman's Atlanta campaign. Union forces were expected then to command the railroad running between Atlanta and Mobile, a critical Confederate supply and transportation route. A Mobile campaign also would have engaged Confederate troops in that city and prevented them from moving to Georgia to reinforce Joseph Johnston in the Atlanta campaign. Lincoln, however, had already undermined Grant's plans and instead ordered Banks to undertake the Red River campaign in northern Louisiana. His intention again was to send a message to France that its involvement in Mexico would not be tolerated, and to Mexico that any reacquisition of former Mexican lands was out of the question. Union success would interrupt the flow of supplies through Shreveport, Louisiana, to Texas. In mid-March, the new General-in-Chief tried to salvage his plans for a Mobile campaign by expediting the newly begun Red River campaign. A spring campaign involving all the Union armies required the swift completion of the Red River campaign, he informed Banks. When Sherman had sent 10,000 of his men under Brigadier General A.J. Smith to assist Banks, he had stipulated that they should return to the Mississippi 30 days from when they entered the Red River. Grant urged that Shreveport be taken as soon as possible so they could meet Sherman's deadline. If seizing Shreveport would take more than 10 to 15 days after that date, Sherman's troops were to be returned, even if it leads to the abandonment of the main object of your expedition. Explaining the rush, Grant informed Banks, "It may be part of the plan for the spring campaign to move against Mobile. It certainly will be if troops enough can be obtained to make it without embarrassing other movements. In this case, New Orleans will be the point of departure for such an expedition." Grant and Sherman thus tried to encourage a short campaign by Banks that would not interfere with a Mobile campaign. But their efforts would be in vain. As of March 25th, Grant was still optimistic. He advised Halleck, "I sent a letter to General Banks before leaving Nashville, directing him to finish his present expedition and assemble all his available force at New Orleans as soon as possible, and prepare to receive orders for the taking of Mobile." He outlined plans to use Banks's army, 8,000 other troops from west of the Mississippi, and some of Sherman's if needed, to ensure a successful campaign against Mobile. Halleck let Grant know that Admiral Farragut thought he could take Mobile with his fleet and 2 or 3 ironclads if a land force could be sent to hold it. That land force, of course, was the problem. Meanwhile, Grant continued planning for a Mobile campaign. Hopeful, but well aware of Banks's weaknesses, Grant told Halleck that when the Mobile campaign started, it is important to have someone near Banks who can issue orders to him and see that they are obeyed. On March 31st, Grant gave Banks additional instructions on how and when to organize the Mobile mission. If he succeeded against Shreveport, he was to turn over the defense of the Red River to General Frederick Steele in the Navy, leaving only 4,000 troops in Texas and reducing his force on the Mississippi to 10,000. Calculating that these steps would give Banks a force of 30,000, with another 5,000 from Missouri, to operate against Mobile, Grant concluded that Banks should gather at least 25,000 soldiers and then lose no time in making a demonstration to be followed by an attack upon Mobile. This movement, he explained, would be in conjunction with others, and he urged Banks that you cannot now start too soon. Under Banks's incompetent leadership, the Red River campaign was a failure and almost a catastrophe. In Grant's words, Banks was not ready in time for the part assigned to him in the national scheme because he had not completed the campaign which he had been ordered upon before my appointment to the command of all the armies. Banks's Red River campaign of March 14th to May 20th, 1864, was one of the great fiascos of the entire war. The Confederates repelled his upriver assault and nearly captured his army and the accompanying Navy vessels. Banks started late, operated ineptly, and began retreating after losing the Battle of Mansfield on April 8th. He almost lost all of Rear Admiral David D. Porter's fleet. The most serious consequence was that the conquest of Mobile itself was delayed for about a year because Banks's army, Sherman's 10,000 troops, and another 8,000 trans-Mississippi Union soldiers were used up or otherwise unavailable for a Mobile campaign. Stephen Woodworth agrees that Banks's conduct of the Red River campaign was a major blunder, and adds, "One can hardly improve on Sherman's assessment of this wretched expedition as one damned blunder from beginning to end. The troops it diverted might have shortened the war significantly if employed as Grant had intended." Grant came to realize he was not going to receive any timely, meaningful support from Banks. In mid-April, Grant told Banks, "I would much rather the Red River expedition had never been began than that you should be detained one day after the 1st of May in commencing your movement east of the Mississippi." Major General David Hunter, sent to check on Banks, reported back on April 28th that the campaign was a disaster, adding, "Why this expedition was ordered, I cannot imagine. General Banks assures me it was undertaken against his opinion and earnest protest. The result is certainly a sad one." 4 days later, Hunter added, "General Banks has not certainly the confidence of his army." On the cusp of his overland campaign in Virginia in the spring of 1864, Grant advised Halleck that Banks was proposing to keep Smith's troops with him, to give him sufficient strength to operate against Mobile. "It is now too late for Smith's force to return to be of any use in the spring campaign, but I do think it is a waste of strength to trust General Banks with a large command or an important expedition." With that, Grant told Halleck, "I will have to leave the affairs west entirely with you." For the time being, Grant washed his hands of the mess Lincoln and Halleck had caused by ignoring his persistent pleas for a campaign against Mobile. Craig Simons concludes, "On the Union side, the greatest strategic error of the war may have been the decision to allow Nathaniel P. Banks to carry out the Red River expedition, which led nowhere and nearly ended in disaster. Banks's failure and the consequent elimination of a threat to Mobile and Montgomery enabled the Confederates to transfer Lieutenant General Leonidas Polk's 14,000-man corps from Alabama to Georgia, where it reinforced Johnston against Sherman. Because of Lincoln's decisions, with Halleck's characteristically feeble contribution, Mobile itself, the last rail connection between the Confederate East and West, was not occupied by Union troops until April 1865. Union troops did not occupy the railroad from Mobile to Atlanta, did not prevent the transfer of Confederate troops in Alabama to Johnston in Georgia, and did not move against the rebel industrial center at Selma, Alabama, until 1865. Mobile's role as a blockade-running port, however, ended with Admiral Farragut's "Damn the torpedoes! Full speed ahead!" charge into Mobile Bay with his fleet on August 5, 1864, and the capture on August 23 of Fort Morgan, which controlled the bay's entrance. Stephen Newton theorizes, Confederate resistance in Georgia and the Gulf would arguably have collapsed during the late spring or early summer of 1864 had there been another 25,000 to 30,000 men advancing on Mobile or through central Mississippi. Lincoln's and Halleck's failures to approve Grant's repeated recommendations of a Mobile campaign constituted major blunders and missed strategic opportunities to shorten the war. 8. Snake Creek Gap. William T. Sherman misses the chance for a game-changing victory early in the Atlanta campaign. Who blundered? Union Major General William T. Sherman. How? He failed to exploit Snake Creek Gap near Resaca, Georgia, as a means for quickly using the bulk of his army to outflank and get in the rear of General Joseph Johnston's Army of Tennessee at the start of the 1864 Atlanta campaign. Consequences. This blunder extended Sherman's campaign and delayed the fall of Atlanta by 2 or more months, caused thousands of additional Union casualties, contributed to a crisis of morale in the summer of 1864, and delayed the end of the war by 2 or more months. In early May 1864, William T. Sherman began his famous campaign toward Atlanta from Chattanooga, Tennessee, and northern Georgia. He commanded George Thomas's large Army of the Cumberland, 61,000 men, James McPherson's medium-sized Army of the Tennessee, 24,000, and John Schofield's small Army of the Ohio, 13,000. Their Confederate opponents, General Joseph Johnston's Army of Tennessee, 47,000 men, occupied a strong defensive position along Rocky Face Ridge, about 5 miles northwest of Dalton, Georgia. The rebels planned to delay Sherman's offensive and impose heavy casualties on any Union forces attempting to attack their strong position. About 13 miles south of Dalton, athwart the strategically important Western and Atlantic W&A Railroad, close to the railroad bridge over the Eustonalla River, lay the small town of Resaca, Georgia. The destruction or capture of the railroad and bridges at Resaca would cut Johnston's line of supply and possible retreat, and isolate his army north of that point. Resaca was vulnerable to a flanking attack from the west because it was only 5 miles east of the mouth of Snake Creek Gap, through which Union troops could surreptitiously approach the town. In late February 1864, before Ulysses S. Grant had been promoted to General-in-Chief, Thomas, in the course of making some minor attacks and probing the Confederate defenses, discovered that Snake Creek Gap south of Dalton lay unguarded and offered a hidden way to Johnston's rear. As the historian Benson Bobrick notes, this was a discovery of vast importance and, if properly exploited, promised to save thousands of lives in a swift, smart campaign. A surprise flanking attack would bypass Johnston's strong defensive position and possibly trap his army well north of Atlanta in the earliest stages of Sherman's Atlanta campaign. It would at least cause Johnston to abandon his strong defensive position. Thomas proposed a flanking attack in a wire to Grant on February 28th. Thomas later testified before the Joint Committee on Conduct of the War that he had proposed a strong demonstration against Buzzard's Roost on the northern end of Rocky Face Ridge, attracting Johnston's whole attention to that point, while throwing the main body of my infantry and cavalry through Snake Creek Gap upon his communications, which I had ascertained from scouts he had up to that time neglected to observe or guard. Thomas already had asked for return to him of Major General Gordon Granger's troops and his cavalry from eastern Tennessee, so he could execute the maneuver. With such a move, Thomas's army most likely would have seized the railroad and wagon bridges at Resaca and cut Johnston's line of communication and supply. In his study of Sherman's cavalry in the Atlanta campaign, David Evans comments, "Faced with the loss of this railroad, Johnston would have no choice but to quit Rocky Face and retreat southward, only to find Thomas's men planted squarely across his front and McPherson and Schofield closing in from behind." After Grant's promotion and Sherman's arrival in Chattanooga in late March to take command of the Union armies and the Atlanta campaign, Thomas renewed his proposal. He recommended to Sherman that a large force, specifically Thomas's own Army of the Cumberland, be sent around the west flank of Johnston to sneak through Snake Creek Gap, capture Resaca, and get behind Johnston. In Thomas's own words to the Joint Committee, "I proposed to General Sherman that if he would use McPherson's and Schofield's armies to demonstrate on the enemy's position at Dalton, I would throw my whole force through Snake Creek Gap, which I knew to be unguarded, fall upon the enemy's communications between Dalton and Resaca, thereby turning his position completely, and force him either to retreat toward the east or attack me, in which latter event I felt confident that my army was sufficiently strong to beat him." General Sherman objected to this plan for the reason that he desired my army to form the reserve of the united armies and to serve as a rallying point for the two wings. John Scales concludes, "Modern commentators believe that if Thomas, who originally suggested Snake Creek Gap to Grant and then Sherman, had made this attack with his entire Army of the Cumberland, it would have succeeded." When Sherman finally decided that he liked the idea of using Snake Creek Gap to get around and behind Johnston's army, he declined to give the assignment to Thomas and his 61,000-man Army of the Cumberland. Instead, Sherman selected McPherson and the much smaller 24,000-man Army of the Tennessee, which until recently Sherman had commanded. James McDonough asserts that Sherman liked Thomas's idea, but believed that Thomas's army was too large and unwieldy for the assignment. McDonough also points out that, for whatever reason, Sherman did not give Thomas any credit for the Snake Creek Gap proposal. Sherman justified his decision, writes Brian Steele Wills, on the grounds that the Army of the Tennessee are better marchers than the Army of the Cumberland, and I am going to send McPherson. The spurned Thomas remarked to an aide, "I saw the game was up." Wills concludes that Sherman's selection of his fellow Ohioan, McPherson, reflected a lack of trust in Thomas and the symbiotic relationship between Sherman and McPherson. In any event, the choice of McPherson meant that the surprise attack might not be carried out by a sufficiently large force and thus would fail. Thomas's cavalry alone numbered 3,800 troopers to McPherson's mere 600, an important figure, because Johnston's only manpower advantage was in cavalry. He had 7,000 cavalrymen to Sherman's 6,000. Sherman was clearly unwilling to go all out to flank and get in Johnston's rear, even though he outnumbered the Confederates 99,000 to 55,000. In fact, his initial plan was to send McPherson even farther south to cut Johnston's supply line at Rome, Georgia. In a letter to Grant from April 10th, Sherman wrote that McPherson would have 9 divisions of the Army of the Tennessee, and his total lack of cavalry would be corrected by sending, from Thomas's army, Brigadier General Kenner Garrard's 6,000-man division, which was far away and mounting, equipping, and preparing. Snake Creek Gap and Resaca were not mentioned. Ultimately, McPherson would have only 2 of the 9 envisioned divisions at Resaca, and the promised cavalry would not arrive in time to help. Sherman canceled the Rome plan when he belatedly realized that 4 of McPherson's divisions and his cavalry were not yet on scene. So, changing the target, Sherman sent the undermanned McPherson down the still unguarded Lafayette-Villeneuve-Snake Creek Gap route to approach Resaca from the northwest. He failed to provide sufficient cavalry support to McPherson and his mission, however. The commanding general arranged Thomas's and Schofield's armies in a long line from north to southwest of Dalton. Sherman also placed one division of cavalry on each end of this line, leaving no independent cavalry to be assigned to McPherson. Sherman's specific orders to McPherson of May 5th told him of Thomas's and Schofield's much shorter movements, and then stated, "As these are in progress, I want you to move to Villeneuve, then to Snake Creek Gap, secure it, and from it make a bold attack on the enemy's flank or his railroad at any point between Tilton, north of Resaca, and Resaca. I am in hopes that Garrard's cavalry, on loan from Thomas, will be at Villeneuve as soon as you, for you know I have sent General Corse to meet him at Shellmound, and conduct him across the mountain to Lafayette, and to you. But, in any event, his movement will cover your right rear and enable you to leave all encumbrances either at Ship's Gap or Villeneuve, as you deem best. I hope the enemy will fight at Dalton, in which case he can have no force there that can interfere with you. But, should his policy be to fall back along the railroad, you will hit him in flank. Do not fail in that event to make the most of the opportunity by the most vigorous attack possible. In either event, you may be sure the forces north of you will prevent his turning on you alone. In the event of hearing the sound of heavy battle about Dalton, the greater necessity for your rapid movement on the railroad. It once broken to an extent that would take them days to repair. You can withdraw to Snake Creek Gap and come to us, or await the development according to your judgment or information you may receive." Johnston, concerned about where he was likely to be attacked, was dealt a blow by one of his own corps commanders, John Bell Hood, who was beginning a months-long campaign to undermine Johnston. That campaign would succeed by mid-July, when Johnston was relieved of command and Hood became the Army commander. On May 4th, Hood wrote to Confederate Cavalry Commander Joseph Wheeler, asking him to ascertain the location of a particular Union division because, "I am anxious to move, but fear General J will abandon the idea." Thus, while Johnston desperately needed information on any Union movements beyond the hills to his left, west, Hood was contemplating a movement of his own and diverting the Confederate cavalry from their major scouting mission. The diversion flew in the face of Johnston's orders to Wheeler over the next 3 days to conduct reconnaissance on the rebels' left flank. Wheeler never carried out the scouting missions ordered by Johnston. Robert Jenkins concludes that Wheeler spent the balance of May 4th to 8th in front of Hood's position, maintaining a close connection with the Federals advancing on Tunnel Hill, near the northernmost extension of Johnston's army, doing precisely what Hood had asked for, rather than scouting the Federals to the west as Johnston had ordered. Although Hood and Wheeler undermined Johnston's reconnaissance efforts, Richard McMurray insists that Johnston himself must bear responsibility for their failure. Johnston did not insist that his cavalry commander make better use of his horsemen, and he seems not to have had much interest in events on his left. As a result, he did not get the vital intelligence he needed. McMurray concludes that Johnston's fixed conviction that McPherson would move on Rome, southwest of Resaca, blinded him to other possible meanings of scouting reports about McPherson's movements to his west and southwest. Late on May 7th, Thomas's 20th Corps commander, Major General Joseph Hooker, called Sherman's attention to the importance of seizing and holding Snake Creek Gap, having no knowledge of Sherman's intended movements. Sherman's chief of staff, Brigadier General William D. Whipple, assured Hooker that the Snake Creek Gap will or ought to be occupied tomorrow by McPherson's troops. So Hooker was belatedly made aware of the plan for McPherson to move into that gap, which was immediately south of Hooker's position. Sherman's failure to coordinate had serious consequences, contributing mightily to a shortage of cavalry at Snake Creek Gap. On May 7th to 8th, Thomas captured Tunnel Hill and its vital railroad tunnel northwest of Dalton, enabling Sherman to supply his armies by way of the W&A Railroad for the balance of his campaign. The Confederates' failure to destroy the tunnel, however difficult a task, is inexplicable, especially since they had so many months to do so. Sherman then moved south to Mill Creek Gap, west-northwest of Dalton, and Dug Gap, west-southwest of Dalton. Fighting at those gaps, especially the latter, was costly to Sherman, about 400 casualties, but provided cover for McPherson's movement farther south toward Snake Creek Gap and Resaca. At Dug Gap, rebel cavalry from Colonel J. Warren Grisby's Kentucky Brigade and 2 regiments of Arkansas troops occupied a steep and virtually impregnable position. They held off the Union assault until 2 brigades of Confederate infantry under Major General Patrick Cleburne arrived to end any hope of a Union breakthrough. Grisby's cavalrymen were then ordered south to protect Resaca. During the diversionary fighting at Dug Gap, McPherson made his way toward the northwestern entrance to Snake Creek Gap. At 7:30 a.m. on May 7th, Union Cavalry Commander Brigadier General Judson Kilpatrick arrived at the village of Villanow and announced that McPherson's army was marching in his direction. By the evening of May 8th, McPherson's troops had reached Villanow and camped a mere 10 miles from Resaca. They were unopposed and unseen. McPherson, however, faced a serious problem. Although Hooker to his immediate north had cavalry to use for reconnaissance, McPherson had virtually none. The single cavalry division assigned to his army, under Garrard's command, had not arrived. In fact, it lagged so far behind that during the night, Sherman ordered Cavalry Commander Kilpatrick to join McPherson with one of his brigades. The order, however, was way too late. McPherson was left with only his puny cavalry escort, the 9th Illinois Mounted Infantry, for support as he made his final move on Resaca. This oversight attests to the inadequacy of the forces Sherman had tardily assigned to this critical mission, and to his failure to coordinate the McPherson gambit with Hooker, the adjoining army commander. Nevertheless, the diversionary Union attacks to the east, northeast, and then north of McPherson's moving army, combined with Johnston's failure to realize the threat McPherson posed to Resaca and Johnston's army, allowed McPherson's army to reach Snake Creek Gap by the evening of May 8th. His leading units, the 9th Illinois Mounted Infantry and the 39th Iowa Infantry, had found the gap, in McMurray's words, unoccupied, unguarded, unobstructed, and unobserved. McPherson had completed one of the great strategic marches of the war. In retrospect, we can see that, in all likelihood, his seizure of the gap determined the outcome of the campaign. Awaiting him at Resaca was Colonel James Nisbet's 66th Georgia, which had arrived on May 1st and been assigned to guard the Euston-Olla River Bridge. Expecting little action, Nisbet's deputy commented, "Well, Nisbet, what would our leader, Stonewall Jackson, think of us? Going 18 miles to the rear to guard a bridge at the beginning of a campaign? Let's beat our swords into plowshares and pruning hooks and make a garden. The opportunity seems to be favorable." The soldiers had a dilapidated battery and an old fort by the bridge for defense, and a company of cavalry was scouting the area roads. On May 7th, they had been augmented by 2,000 men of James Canty's brigade, the vanguard of a large contingent of reinforcements under Lieutenant General Leonidas Polk, moving from Alabama to Johnston in Georgia. Demonstrating his ignorance of McPherson's threat, Johnston, on the morning of May 8th, ordered Canty to move from Resaca to Dalton. By 12:10, Johnston had countermanded that order and directed Canty to be ready to move by rail to Dalton while watching the approaches to his west. Finally, on the evening of May 8th, Grigsby's cavalry brigade arrived from its Dug Gap engagement, not expecting to engage Union infantry once again. But Nisbet had previously learned from a Negro girl brought in by the roving cavalry that Yankee soldiers had taken her horse along the Snake Creek Gap Road. He had passed this information on to Johnston, who, because of Wheeler's failure to carry out his mission, and Johnston's belief that any threat was to Rome, was unaware of the threat to his rear at Resaca. When Grigsby arrived at Resaca, he was immediately ordered toward the mouth of Snake Creek Gap. Early the next morning, May 9th, Grigsby's advancing men encountered the leading edge of McPherson's army, briefly engaged them in a firefight, and then retreated. As Jenkins writes, the way to Resaca was open, but McPherson's column had been discovered. McPherson had approached Resaca with fewer than 10,000 troops and his cavalry escort. His manpower represented a small portion of Sherman's 99,000-man army. As his men proceeded from the mouth of Snake Creek Gap toward Resaca on the morning of May 9th, McPherson had no idea of the Confederate strength. Grenville Dodge's 16th Corps took the lead, and John Blackjack Logan's 15th Corps followed. At 12:30 p.m., about 5 miles from Resaca, McPherson sent a dispatch advising Sherman that Dodge's forward troops must be within 2 miles of the town. He said he could not determine if there was a large force of infantry at Resaca, but would know soon. He added that the terrain and foliage prevented signals communications with Hooker. McPherson's most critical statement was not optimistic. I propose to cut the railroad if possible, and then fall back and take a strong position near the gorge on this side of the mountain and await your orders. When the commanding general received that dispatch, he interpreted it over-optimistically and exulted, "I've got Joe Johnston dead." Sherman later said he immediately renewed his orders to Army commanders Thomas and Schofield to be prepared to pursue what I expected to be a broken and disordered army, forced to retreat by roads to the east of Resaca, which were known to be very rough and impracticable. But Sherman's hopes would soon be quashed, primarily because he had failed to provide McPherson with sorely needed cavalry. Around midday on May 9th, 4,800 of Dodge's men approached within 2 miles of Resaca before they came under fire from Grigsby's cavalry, which then retreated. As the afternoon proceeded, the Union troops occupied a bald hill, brought up artillery, and fired into the town, now only a mile away. Blocking the Union advance was a stronger line manned by the collection of 4,000 rebels, including a few Georgia Military Institute cadets. McPherson, however, had no idea of their strength. About 2,400 Union troops, despite a volley from the cadets, advanced on the second Confederate line of defense, which was a mere half-mile from Resaca. McMurray describes the situation. McPherson, with the lead units, saw to his front the rebel fortifications at Resaca, and to his left, north, good roads running south from Dalton. Isolated from other Federal units, not knowing how many secessionists were at Resaca, and fearing that Johnston might have sent troops from Dalton south to strike the left flank of his column, McPherson decided that the risk was too great. He would preserve what he had gained. So he called off the attack and ordered a retreat back to Snake Creek Gap. At the gap, he fortified his position and then notified Sherman of his withdrawal. Stephen Newton writes that McPherson did so because he was paralyzed by Resaca's defense, rebel cavalry's awareness of his presence, and the threat that Johnston might overwhelm his exposed command. In his message to Sherman, McPherson stressed his continuing lack of cavalry and reported that his cavalry commander Garrard wanted to stay back at Lafayette because of fatigued horses and a shortage of fodder. Sherman sent a message to Hooker on the evening of May 9th, directing him to send a diversion that night through Snake Creek Gap to its southern terminus, with orders to watch well all avenues of approach from the direction of Dalton. This will leave McPherson full freedom for his operations without danger to his rear. Not only was this order about 2 days too late, and sent after McPherson's Resaca attack, but it failed to address McPherson's lack of cavalry. Sherman wrote he was ordering Kilpatrick's cavalry to operate between Villanelle and Snake Creek Gap until Garrard is up, which surely will be during the day, May 10th. A similar order went to Kilpatrick. By the evening of May 9th, Kilpatrick reported that McPherson's wagons had arrived at Snake Creek Gap and were being guarded by infantry and artillery, not cavalry. He also reported on the non-arrival of Garrard and his own willingness to attack. "General Garrard is still at Lafayette. My command is in good condition, fully supplied with rations, forage, and ammunition, and is ready and anxious for an order to strike the enemy." Sherman seems to have fixated on Garrard, and even after McPherson's attack, he had not ordered other on-scene cavalry to proceed into and through Snake Creek Gap in aid of McPherson. On the morning of May 10th, Sherman prematurely reported to General-in-Chief Halleck that he believed McPherson had destroyed Resaca. But that evening, he informed Halleck that McPherson reached Resaca, but found the place strongly fortified and guarded and did not break the road. According to his instructions, he drew back to the debouches of the gorge, where he has a strong defensive position. McPherson made no further effort to cut the railroad on May 10th, even though he had been reprovisioned. Kilpatrick's cavalry had arrived, another Union division had reached him, and he had 20,000 troops at his disposal. He was convinced that Johnston's entire army was about to pounce on him. Sherman was disappointed that McPherson had not achieved complete success, and realized that the now obvious threat to Johnston's rear would cause him to retreat from Dalton through Resaca. Johnston did retreat southward toward Resaca before his army could be trapped north of that town. By gaining a foothold in Snake Creek Gap, however, McPherson had provided a pathway for Sherman's entire army group to bypass Rocky Face Ridge and attack Johnston's flank as he retreated. So, Sherman subsequently moved virtually his whole force through the gap, and the opposing sides engaged in battle at Resaca, before Johnston safely retreated across the Eustenola and continued his retreating campaign toward Atlanta. The Union opportunity to trap his army above Resaca had been missed. The trap had been set, but never sprung. The failed Union attempt to take Resaca and trap Johnston's army raises three questions. 1. Why did Johnston present this golden opportunity to Sherman by leaving Snake Creek Gap undefended? 2. Did McPherson adequately carry out his assigned mission? 3. Does the ultimate blame for Union failure rest on Sherman's shoulders? On the first question, Major General Patrick Cleburne wrote in his campaign report, "How this gap, which opened upon our rear and line of communication, from which it was distant at Resaca only 5 miles, was neglected, I cannot imagine. General William McCall, Johnston's chief of staff, told me it was the result of a flagrant disobedience of orders, by whom he did not say. Certainly the commanding general never could have failed to appreciate its importance. Its loss exposed us in the outset of the campaign to a terrible danger, and on the left forced us to retreat from a position where, if he adhered to his attack, we might have detained the enemy for months." Any disobedience on the Confederate side, writes Jenkins, most likely came from Wheeler, who repeatedly failed to execute Johnston's orders to patrol an area in which he would have discovered McPherson's advance. John Scales contends that Snake Creek Gap could have been defended by a small force, and that Johnston bears responsibility for not doing so because he failed to perform proper reconnaissance earlier in the year, or because his orders to Wheeler were too vague or not followed up. Jenkins concludes that Johnston's failure to censure or replace Wheeler indicates that Johnston simply failed to consider the gap as a threat, regardless of the reason. Stephen Davis points out that Johnston's biographers agree with Cleburne's exculpatory remarks, but that other historians, such as Edwin C. Bars and Thomas L. Connolly, have faulted Johnston for ignoring the vulnerability of Snake Creek Gap. After fixing part of McPherson's army at Lafayette on May 7th, writes Davis, Johnston seemed to ignore McPherson's army, or to assume that Polk's arriving troops would adequately protect Rome, which Johnston assumed would be McPherson's main target. In McMurray's view, Johnston was fortunate to have avoided a calamitous defeat after he had guessed wrong in 2 respects: placing and keeping too many troops in the Dalton area, and fixating on the possible threat to Rome while overlooking the threat to Resaca. For example, Johnston had shifted to Dalton cavalry brigades that would have been useful to Canty in discovering any threat to Resaca, particularly through Snake Creek Gap. Also, Johnston's off and on orders to Canty on May 7th and 8th, first to move his infantry from Resaca to Dalton, and later to be prepared to move to Dalton by rail, distracted Canty's attention from the gap. In summary, writes McMurray, Johnston had left Snake Creek Gap completely open, and his defenses at Resaca were suited for protecting the bridges there from a cavalry raid, not for holding off a major attack by a large force. The place to have defended Resaca from such a force as Sherman sent against it from the northwest was Snake Creek Gap. Johnston's failure to guard that passage was one of the great mistakes of the war. Clearly, Johnston did not grasp the importance of the gap or understand the objective of Sherman's movements. The second and third questions boil down to placing primary responsibility on McPherson or Sherman for the Federals' failure to trap Johnston. Cleburne, somewhat ambiguously, blamed McPherson. As it was, if McPherson had hotly pressed his advantage, Sherman supporting him strongly with the bulk of his army, it is impossible to say what the enemy might not have achieved. More than probable a complete victory. But did Sherman support him strongly with the bulk of his army? And in any event, did McPherson do all his orders required? In his often self-serving memoirs, Sherman succeeded in placing the blame, at least in many historians' minds, for the failure at Resaca on McPherson. Sherman wrote, "I had no intention to attack the strong Confederate position northwest of Dalton seriously in front, but depended on McPherson to capture and hold the railroad to its rear, which would force Johnson to detach largely against him, or rather, as I expected, to evacuate his position at Dalton altogether. McPherson had startled Johnston in his fancied security, but had not done the full measure of his work. He had in hand 23,000 of the best men of the army, and could have walked into Resaca, then held only by a small brigade. Or he could have placed his whole force astride the railroad above Resaca, and there have easily withstood the attack of all of Johnston's army, with the knowledge that Thomas and Schofield were on his heels. Had he done so, I am certain that Johnston would not have ventured to attack him in position, but would have retreated eastward by Spring Place, and we should have captured half his army and all his artillery and wagons at the very beginning of the campaign. Such an opportunity does not occur twice in a single life, but at the critical moment, McPherson seems to have been a little cautious." Examples abound of Sherman's influence on the placement of blame for this missed opportunity. For one, the West Point Atlas of American Wars concludes, McPherson withdrew to the Gap, a move sanctioned by his discretionary orders, feeling that he was not strong enough to cut the Confederate supply line, thus, though over caution, abandoning an excellent opportunity to bring on the defeat of Johnston's army. Similarly, the Oxford Atlas of American Military History states, McPherson attempted a turning movement through Snake Creek Gap that would have put his force in Johnston's rear, but he stopped too soon, allowing Johnston to evacuate his positions around Dalton on 12 May and pull back safely to Resaca the next day. The same story is told in the Civil War Battlefield Guide. McPherson neither seized Resaca, which was held by several Confederate brigades behind strong earthworks, nor managed to cut the railroad, missing, as Sherman later told him, the opportunity of his life. Even the usually neutral Generals in Blue finds fault with McPherson. The affair at Snake Creek Gap, which might have dispersed Joseph E. Johnston's Confederates, came to nothing because of seemingly excessive caution by McPherson, and the handling of his troops thereafter was largely directed by Sherman himself. Even a Civil War dictionary blames McPherson. McPherson began his move on May 7th, while the two armies were engaged at Rocky Face Ridge. On May 9th, after pushing Grigsby's brigade aside, he sent troops ahead to cut the vital railroad north of Resaca. At this critical moment, when it appeared success was at hand, McPherson became overly cautious. Surprised to learn that Confederate infantry were in Resaca, he was afraid of being attacked and cut off, and on May 10th withdrew into Snake Creek Gap and entrenched. The Confederates at Resaca actually were only James Canty's brigade. Sherman was very disappointed at McPherson's failure, and remarked to his friend that he had lost the opportunity of a lifetime. John Scales, in one place, comes down hard on McPherson, asserting that his failure to boldly execute his orders lost the opportunity for a truly decisive battle, on terms that would have favored Sherman's army. He also mentions McPherson's timidity. James McDonough concurs. The strike through Snake Creek Gap was McPherson's first significant assignment as an Army commander. Perhaps with greater experience, McPherson would have acted more aggressively, and Sherman's turning maneuver would have brought an unqualified triumph at the inception of the campaign. The overly cautious action of McPherson, who graduated first in his West Point class, was not foreseeable, and Sherman should not be faulted for something no one could have prophesied. Other historical accounts seem to blame but then excuse McPherson. Mixing up some dates, David S. and Gene T. Heidler write in their Encyclopedia of the American Civil War, "The inherent cautiousness of McPherson can be observed in his slow advance against Johnston's Army of Tennessee at Dalton, 8 to 9 May 1864, allowing the Confederate Army to escape. At Resaca, 13 to 15 May, again McPherson failed to entrap the rebel army. In McPherson's defense, he did not have the numbers to successfully carry out his assignment." Stephen Davis concludes, McPherson had lost his nerve, but he cites McPherson's explanation that he had too few cavalry to test the rebel flanks or break the railroad. Another school of thought holds that Sherman, not McPherson, was primarily responsible for the missed opportunity to trap Johnston's army at Resaca. Philip Sechrist concludes, in a very real sense, the escape of the Confederate army from the trap at Resaca was a major strategic defeat for Sherman. Brian Wills reiterates Sherman's statement to McPherson, "Well, Mac, you have missed the great opportunity of your life," and then astutely adds, "Left unsaid was the notion that by relying on that general instead of Thomas, Sherman might have missed his too." Benson Bobrick emphatically finds Sherman culpable, pointing out that while Sherman included his own messages to McPherson in his memoirs, he stated that McPherson's "to me were mere notes in pencil, not retained." It appears that Sherman suppressed McPherson's communications to him, but failed to destroy all copies of them. Bobrick writes, "They were found in the archives of the War Department. Some proved to be of great length and showed that Sherman, not McPherson, had been the one at fault. McPherson's instructions had not been to hold the railroad but to cut it and then withdraw to Snake Creek Gap. From there, he was to strike Johnston's army in retreat. Sherman thought that with his supply line cut, Johnston would have to retreat, and that McPherson would be waiting for him as Thomas and Schofield pursued. Since McPherson was killed within 2 months of the Resaca affair, Sherman apparently believed he could paint his own picture of the events without fear of rebuttal. But the discovery and contents of McPherson's surviving communications show that Sherman's description of them as mere notes in pencil not retained was false, casting doubts on Sherman's credibility. Bobrick asserts that McPherson's communications, including his message of May 9th at 10:30 p.m., show that Sherman, not McPherson, was at fault. McPherson was ordered to cut, not hold, the railroad in Johnston's rear. That is a key issue. In support of his position, Bobrick quotes part of Sherman's May 10th status report to Halleck. General McPherson reached Resaca but found the place strongly fortified and guarded. According to his instructions, he drew back to the debouches of the gorge, where he has a strong defensive position, and guards the only pass into the valley of the Eustanola available to us. Tellingly, perhaps, Sherman said nothing about McPherson's not accomplishing his assigned mission, but instead stated that McPherson's drawing back into Snake Creek Gap was according to his instructions. A little more than a month later, Sherman was telling a different story. In a private letter of June 18th to his friend Grant, Sherman wrote, "If our movement has been slower than you calculated, I can explain the reasons, though I know you believe me too earnest and impatient to be behind time. My first movement against Johnston was really fine. and now I believe I would have disposed of him at one blow if McPherson had crushed Resaca, as he might have done, for then it was garrisoned only by a small brigade. But MC was a little overcautious, lest Johnston, still at Dalton, might move against him alone. But the truth was I got all of McPherson's army, 23,000, 18 miles to Johnston's rear before he knew they had left Huntsville. With that single exception, McPherson has done very well. Sherman took all the credit and none of the blame for the well-conceived, by Thomas, but ultimately unsuccessful movement on Resaca. Bobrick quotes at length, but incompletely, from an appendix to Sherman's memoirs, describing Sherman's actions on May 9th. This document, a letter of William Warner of Sherman's staff to Mrs. Sherman, tells how Sherman reacted so positively when he received McPherson's first communique of that day. Sherman took him outside, he writes, gestured vehemently, and said, "I have got Joe Johnston dead. This letter is from McPherson. At 1 o'clock today he was within 1.5 miles of the railroad. He must be on it now. I want to go over and see Tom." George Thomas. Warner describes Sherman meeting with Thomas to discuss Johnston's inevitable retreat, noting that Thomas and Schofield must push him hard in the morning to crush him and to prevent his crushing McPherson. Warner concludes, "Late that night, word came from McPherson that he had failed to seize the railroad and had fallen back to the mouth of the gap and fortified. All the members of the staff will remember how disappointed and excited the general was on receipt of the news, and how cross he was the next day. We all thought he might relieve McPherson of his command. I was present when General Sherman and McPherson first met after this. His first remark was, 'Well, Mac, you have missed the great opportunity of your life.'" Unfortunately, Bobrick omits some language from the original that would be construed as more critical of McPherson. The full passage from Warner's letter, with the text that Bobrick cuts in italics, reads, "Late that night, word came from McPherson that he had failed to seize the railroad and had fallen back to the mouth of the gap and fortified. I think that all the members of the staff will remember how disappointed and excited the general was on receipt of this news, and how cross he was the next day, and that we all thought he might relieve McPherson of his command. Though the general gave no intimation of such intent, to me at least, we simply inferred it from McPherson's failure to execute the work expected of him. I was present when General Sherman and McPherson first met after this, and well remember that General Sherman's manner toward McPherson was one of sadness rather than anger, and that his first remark was, 'Well, Mac, you have missed the great opportunity of your life.' General Adkins and Colonel Hickenlooper, both of whom were in good position to know the truth, express, I think, the general judgment of the Army of the Tennessee, that if certain other division commanders had been in the lead, the railroad would have been seized and held, and Johnston ruined. That the failure to do this was by far the most grievous disappointment which General Sherman met with during the Atlanta campaign will, I think, be admitted by all who participated in it and were familiar with the history." Warner clearly condemns McPherson's performance. Nevertheless, what else would one expect in a letter from a staffer to Sherman's wife that Sherman chose to include in his own memoirs? Warner's letter is perfectly consistent with Sherman's efforts to absolve himself of responsibility for the missed opportunity at Resaca by casting blame on the long-dead McPherson. In his memoirs, John Schofield came to the defense of McPherson, his fellow Army commander and 1853 West Point classmate, asserting that McPherson's army was entirely too small for the work assigned it, and that Sherman should have had a corps of Thomas's army in close support of McPherson's movement. McMurray firmly defends McPherson against what he calls Sherman's typical and ungracious attempts to blame someone else, in this case the charge that McPherson was timid and lacked vigor, and points out that McPherson had neither adequate manpower nor sufficient cavalry to carry out his assigned mission. As McPherson neared the Resaca fortifications, his column, originally scheduled to consist of 9 divisions, then reduced to 7, then to 5, had been whittled down to 1 as its advance closed on its objective. 2 of his divisions had been delayed in Illinois, and 2 others had been detailed to Nathaniel Banks's disastrous Red River campaign. Also, he had been ordered or compelled to leave division after division behind to cover his flanks and rear, in part because he had totally inadequate cavalry to determine the extent of any enemy presence. A not insignificant part of the Union Army's problem was that Sherman had rejected Thomas's proposal that his large army go through Snake Creek Gap and occupy the railroad at Resaca, and instead had sent a smaller and reduced army merely to cut the railroad and fall back. In a synopsis of Sherman's major blunders in this missed opportunity, McMurray concludes, "In truth, the failure rested squarely on Sherman. He had chosen to send a relatively weak column to Snake Creek Gap. Any one of Thomas's 3 massive infantry corps was almost as strong as McPherson's total force. Sherman had not provided McPherson with adequate cavalry. As a result, the column often had to halt while infantrymen performed scouting duties that should have been handled by mounted units. There was no good reason why at least some of the mounted units on Hooker's right in the valley north of Villano could not have joined McPherson's once he cleared Taylor's Ridge, west of Snake Creek Gap, thereby providing him with the horsemen he needed. Sherman's failure to strengthen McPherson is even more puzzling, because as early as May 6th, the Federals knew that Polk's troops were moving from Alabama to Georgia, and thus posed a threat to McPherson. His point is that Sherman failed to provide the resources for McPherson to make a bold attack. Scales agrees with McMurray's criticism of Sherman, but concludes that both Sherman and McPherson were to blame. McPherson could have cut Johnston's supply line easily, trapping the Confederate army and possibly sealing its fate. However, he had no cavalry and only a small mounted infantry unit to reconnoiter to the north, the direction of the bulk of Johnston's army, because Garrard's cavalry was not yet up. McPherson was very concerned about the strong infantry resistance at Resaca and about the potential of the entire Confederate army attacking him from the north, cutting him off from the Gap and Sherman. Such an attack could possibly destroy the Army of the Tennessee before Sherman could rescue him. It was McPherson's first experience at the Army level, and he was cautious. Sherman, although greatly disappointed by the outcome, agreed that McPherson had acted within his orders. McPherson, listening to the voice of caution, missed the opportunity of a lifetime. Elsewhere, Scales more pithily writes, Sherman's plan stood an excellent chance of destroying Johnston's army. However, he did not give his turning movement adequate strength, particularly in cavalry, and his subordinate McPherson, made cautious by this lack and by his relative inexperience, did not press his advantage. The shortage of cavalry at Snake Creek Gap caused McPherson to proceed cautiously because he could not send cavalry to the north of Resaca to screen his movements, or, more importantly, to determine whether Johnston was sending large numbers of troops in his direction. There certainly was good reason to find fault with both generals. Somewhat puzzling is that Sherman and most later commenters have said that McPherson acted within his orders when he withdrew to the Gap. But his orders had authorized him to withdraw to the Gap once he had broken the railroad, to an extent that would take the Confederates days to repair. He retreated without having broken the railroad at all. Sherman also had ordered McPherson to make a bold attack on the enemy's flank or his railroad, but McPherson called off his attack after suffering only 50 casualties. That hardly seems to have been a bold attack. Does Sherman's generous initial appraisal of McPherson's alleged compliance with his orders reflect his friendship for McPherson? Had there been verbal orders or discussions that gave McPherson more latitude than his written orders? Was it that McPherson was still alive? Or perhaps Sherman realized that he had provided McPherson with inadequate resources? We are unlikely ever to know. Regardless of who was to blame, Sherman's army blundered in failing to trap and substantially damage the major Confederate army in its theater at the very beginning of the vital Atlanta campaign. If the Snake Creek Gap gambit had been successful, Johnston's army probably would have been badly damaged, and Atlanta might have fallen long before September. Such a series of events also would likely have reduced Sherman's casualties during the campaign, and would have at least ameliorated the malaise that beset the North during the summer of 1864. Finally, it likely would have shortened the war by several months. 9. Petersburg. Ulysses S. Grant and a bevy of Union generals failed to end the war by capturing Petersburg in June 1864. Who blundered? Union generals Ulysses S. Grant, George Meade, Benjamin Butler, William Baldy Smith, Ambrose Burnside, Governor Warren, and Winfield Scott Hancock. How? After the Army of the Potomac's brilliant surprise crossing of the James River just after the Overland Campaign of 1864, these generals failed to capture lightly defended Petersburg, and thus deprive Lee's army of its critical supply route to Richmond. Consequences? Lee's Army of Northern Virginia was able to hold Richmond and Petersburg and to extend the war for another 10 months, at the cost of tens of thousands of additional Union and Confederate casualties. After his disastrous assaults at Cold Harbor, Virginia, from May 31st to June 12, 1864, Ulysses S. Grant determined to restore the morale of his soldiers and to threaten Richmond and Petersburg by making surreptitious crossings of the Chickahominy and James Rivers east of those cities. For Grant, Cold Harbor had been a setback, not a defeat, observes his biographer, Gene Edward Smith. Petersburg, a key transportational hub 20 miles south of Richmond, became Grant's initial target because its fall would cut off food and supplies to Lee's army at Richmond, forcing it to abandon the Confederate capital and engage Grant's armies in the open. Even before beginning the Overland Campaign, which ran from May 4th to June 12th, Grant had foreseen this possible river-crossing assault. On April 15th, he had ordered Brigadier General Henry W. Benham's Volunteer Engineer Brigade at Fort Monroe and Hampton Roads to ready sufficient water transport to tow necessary quantities of bridge-building materials to span the James. On June 4th, Grant ordered 155 pontoon boats and their bridging equipment to proceed to Bermuda Hundred, the peninsula between the James and Appomattox rivers, where they were joined by bridge trains from Grant's lines. Grant revealed his plans to Halleck the next day. "My idea from the start has been to beat Lee's army, if possible, north of Richmond. Then, after destroying his lines of communication north of the James River, to transfer the army to the south side and besiege Lee in Richmond, or follow him south if he should retreat." Bypassing the heavily fortified rebel army, he believed, was necessary to avoid a greater sacrifice of human life than Grant was willing to make. His plan to move through hostile territory, extracting his army from contact with enemy lines and crossing two rivers undetected, was extremely risky, and the Confederates had a strong flotilla, including several ironclads on the upper James River. If Lee were to detect this movement and strike the Federal columns while they were astride either river, writes Vincent Esposito, a disastrous defeat could hardly be avoided. As a prelude to his secret move, Grant, on June 6th, sent Major General Phil Sheridan on his second raid to destroy much of the Virginia Central Railroad, a key supply connection between Richmond and the Shenandoah Valley, and to meet up with Major General David Hunter, whose troops were to destroy the James River Canal at Lynchburg. Both Sheridan and Hunter failed. Confederate cavalry, commanded by Major General Wade Hampton, kept Sheridan from reaching his critical goal of Gordonsville, and drove him into retreat at the Battle of Trevilian Station on June 11th and 12th. Lieutenant General Jubal Early and the Second Corps arrived from Richmond in time to save Lynchburg from the dawdling Hunter, whom they drove back into West Virginia. The only benefit of Sheridan's expedition was depriving Lee of the eyes of Hampton's cavalry at a critical period when Grant again moved his army. Union River crossings. Back at Cold Harbor, Grant planned for and then began his secret backdoor assault on Petersburg across the Chickahominy and the James. On June 5th, he requested more vessels from Washington and ordered Colonels Horace Porter and Cyrus Comstock of his staff to locate a suitable place to cross the James. At 2 o'clock in the morning on June 12th, they reported that they had found a crossing which will give the Army of the Potomac as short a line of march as practicable, and which at the same time be far enough downstream from Lee's army to prevent the chances of our being attacked successfully while in the act of crossing. They had selected the narrowest point downstream from City Point, where the Appomattox flows into the James. Grant, in the meantime, had sent Major General William F. Baldy Smith's 18th Corps east from Cold Harbor to White House on the Pamunkey River, where they embarked on vessels for the trip back to Butler's command in the Bermuda Hundred area between Richmond and Petersburg. The vessels carried them down the Pamunkey and York Rivers, south on the Chesapeake Bay, through Hampton Roads, and then up the James to Bermuda Hundred, which they reached on the 14th. On the evening of June 12th, Grant evacuated his 7-mile Cold Harbor line 1 corps at a time, loud band music masking their noise. Major General Governor Warren's 5th Corps led the way, marching east along the north bank of the Chickahominy River, crossing on a newly built 1,200-foot pontoon bridge at Long Bridge. Turning back west toward Richmond, they provided a screen for the rest of the army by occupying a 5-mile line from White Oak Swamp on the Chickahominy to Malvern Hill on the James, a position that suggested an attack on Richmond from between the two rivers. All the other corps moved out undetected from Cold Harbor, crossing the Chickahominy at 3 different spots, 2 fixed bridges and a pontoon bridge. The next day, when Lee discovered that Grant's army was south of the Chickahominy, he sent his own army over the river in pursuit. According to the West Point Atlas of American Wars, Lee thought he had caught Grant in another one of those short-range attempts to envelop the rebel right flank that the Federal commander had been trying ever since the Wilderness. Lee's troops tested the lines of Warren's 5th Corps between the Chickahominy and the James, but made only a tentative attack with sharpshooters from Hill's corps. Nightfall brought a halt to the Confederate attack and saved Warren, who faced Lee's entire army with no support within miles. Lee, however, failed to grasp Warren's perilous situation and contented himself with probing the 5th Corps' line. The rebels, Porter Alexander would later reflect, could have pounced on the isolated 5th Corps that afternoon of June 13th. The only trouble about that was that we were entirely ignorant of the fact that it was isolated. On the contrary, Warren's corps had taken up its line so near to Riddle's shop as to give us the idea that it was the advance corps of Grant's whole army pushing toward Richmond on the road from Long Bridge. As Gene Edward Smith observes, the Army of the Potomac, 115,000 men, had marched away so quietly that Confederate pickets had not observed its departure. Overnight, Lee discovered that Warren's corps was isolated and ordered Hill to attack. When Hill did so on the morning of the 14th, however, Warren was gone. That same morning, Major General Winfield Scott Hancock's 2nd Corps began crossing the James by boat from Wilcox's Landing and established a bridgehead around Windmill Point on the south shore, clearing the way for construction of what was then the world's longest pontoon bridge. Most of the infantry of the 2nd, 5th, and 6th Corps then began crossing the James by ferry, a 62-hour operation that might have taken 1/4 the time if the pontoon bridge had been available. This crossing coincided with the arrival of Smith's 18th Corps after a roundabout water journey. Union engineers built the pontoon bridge in an amazing 7 hours, completing their work before midnight on the 14th. The rest of Grant's army, in particular its animals and supply train, crossed on June 15th, 16th, and 17th. Although the bridge was operational at 1 o'clock a.m. on the 15th, and Meade had ordered Burnside's 9th Corps to cross immediately, that corps did not start crossing until 6 o'clock a.m. 50 hours later, the crossing was completed, the bridge was torn up, and its components were moved upriver to Bermuda Hundred and City Point, to facilitate the crossings of the Appomattox and the James. Crossing the river was a mammoth undertaking that involved 115,000 soldiers and their artillery and trains, including thousands of wagons and 2,000 or 3,000 cattle. Grant boldly gambled that he would be able to detach his large army from Lee's, cross 2 rivers, ferry many of his troops across the James, construct and use a 2,170-foot bridge across a river with a 4-foot tide, and cross that river with the rest of his army without being attacked, while his army was split on 2 sides of the river. As the crossing succeeded, Assistant War Secretary Dana wired Stanton, "All goes on like a miracle." Federal cavalry and Warren's corps had prevented prying Southern eyes from learning of this massive movement, and kept Lee baffled as to where Grant would strike next. On the 13th, he knew that Grant's army had moved away from his Cold Harbor front, but he did not know its whereabouts. At midday on the 14th, he speculated that Grant's army might occupy the Harrison's Landing fortifications on the James, which would be easy to defend with the aid of Union gunboats. Grant had stolen a march on Lee, and a prompt, competent attack on Petersburg by the relocated army would have cost Lee both Petersburg and Richmond, which was dependent on rail supply through Petersburg. That successful, deceptive movement contrasts sharply with the campaign's disappointing, actually tragic, outcome. Although the Army of the Potomac ultimately failed to achieve the critical goal of capturing Petersburg to isolate Richmond, it apparently had recovered from the Cold Harbor disaster in carrying out the well-conceived and surreptitious crossing of the James and deceiving Lee as to its whereabouts. As Colonel Theodore Lyman of Meade's staff later recalled, if General Grant erred in his battle at Cold Harbor, he corrected his error in the brilliant operation of transferring the army to the south bank of the James, and General Meade, the immediate commander of that army, deserves the highest praise for his admirable execution of the order. Dilatory Confederate response. The Confederate reaction was slow, but in the nick of time, effective. General P.G.T. Beauregard was the Confederate commander south of Richmond. By the 16th, while continuing to plead with Lee for reinforcements, he had consolidated his Bermuda Hundred line between Richmond and Petersburg and sent more troops south to Petersburg. Beauregard's skimpy force at Petersburg gave ground, but was able to hold off rather half-hearted attacks by the 18th, 2nd, and newly arrived 9th Corps. Yet another corps, the 5th, arrived at Petersburg by the 17th, but the uncoordinated Union attacks still were ineffective. That night, Beauregard, realizing the extreme danger of his forward position, withdrew to a new fortified line. While Grant was moving his entire army toward Petersburg, Lee was totally in the dark. His ignorance of Grant's massive movement is clear from a telegram he sent to Beauregard on the 17th. 5th Corps, Warren's, crossed Chickahominy at Long Bridge on the 13th, was driven from Riddle's shop by General Hill, leaving many dead and prisoners on our hands. That night it marched to Westover. Have not heard of it since. In contrast, Beauregard had predicted Grant's movement in dispatches of June 7th and 9th to Braxton Bragg, who was serving in Richmond as Jefferson Davis's chief of staff. On the night of the 14th, after a visit from one of Beauregard's staff officers, Lee decided to improve his options by moving Robert Hoke's division of Beauregard's own army south from Drury's Bluff on the James, and by moving some of Lee's own troops early the next morning in the direction of Petersburg. Thus, some of Lee's men marched on the 15th toward the rebel pontoon bridge over the James between Chaffin's and Drury's Bluffs. Nevertheless, Lee halted even that movement because of the presence of Union cavalry in the vicinity of Malvern Hill north of the James. Cavalry that, in fact, was just checking to make sure Lee was still there. As of midday on the 15th, Lee was advising both Davis and Bragg that he was maintaining the bulk of his troops in place north of the James because the enemy's plans seemed or appeared to be unsettled. Lee continued to doubt Beauregard's assessment, sending the following telegrams to Beauregard's in the days after Grant's troops had begun attacking Petersburg. June 16th at 10:30 a.m. I do not know the position of Grant's army and cannot strip north bank of James River. Have you not force sufficient? June 16th at 4:00 p.m. The transports you mention have probably returned Butler's troops. Has Grant been seen crossing James River? June 17th at 6:00 a.m. Can you ascertain anything of Grant's movements? June 17th at noon. Until I can get more definite information of Grant's movements, I do not think it prudent to draw more troops to this south side of the river. June 17th at 4:30 p.m. Have no information of Grant's crossing James River, but upon your report have ordered troops up to Chaffin's Bluff, still north of the James. Finally, at 6:40 in the evening of the 17th, Beauregard began getting Lee's attention with a dispatch of desperation. The increasing number of enemy in my front and inadequacy of my force to defend the already much too extended lines will compel me to fall within a shorter one, which I will attempt tonight. This I shall hold as long as practicable, but without reinforcements I may have to evacuate the city very shortly. His telegraphed pleas having been ignored for days, Beauregard resorted to extraordinary means of getting Lee's attention after he had been compelled by overwhelming force to retreat to inner lines on the night of the 17th. He sent 3 emissaries in succession. By 2:00 a.m. on the 18th, Lee had told the first of these, Lieutenant A.R. Chisholm, that he doubted any significant part of Grant's forces had crossed the James. The second, Lieutenant Colonel Alfred Roman, was turned away by Lee's aides. The last, Major Giles B. Cook, finally convinced Lee after 3:00 in the morning that the broad representation of 3 Union corps among captured prisoners demonstrated that Grant indeed had crossed the James in strength. Realizing that he had been duped and was in danger of losing Petersburg, Richmond, and the war, Lee sent an urgent message to the superintendent of the Richmond and Petersburg Railroad at 3:30, asking whether trains could run to Petersburg, directing that cars be sent for troops wherever they could be picked up, and concluding, "It is important to get troops to Petersburg without delay." Failed Union attacks. As a result of Lee's 3-day delay, Grant's army needed only competence and aggressiveness to break through at Petersburg and virtually end the war. Grant and his generals, however, demonstrated neither. The Union assaults on Petersburg from June 15th to 18th were so inept and tepid that Lee's belated reinforcements reached Beauregard and repelled the assaults. Although Grant knew what he wanted to do, quickly occupy Petersburg, he appears to have failed to convey that urgent message clearly to Meade and all corps commanders. A few days earlier, on June 9th, Grant had ordered Ben Butler to attack Petersburg from Bermuda Hundred, where Butler had been bottled up for a month. Butler sent a division under Major General Quincy Gilmore, but it was repelled by outnumbered rebels, many of them old men and boys. On June 14th, as the James crossing started, Grant advised Halleck, "The enemy show no signs of yet having brought troops to south side of Richmond. I will have Petersburg secured if possible before they get there in much force." The movement across the river took a toll on Grant's troops, who had been on a campaign since May 4th. On June 14th, Lieutenant Colonel Elijah Hunt Rhodes, 2nd Rhode Island Volunteers, described in his diary his 6th Corps itinerary. They had moved from Cold Harbor beginning on the night of June 12th, crossed the Chickahominy on June 13th, and resumed their march toward the James on June 14th. "The men are used up by the intense heat and fatigue of the past week," he wrote. "As soon as my tent was pitched, I lay down and slept for 4 hours. It is said that we are to cross the James River and attack Richmond from the south side. Either side suits me if we can only win." Rhodes's unit and the rest of the 6th Corps crossed the James on the night of June 16th to 17th, and marched 25 miles to Petersburg, but they were too late to join the Union attacks. The 4 corps that had crossed or come up the James before the 6th Corps crossed it ended up conducting a series of tardy, timid, uncoordinated, unfocused, and unsuccessful attacks on Petersburg from June 15th to 18th, a failed effort that was one of the major blunders of the entire war. Their commanders, Grant and Meade, were not without fault. Grant had decided to accompany Meade's army in the field, but the joint presence of Grant and Meade produced confusion. Who was in charge, the general-in-chief or the army commander? Major General John Gibbon explained, "General Meade occupied a peculiar position at the head of the Army of the Potomac. He was a commander directly under a commander, a position at best and under the most favorable circumstances not a very satisfactory one to fill. He must be necessarily shackled and sensible of the fact that he is deprived of that independence and untrammeled authority so necessary to every army commander." Further complicating matters was the presence of the separate Union Army of Virginia under the command of the incompetent Butler. Grant had authority over him, but Meade did not. On June 14th, without sharing his plans with Meade or Hancock, Grant left Meade in charge of the James Crossing and went to tell Butler of his plan to capture Petersburg the next day. Baldy Smith's 18th Corps, part of Butler's command, had arrived, and Hancock's 2nd Corps was crossing the James. Those 2 corps had 35,000 to 40,000 troops. Smith was to move out of Bermuda Hundred and take the lead. Hancock supposedly had been ordered to bring up his 2nd Corps to support Smith. They were to take Petersburg before rebel reinforcements arrived. Smith's problems began on the 14th, when he kept changing the disembarkation orders for his troops. While Smith's soldiers were still getting straightened out early on the 15th, Union screening cavalry arrived late. In his meeting with Butler the prior day, writes Thomas Howe, Grant had envisioned an organized march taking place before dawn on the 15th, followed by an early morning attack on the city. The plan to take Petersburg was already awry. In part because of the Union cavalry's delay, Smith's march was slowed by rebel cavalry, which he had to drive off at Baylor's farm. Further, the usually aggressive Smith, perhaps remembering the slaughter at Cold Harbor, and concerned that Butler's assurances to him about light Confederate opposition were unreliable, decided he needed more time to reconnoiter the area in his front. That time was well spent, for he discovered that the enemy's Dimmock line was lightly manned, and he identified certain ravines through which the Confederate strongpoints were vulnerable to attack. So with Lee 25 miles away, Smith spent hours conducting critical reconnaissance before attacking. Between 6 and 7 o'clock on the evening of June 15th, Smith's 14,000 to 17,000 attackers, greatly outnumbering the approximately 5,000 defenders Beauregard had assembled, suddenly emerged from the ravines and captured key redans, small forts containing artillery batteries, from behind. Forcing the defenders to flee a mile or more back, Smith captured numerous trenches, forts, and guns. After overwhelming redans 5 and 6, Smith's troops rolled up the Confederates, captured redans 3 through 11, and opened a 3-mile gap in the center of Beauregard's line. Skirmishers accomplished all of this before much of the Federal battle line even formed. Looking back ruefully, Porter Alexander believed that Smith's attack could have been another disaster like Cold Harbor for Grant, but General Lee did not have a soldier there to meet him. Grant had gotten away from us completely and was fighting Beauregard. The Army of Northern Virginia had lost him and was sucking its thumbs by the roadside 25 miles away and wondering where he could be. But with Petersburg open for the taking, Smith hesitated. One reason for his hesitation was Beauregard's repeat performance of what he had done to Henry Halleck at Corinth. Murray and Shea write that he put on a wonderful show. Troops appeared to be marching into the fortifications that surrounded Petersburg, and then snuck out to be seen moving into other parts of the fortifications. Whistles blew again and again along with clouds of steam from the few locomotives in the Petersburg station. More importantly, Between 6 and 9 o'clock p.m., Butler's signal station north of Petersburg advised that trains with 50 cars, plus 2 additional trains, apparently were rushing reinforcements to Petersburg, and that others were moving by road. Smith decided he had done all he could that day and decided to await Hancock's Second Corps. No further attack occurred on the 15th, when Petersburg was virtually undefended. Smith has often been blamed for not continuing his attack that night. Beauregard later wrote, "Petersburg at that hour was clearly at the mercy of the Federal commander, who had all but captured it." Thomas Howe concludes, "In one of the greatest command blunders of the war, Smith chose to go no farther than the lines just taken." But there is more to the story. Butler, worried by the signal station reports, ordered Smith to entrench and hold his position. Those reports and his corps commander's orders make Smith's failure to resume his attack after 9 o'clock understandable, especially since he expected to be reinforced by Hancock's Second Corps. What happened to Hancock that day is inexplicable. Uninformed of his intended role, suffering from the wound he received at Gettysburg, relying on an inaccurate map, and concerned about missing rations he had been promised, Hancock spent the 15th moving only slowly in the direction of Petersburg. According to Howe, Grant failed almost unbelievably to inform either Meade or Hancock of the forthcoming attempt to take Petersburg. Neither of these key officers had moved with celerity on the morning of June 15th, simply because they were ignorant of the Second Corps' duty to support Smith. Furthermore, since Butler had not told Smith of Hancock's intended role, Smith did not know of Hancock's availability until 4 o'clock that afternoon, when a courier finally arrived from Grant. It was 11 o'clock before Smith met with Hancock to ask for help, and Hancock's men moved into position with Smith's. Having spent most of the morning fruitlessly awaiting rations, Hancock set out at 10:30 a.m., moving at a deliberate pace until about 5 o'clock p.m., when he finally received an order from Grant and a message from Smith indicating that he was supposed to move toward Petersburg with all possible speed to support Smith. In his memoirs, Grant excused Hancock's tardiness. "This seems to have been the first information that General Hancock had received of the fact that he was to go to Petersburg, or that anything in particular was expected of him. Otherwise, he would have been there by 4 o'clock in the afternoon." As the historian Diane Smith observes, Grant does not explain why neither Meade nor Hancock knew what else Grant expected of them. Certainly the General-in-Chief bears responsibility for failing to ensure that Hancock knew what was expected of him. Meade, the Army of the Potomac's titular head, was likewise uninformed by Grant, learning about Smith's attack only as he sat down to dinner at 6:30. Shortly after arriving at Petersburg, Hancock relieved some of Smith's men at Smith's request, but the two left unresolved who was in command. Although Hancock's belated arrival on the night of June 15th to 16th increased Union strength to 35,000 against perhaps 7,000 rebels, he and Smith merely had their men switch places. They both failed to take advantage of their 5-to-1 superiority and the 3-mile gap in the rebel line by sweeping into Petersburg. Both Smith and Assistant Secretary of War Charles Dana, who was on the scene, believed the Yankees had Petersburg under their control or within their grasp. But many Union soldiers wondered why there was no attack on that moonlit night to finish the job. Just after midnight on the 16th, Hancock directed Major General John Gibbon and David Birney to attack with their divisions at dawn. At the appointed hour, however, they merely started their reconnaissance, which consumed the whole morning. Although Gibbon and Birney did some attacking, their progress was minimal. Something was lacking in the Army of the Potomac. The overland campaign had wiped out many of their leaders. Lieutenants were leading regiments in place of dead or wounded colonels and majors. Many soldiers were awaiting their enlistment expirations, and others were untrained fresh arrivals, including heavy artillerymen recently moved out of the forts defending Washington. Confusion reigned, and the on-site commanders dithered. On the morning of the 16th, when every man should have been thrown into an aggressive assault on Petersburg, Grant from City Point inexplicably authorized some of Smith's soldiers to be withdrawn as a reserve. That action conflicted with overnight orders Smith had received from Butler to attack immediately. By mid-morning, Grant finally came to the scene of action and was astounded at the strength of the rebel positions that had been so easily taken. That observation should have reinforced reports about the small number of rebel defenders. Nevertheless, he ordered Meade to come take charge and did not order an immediate assault. He and Meade were content to wait for Burnside's 9th Corps to arrive and augment their forces, and Grant ordered Meade to lead an attack at 6:00 p.m. Beauregard, meanwhile, had reinforced his weak Petersburg line with troops that had been facing the Bermuda Hundred Peninsula between Petersburg and Richmond, leaving that critical stretch of rail and road undefended. Butler briefly occupied that area to block any reinforcements from Lee, but he quickly backed off as soon as he was challenged. Grant telegraphed Meade to order Governor Warren to move his 5th Corps to Petersburg as backup for the 3 corps already there or arriving. Warren did so in his usual deliberate manner, slowed down by Confederate skirmishers whom he believed were part of a larger force. Hancock's Gettysburg wound was so painful that he had to be relieved by Birney on the afternoon of the 16th. By the time of the attack at 6:00 that evening, almost another full day had been wasted. Although Beauregard had brought his force up to 14,000, the Union Army was able to muster 50,000 against them. Many of the Yankee troops, especially Burnside's, were not properly coordinated in the assault, attacking well-manned defensive lines instead of undefended lines to the south, and the evening and night attack failed. By 4:00 the next morning, Meade called off the moonlit assault. In Howe's words, that Petersburg did not fall on June 16th seems nearly unbelievable. The Federals were more numerous, more experienced, and better trained and armed. He blames the lack of imaginative leadership, pointing out that Meade attacked where Beauregard was strongest and did so with less than his full force. Union fatigue was noted by all, and Grant remained curiously detached from the fighting of June 16th, as he remained back at City Point. In the words of David Allen Johnson, nothing seemed to be going right. Orders were bungled or sometimes missed altogether. A little bit of drive and determination by any of the Corps commanders would have gone a long way. But the memory of Cold Harbor was still fresh in everyone's mind, and had effectively curbed all thoughts of another frontal attack on the Confederate lines. The combined effects of Cold Harbor, the heat and exhaustion, and almost continual marching and fighting since May 4th, had stalled the offensive just as effectively as any Confederate counterattack could have done. June 17th would be the last full day when Petersburg was only lightly defended. Still unsure of Grant's position, Lee continued to hold back possible reinforcements. Grant ordered an all-out assault by Smith, Birney, and Burnside, with Warren coming to their assistance. Warren came up late, and Beauregard aggressively counterattacked in the early morning, as he was skillfully developing a new inner line of defense. Although initially achieving some early morning success, the costly series of Union attacks, with feeble participation by Smith, were partial, uncoordinated, and unsupported by artillery. Some attacks were misdirected, and others were ordered into murderous enemy fire. Meade failed to order Warren's fresh 5th Corps to assault the relatively weak rebel southern flank. His 20,000 troops were wasted. The failures of June 17th were similar to those of the prior 2 days. Despite overwhelming numerical superiority, the piecemeal, uncoordinated attacks failed because of fierce Confederate resistance, poor reconnaissance and resupply staff work, and minimal use of cavalry. Tentative and defensive, Meade failed to launch coordinated attacks, and he never effectively used the 5th Corps. His Corps commanders, especially Warren and Burnside, failed him by not aggressively attacking as ordered. For yet another day, Grant passively allowed the less competent Army commanders, Meade and Butler, to direct activities in the most vital area of his theater, and never took decisive hands-on command in the critical culmination of his 6-week campaign. The ineffective Union attacks of the 17th were followed up by another assault the following morning. By then, however, reinforcements were arriving from Lee, and the opportunity to capture Petersburg had been lost. At dawn on the 18th, with the newly arrived 6th Corps further bolstering their strength, the Federals launched a 70,000-man 5-corps assault on Petersburg. They overran the recently abandoned Confederate outer lines and seriously threatened to take the town at last. As at Spotsylvania Courthouse in early May, Lee's troops appeared on the scene just in time to stop a Federal advance and save the day. 4 hours after Lee began arranging for their transportation from north of Richmond, Confederates began pouring into their comrades' Petersburg defensive lines at 7:30 that morning, continuing to do so until 11 o'clock a.m. Miraculously, Lee's reinforcements from north of the James River arrived just in time to repulse the attack. At noon, Major General David D. Birney launched an unsupported attack and was beaten back. That afternoon, a frustrated Meade issued an order to his corps commanders. Finding it impossible to effect cooperation by appointing an hour for attack, I have sent an order to each corps commander to attack at all hazards and without reference to each other. But he was a day or two late in decisively taking charge. All along the Union lines, officers were waving their swords and ordering attacks, but seasoned soldiers remained on the ground and refused to obey. Virtually no one attacked. There was one tragic exception. At 4 o'clock p.m., one of Birney's regiments, the Green 1st Maine Heavy Artillery, attacked alone. Its 950 men suffered 632 casualties, including 115 killed, an extremely high 66.5% casualty rate. Later that afternoon, a frustrated Grant called off the attacks. The multi-day assault on Petersburg had failed, a disappointing result after the brilliant, surreptitious crossing of the James. Summary. Grant and his corps commanders had missed a golden opportunity presented to them by Lee to capture a virtually undefended Petersburg. Although Lee had been deprived of maneuverability and forced into a semi-siege situation, which he had said ensured that defeat would be a mere question of time, Grant and his generals had failed to capture the transportation hub critical to Richmond's survival. Not until April 2nd of the next year would Grant order another frontal assault. In the interim, he expressly prohibited such assaults. Siege warfare would commence. What had gone wrong? Grant, in his memoirs, blamed the calamity on the failure to communicate in a timely manner to Hancock his orders to promptly proceed to Petersburg after crossing the James. He asserted that the usually prompt Hancock would have reached Petersburg by 4 o'clock p.m. on the 15th, and that the long days would have permitted an attack before dark. In that event, wrote Grant, I do not think there is any doubt that Petersburg itself could have been carried without much loss, or, at least, if protected by inner detached works, that a line could have been established very much in rear of the one then occupied by the enemy. This would have given us control of both the Weldon and South Side railroads. If this criticism is aimed at the Army of the Potomac's commander, George Meade, it overlooks Grant's personal direction of many of the Army's field operations, which led to gaps, oversights, and other missteps. It also raises the question whether Meade himself and all other involved corps commanders had been appropriately briefed, or had received clear orders about their primary responsibility after crossing the James, capturing Petersburg before Lee could reinforce it. The absence of any evidence of such a briefing or orders indicates a serious oversight. Grant was responsible for Meade's and Hancock's not knowing Hancock's intended role. Yet even without specific orders, what else might Hancock have thought he was supposed to be doing south of the James besides promptly attacking Petersburg? There are more comprehensive explanations than that offered by Grant. Unfortunately for the Union, Grant, his staff, and his corps commanders had so focused on the challenging river crossings that they had lost sight of their strategic objective, the capture of Petersburg. A search of the official records reveals a concentration on Union Corps' movements and supply, but a dearth of urgency about actually capturing Petersburg before it was reinforced by Lee. One after another, the Union Corps delayed, dawdled, and approached Petersburg with timidity. The Union orders focused on position, supply, and movement, but lacked any compelling language such as defeat Beauregard and occupy Petersburg immediately and at all costs. In addition, it appears that the memory of the recent Cold Harbor slaughter may have caused Union generals and foot soldiers alike to avoid aggressively attacking the formidable but weakly manned Petersburg defenses. The Union command structure may have been part of the problem. 2 Union armies were present, and Grant failed to coordinate their actions. With neither Grant nor Meade personally coordinating the multi-corps attacks, chaos reigned. Although Meade was the titular commander of the Army of the Potomac, Grant was by his side all the way once the overland campaign started. Whenever he grew concerned about what was occurring, beginning on day 1 at the Wilderness, or deemed the situation of critical importance, Grant jumped in. The problem that continued to dog that army was uncertainty about who was in charge. This dual leadership inevitably resulted in overlaps and, most dangerously, gaps. Until the afternoon of June 18th, when it was too late, there was little indication of a clear, sweeping, top-down mandate from either Grant or Meade, possibly because each thought the other was in charge of the situation. The involvement of another army, Butler's Army of Virginia, in the Petersburg assault, posed an additional problem for the command structure. Personalities also played a role. By mid-June, Grant and Meade apparently were barely speaking to each other, which would explain why Grant did not advise Meade, and thus Hancock, of the role Grant intended Hancock to play on June 15th. Similarly, Butler and Smith were both strong-willed, uncooperative, and non-communicative, with the result that Butler failed to tell Smith about Hancock's intended supporting role. According to Gordon Ray, an expert on the Overland Campaign, the Union High Command resembled a dysfunctional family, of which the Petersburg fiasco of June 15th was a prime exhibit. Grant's failure to coordinate the activities of the 2 involved Union armies and to issue written orders to the critical commanders constituted the paramount blunder of this failed effort. Finally, one must remember that Grant's troops had been marching and fighting continuously for 6 weeks in Virginia's summer heat, suffering 60,000 casualties. Colonel Horace Porter wrote that the Army, having been engaged in skirmishing or in giving battle from the 4th of May to the 18th of June, lacked the vigor it had displayed in the Wilderness Overland Campaign. Grant's persistent aggressiveness, says David Allen Johnson, may eventually have deflated his own army's morale. In summary, the lack of compelling orders from the top of the Union command, the timidity of the field commanders and troops approaching Petersburg, and the organization and condition of the Union forces resulted in failure at Petersburg. The outcome was a major missed opportunity to end the war many months earlier than actually occurred. The capture of Petersburg would have ensured the evacuation of Richmond and shortened the war by as much as 10 months, thereby avoiding tens of thousands of casualties on both sides. 10. Atlanta and Savannah. William T. Sherman fails to capture enemy armies and shorten the war. Who blundered? Union Major General William T. Sherman. How? When capturing the cities of Atlanta and Savannah in late 1864, Sherman allowed 2 Confederate armies to escape. Consequences? The rebel soldiers who escaped fought again and inflicted numerous Union casualties at Franklin and Nashville, Tennessee, and while opposing Sherman's 1865 campaign through the Carolinas, extending the war by many months. Union generals have frequently been criticized for failing to pursue the enemy after a fight. We have already considered Henry Halleck's failure to pursue Beauregard after capturing Corinth, Mississippi in 1862, and McClellan's inactivity after the Battle of Antietam. A more debatable instance was Meade's unsuccessful attempt to trap Lee's army north of the Potomac River after Gettysburg. Often overlooked, however, is William T. Sherman's failure to pursue, engage, or capture two rebel armies after he had captured Atlanta and Savannah in late 1864. Sherman is noted for his successes in Georgia and the Carolinas in 1864 and 1865, which played a major role in the Union's victory over the Confederacy. His occupation of Atlanta on September 2, 1864, is widely regarded as having secured the re-election of President Lincoln 2 months later. But many historians have overlooked, as Lincoln and Grant did, Sherman's apparent satisfaction with the capture of Atlanta, after which he allowed General John Bell Hood and his Army of Tennessee to escape and remain a threat for another 4 months. Sherman's orders had been to concentrate on that army. On April 4, 1864, Grant wrote to Sherman, "You, I propose to move against Johnston's army, the Army of Tennessee, to break it up and to get into the interior of the enemy's country as far as you can, inflicting all the damage you can against their war resources." Sherman responded, "I will not let side issues draw me off from your main plan, in which I am to knock Joe Johnston and do as much damage to the resources of the enemy as possible. I would ever bear in mind that Johnston is at all times to be kept so busy that he cannot in any event send any part of his command against you or Nathaniel Banks." In failing at Atlanta and Savannah to destroy the Confederate armies in his theater, Sherman deviated from his orders and missed 2 opportunities to shorten the war by eliminating the only rebel armies of consequence other than Lee's before the end of 1864. On July 18, 1864, in the midst of Sherman's 4-month Atlanta campaign, Johnston was replaced by General John Bell Hood, whose aggressiveness resulted in 3 rebel defeats in late July, with irreplaceable casualties, guaranteeing the fall of Atlanta 1 month later. Realizing that his army was about to be trapped in Atlanta, Hood began marching his troops out of the city at 5 o'clock in the afternoon on September 1st. They were led by Lieutenant General A.P. Stewart's infantry and guarded at the rear by accompanying cavalry. As they departed, the latter burned or blew up 81 freight cars of ammunition, 7 locomotives, a steel rolling mill, and large quantities of food and military equipment. As many as 5,000 new rifles and 3 million rounds of ammunition may have been destroyed. The resulting explosions could be heard for miles. Although the Confederate exodus resembled a rout, it provided Hood's weakened army with freedom of movement. The next morning, Union patrols encountered the mayor and a delegation from the city, asking Union forces to take control. On the afternoon of August 31st, meanwhile, Sherman's superior force was 20 miles south of Atlanta, between the forces of Lieutenant General William J. Hardee at Jonesboro and the rest of Hood's army. Sherman rejected General George Thomas's request to swing his army south and east to pin down Hardee's troops, preferring to see the enemy's reaction to being separated from Atlanta and to get his own armies together in close order. He planned a September 1st attack on Hardee that depended on swift movement by Major General David Stanley's 4th Corps. When Stanley was late in coming up, Sherman sent staffers, and finally General Thomas, to hurry them along. Sherman later complained, had Stanley moved straight on by the flank, or by a slight circuit to his left, he would have enclosed the whole ground occupied by Hardee's soldiers, who could not have escaped us. But night came on, and Hardee did escape. Here, at the end of the campaign, Sherman again declined to follow Thomas's counsel to be aggressive, and pursued a less effective course of action. Instead of being trapped, Hardee escaped with a substantial part of Hood's army. Although Grant, Sherman, and others criticized Thomas, unfairly calling him slow trot for his supposed lack of aggressiveness, Grant and Sherman ignored his advice to be aggressive at the beginning and the end of the Atlanta campaign. As a result, Snake Creek Gap became a missed opportunity, while Hardee's troops, and then Hood's entire army, escaped as Atlanta fell. It would not be Hardee's last escape from Sherman's clutches. Early on the afternoon that his troops occupied Atlanta, September 2nd, General Henry Slocum sent a telegram advising Secretary of War Stanton, "General Sherman has taken Atlanta." Despite hearing the explosions 20 miles away and receiving 2 unofficial reports that Confederates were fleeing from the city toward McDonough, southeast of Atlanta and of his own position, Sherman did not react. According to Albert Castell, meanwhile, Sherman will continue after Hardee in the hope of overtaking and crushing him before he has time to entrench. There is no evidence that he so much as considers sending a force eastward. The 23rd Corps and units of the 4th and 14th Corps are available to block the McDonough Road in case the reports that the Confederates are retreating from Atlanta by that route prove true. After a day of timid and poorly coordinated pursuit and attack, employing only 3 of his 12 available divisions, Sherman finally called off the chase when some of his troops encountered hastily constructed but effective fortifications, and he learned definitively of Atlanta's fall and occupation by Slocum. According to James Donnell, Sherman decided that his army was in need of a well-deserved rest and pulled back. Hood escaped with 40,000 troops, including Georgia militia. An impressive array of historians agree that keeping Sherman's armies in Atlanta and allowing Hood's army to get away without even attempting to block the escape route was a major war-extending blunder. Evaluating the decision in the context of Sherman's broader mission, Murray and Shea explain the seriousness of his error. After all, the campaign's strategic aim was not just to capture Atlanta, but to destroy the Army of Tennessee, as well as to inflict as much economic damage on the Deep South as possible. By not moving rapidly to attack Hood's demoralized army as it abandoned Atlanta, Sherman lost the opportunity to finish off his opponent. The West Point Atlas of American Wars echoes that analysis. When Sherman occupied Atlanta on 2 December and left Hood's army at Lovejoy's Station, he had accomplished the second part of his mission, but not the first part, to destroy the Confederate army. Herein lay a real source of embarrassment. The perceptive T. Harry Williams points out that Sherman had Atlanta, but he had not accomplished his primary objective of destroying the Confederate army, which moved to a position west of the city. Likewise, Nevins notes that Sherman had not accomplished all he desired, for Hood's army, his principal objective, had eluded him. John Marsalick has more fully explored Sherman's often overlooked blunder. Sherman's decision to spare Hood was ignored in the euphoria over Atlanta's capture. Sherman never doubted that he had done the right thing. In his mid-September campaign report, he said, "The object of my movement against the railroad was therefore already reached and concluded, and as it was idle to pursue our enemy in that wooded country with a view to his capture, I gave orders on the 4th for the army to prepare to move back slowly to Atlanta." It was a mistake. The Confederate army, which had, after all, been his primary objective, was allowed to escape, capable of fighting once more. Clearly, Sherman did not want to cause more death and mayhem, satisfied that his capture of Atlanta had given him a major military victory. He was correct, but it was not the military victory he might have achieved. He might have destroyed Hood's force and rendered the entire theater of war defenseless. But Sherman abhorred bloodshed, and Kennesaw showed him in graphic terms how much carnage battle could cause. Sherman himself admitted to Halleck that, "I ought to have reaped larger fruits of victory." But then he proceeded to blame his subordinate generals, Thomas Stanley and William Hardee. Castell, however, concludes that the responsibility belonged to Sherman. 6 times between August 27th and September 3rd, he had an opportunity to destroy or to mangle, or at the very least, to drive Hood's army to the eastern edge of Georgia. thus leaving that state and Alabama at Sherman's mercy. Each time, he muffed the opportunity, even when, as happened on one occasion, it was pointed out to him. Castell explains that Sherman's biggest mistakes in the campaign's final days were wasting days tearing up railroad tracks instead of moving quickly to reach the southern flank and rear of Confederate forces south of Atlanta. He also contends that Sherman once again, to his detriment, rejected astute advice from George Thomas. Sherman's other mistake, this one major and unforgivable, was his rejection of Thomas's proposal to have the 4th and 14th Corps move around to Lovejoy's station, while Howard pinned down Hardee at Jonesboro, closer to Atlanta. Had this been done, assuming a modicum of competent management on the Union side, all of the Confederate Army, Hardee's Corps included, would have been cut off from Macon, leaving Hood with no rational choice except to withdraw in the direction of Augusta, in effect abandoning Alabama and Georgia. Why did Sherman allow Hood's army to escape? Castell shows that from the beginning to the end of his campaign, Sherman intended to capture only Atlanta, not the Army of Tennessee. This fiasco, he concludes, merely provides another demonstration of Sherman's preference for raiding over fighting, of his penchant for conducting operations on the basis of optimistic preconceptions of what the enemy will do, and of his unwillingness to engage his full force in battle. Thanks to these quirks in his military personality, Hood's army has been able to escape destruction. It is unlikely that Grant would have allowed a major enemy army to escape. One seeks in vain, however, for a condemnation, let alone criticism, by Grant of his friend Sherman's lapse. Instead, Grant, in his memoirs, compared the allegedly slow and non-aggressive Thomas with Sherman, concluding that Thomas could not have conducted the Atlanta campaign as Sherman had done. The evidence, however, indicates that Thomas would have been more aggressive at Snake Creek Gap, Resaca, less aggressive at Kennesaw Mountain, and more aggressive in pursuing Hood's army as Atlanta fell. On all 3 occasions, Sherman rejected Thomas's astute advice. So in a sense, Grant may have been right. Thomas probably would not have conducted the Atlanta campaign as Sherman had done. He would have conducted it more effectively. Because he had allowed Hood's army to escape, Sherman had to send 20,000 troops off to Tennessee to defend Nashville, and possibly Ohio, against Hood's invading army. The man he put in charge of that important mission was none other than Thomas. By December 16th, however, from a distance of hundreds of miles, Sherman was complaining to Grant about Thomas's supposed lack of aggressiveness. I myself am somewhat astonished at the attitude of things in Tennessee. I purposely delayed at Kingston until General Thomas assured me that he was all ready, and my last dispatch from him on the 12th of November was full of confidence, in which he promised me that he would ruin Hood if he dared to advance from Florence, urging me to go ahead and give myself no concern about Hood's army in Tennessee. Why did he not turn on him at Franklin after checking and discomfiting him surpasses my understanding. Indeed, I do not approve of his evacuating Decatur, but think he should have assumed the offensive against Hood from Pulaski in the direction of Waynesburg. I know full well that General Thomas is slow in mind and action, but he is judicious and brave, and the troops feel great confidence in him. I still hope he will outmaneuver and destroy Hood. Back in Georgia, Sherman himself was not through allowing rebel armies to escape. After the November 4th presidential election, with approval from Lincoln and Grant, he embarked on his famous March to the Sea. For 6 weeks in November and December, his 60,000 troops burned a 60-mile-wide trail of destruction from Atlanta to Savannah. Although few civilians were injured, raped, or killed, the march wreaked economic havoc on the Georgian and Southern economies, while demonstrating that the Confederate government could not protect the property of its own people. It is likely that thousands of Confederate soldiers from Georgia deserted, returning home to help their loved ones. The culmination of Sherman's march was his capture of Fort McAllister, where he established connections with the Union naval fleet and its supplies. A week later, his army accepted the peaceful surrender of Savannah by the city's leaders. And on December 22nd, Sherman wired Lincoln, "I beg to present you as a Christmas gift the city of Savannah, with 150 heavy guns and plenty of ammunition, and also about 25,000 bales of cotton." Once again, however, Sherman allowed a large Confederate force to escape to fight another day. On December 17th, Sherman sent to General William Hardee, who had been defending Savannah and was outnumbered 6-1 by Sherman's force, a demand that the city be surrendered. After explaining that he had acquired from the Union fleet large guns and heavy ammunition, with which he could bombard the heart of the city, Sherman wrote, "I have for some days held and controlled every avenue by which the people and garrison of Savannah can be supplied, and I am therefore justified in demanding the surrender of the city of Savannah and its dependent forts." In refusing Sherman's demands, Hardee, perhaps foolishly, denied that Sherman controlled all avenues into the city, insisting that, "I am in free and constant communication with my department." The next day, Sherman assured Grant that Hardee's assertion was false. Sherman's control of the Union Plank Road on the South Carolina shore was sufficient to prevent adequate resupply, and Major General John Foster, the commander of the Department of the South, assured him his forces were on that road, so that railroad cars no longer run between Charleston and Savannah. Despite Sherman's assurances, a week after the capture of Fort McAllister, when Sherman told Halleck, "I regard Savannah as already gained," Hardee and his 10,000-man garrison pulled out of the city and escaped across the Savannah River. His nighttime movements were detected by enemy pickets, who sent word up the chain of command, but the Union armies failed to respond, and Hardee's considerable force escaped into South Carolina. Those troops were the foundation of the rebel forces that opposed Sherman's movements through both Carolinas in the early months of 1865. In his memoirs, Sherman wrote that he had invested Savannah on the north, west, and south, but there remained to the enemy on the east the use of the old dike or plank road leading into South Carolina, and I knew that Hardee would have a pontoon bridge across the river. Although admitting that Union troops could occupy, fortify, and hold the Plank Road escape route, Sherman said he declined to do so because Hardee's whole army could have fallen upon the blocking detachment, and because he did not want to make a mistake like Ball's Bluff, a Union disaster in 1861, at that point in the war. So instead of attempting to block the escape route, Sherman, on December 18th, took a 3-day boat trip to Hilton Head, South Carolina, to discuss the situation with Foster. Sherman later asserted ambiguously that he had represented the matter to General Foster, and he promptly agreed to give his personal attention to it. When Sherman returned from Hilton Head on the evening of December 21st, he learned that Hardee had evacuated his army and light artillery across the Savannah River the night before. To summarize, the supposedly aggressive Sherman may have failed to cut off the escape route of Hardee's army because he feared possible defeat, even though he greatly outnumbered Hardee, who would have had to cross the Savannah River and nearby swamps to attack any blocking Union force. James McDonough provides this rationale for Sherman's inaction. If Hardee had been trapped in Savannah, Sherman most likely would have attempted to starve the city into submission. He did not want a costly assault, nor the employment of artillery, for he had fond memories of Savannah's homes and gardens. Sherman himself claimed, "I was very much disappointed that Hardee had escaped with his garrison, and had to content myself with the material fruits of victory without the cost of life which would have attended a general assault." Again, Marszalek offers a different perspective. When Sherman tightened the noose around the city after Hardee's refusal to surrender, there was one escape route still open to Hardee, and though Sherman talked about closing it, he seemed rather nonchalant about doing so. Marszalek quotes one Union officer who said, "For some reason unknown to me, the general has not pushed a heavy or even a small force across the Savannah River, so as to prevent the rebels from escaping in that direction, and the escape route remained open to them for at least 9 days. Another officer asserted that the army concluded General Sherman wanted the enemy to leave and not make a fight necessary. Joining Hardee's soldiers in the Carolinas as part of a reconstituted Army of Tennessee were the remnants of Hood's army that Sherman had allowed to escape from Atlanta. Although Thomas had decimated Hood's army at Franklin and Nashville in late 1864, thousands of Hood's soldiers managed to flee all the way to Alabama and Mississippi. In early 1865, they fought under Joseph Johnston against Sherman as he swept through the Carolinas. While Sherman was marching to Savannah and allowing Hardee to escape, Thomas, despite harassment by Grant and criticism by Sherman, carried out one of the 2 most effective attacks of the entire war. His 2-day assault on Hood's army in December replicated Thomas's battle plans. As Castell writes, "What Thomas, had he had his way, would have done in Georgia in May and again in August, has been accomplished by him in December in Tennessee, the elimination of the Army of Tennessee from the war." Elsewhere, he adds that Sherman was, in short, a general who did not like to fight. Had Thomas's personal relationship with Grant permitted him to command in Georgia in 1864, almost surely the Union victory would have been easier, quicker, and more complete. In the final 4 months of 1864, Sherman had committed a pair of blunders, allowing 2 separate Confederate armies to escape his clutches because he seemed to be satisfied with occupying 2 Confederate cities. Hood's army of 30,000 and Hardee's army of 10,000 continued to fight, inflicting thousands of Union casualties and extending the war for 8 and 4 months respectively. It appears that in their excitement about the capture of Atlanta and Savannah, Lincoln and Grant were willing to overlook these blunders and omit their usual emphasis on eliminating enemy armies. These dual failures by Sherman provide an appropriate conclusion to this discussion of the 10 biggest blunders of the Civil War. But there were many other major blunders in the course of that awful war, several of which I will examine in my next book. This concludes the reading of The 10 Biggest Civil War Blunders by Edward H. Bonekemper III. Copyright 2018 by Edward H. Bonekemper III. This book was read by Peter Berkrot. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with Regnery Publishing and was produced in 2018 by Blackstone Audio, Inc., which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Audio, Inc. If you would like to obtain a monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.